brass tacks. On a scale of Z to 10, how hot was the hottest girl you hooked up with?
Dude, so fucking hot. I can't describe it.
You're serious?
Very good.
Did you get her number?
Uh, yeah, but I'm not talking on because
You didn't answer the question. From 0 to 10, give me a number.
okay, like a 7 out of
That's not super hot. That's like a little bit better than average looking chick.
yeah, yeah, I know.
But that's cool, man. I mean, that's more ass than I got tonight. So excellent, 8.
Yeah, yeah,
Excellent.
yeah.
So it was just one chick tonight with whom you hooked up.
Uh,
All right. What's her name? No, dude, that's a bad move after you already made out with this chick or fucked her or whatever you did to then ask her what her name is. Here's a better move. Here's a better move. What is the correct spelling of your name?
okay, what's the correct spelling?
Because it shows that you care about her and that you want to spell her name correctly.
Okay,
And it doesn't make
alright,
you look like a douche who doesn't know her name.
alright, alright. Okay. And I don't
Excellent. Yeah, dude. All right, so I thought you were gonna block this bitch though.
what.
I thought you were gonna block her.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna
All right.
like probably like
Yeah,
I
get her.
still wanna.
Oh, you still want a boner?
Uh,
Okay, well then you need to get her name. It'd be really sweet. Just be like, hey, just want to make sure I spell your. What's the correct spelling of your name? I want to make sure I get it right.
uh, her name is
Dominica. All right, and she's like a 7. So do you put that in your phone, like how hot they are on a scale of 0 to 10?
uh, yeah.
Okay, good. Do you use the notes section of your phone and like any important things you put in there about her?
Not really,
Dude, that's what you got to do, my man. So basically, right now, while you still have the memories somewhat fresh in your head, remember what you did. And I mean, you don't have to be like, hey, I made out with this chick, but just be like, met this chick at New Year's Eve 2025. You could even be like, yeah, we made out or whatever. You got to get the correct spelling of her name. She's a 7. You don't have to, because if things ever get hot and heavy with this chick, you don't want her going through your phone and she's like, you thought I was a 7? So you might, you, so,
but
so
yeah,
So what you can do, on the keyboard, how above the numbers there is a symbol, like above the letter or the number 4 is like the money sign, and the number 3 is the pound sign, and number 2 is the at symbol. So just use that. Then you just know, like a girl who's a 7 is like an ampersand.
all right,
Then if she, I mean, you got to remember your own little code. But then if she ever gets in your phone, it's never like, you think I'm a 7? No, baby, you're an ampersand. That's and. That means I want to make you part of me.
well, I'm not planning to tell her that she's 7, so
I know, but you never know when a bitch is going to go through your phone. She'll take that phone, put it. This hasn't happened to me, but I've known it to happen to people. They'll put in it over your face when you're asleep, and they'll unlock it, and they'll go through all your contacts and your text messages. And if she sees that she's a 7, that's not what you want. So If this bitch knows she's an ampersand, she's not going to know that code unless she's super, super smart. And then it'd be like, you think I'm an ampersand? You don't even have the balls to put that I'm a 7 in your phone? Okay, so are you are you dead set on her being a 7?
9.
Dude. No chick goes from 7 to 9 within like a 5 minute conversation. There's no way. You don't skip numbers like that. Okay, we've got 10, which are like Hollywood women, like women in film. You've got 9s, which are like hot Instagram chicks. You've got 8, which are like hotter OnlyFans chicks. You got 7s, which are like pretty hot girl next door. You've got 6, which is like pretty good looking, okay looking chick. You got 5, which is average, and nobody pays attention to anything lower than that. I mean, nobody's like, oh yeah, well she's like a 4, unless you're telling a story and you're like, yeah, there's absolutely nothing to do last night, and anyway, I was on my way home and this 4 gets in the Uber with me and just starts blowing me, and I had nothing else to do. I mean, if you're telling a story like that, okay, but you get it. You don't want to waste time with anything lower than a 5. Even still, your friends are going to be like, well, no, most friends would be like, okay, well, you got blown, at least from a 4. But if you're working in like the 3, the 2, or the 1 zone, there's something like this. There's something majorly wrong with this chick. So a 7, but she can't go from 7 to 9. If anything, it'd be an 8. All right. So does she have a good personality? Okay, so you put that in your phone. Good personality, ampersand. The what'd you talk about? I'm sure I am. Just one moment. Can you hear me now? Yeah, I am lagging. Just one moment. I'm just restarting a device. You'll be able to hear me better in a second. With Dominica, what did you talk about with Dominica?
Wait, what did I talk about?
With Dominica, what did you talk about?
How much? I don't really what
All right. So did you make out with tongue?
yeah. Yeah.
All right. So then you can put into your phone how far you got with her. So I wouldn't go in and be like, got to first base, but you can put in there some kind of code. You could be like, this bitch was an ampersand exclamation point. Then you know that she was like a 7 who you went to first base with. So like if you would have gotten in this girl's shirt, it would have been a 7 at symbol. If she would have blown you, or you'd be at like a 7 hashtag. And if you went all the way, that's a $7 sign, which just totally makes sense. I mean, when you're racking up tons of chicks, you got to have a little bit of a code. Do you know that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has a black book, and it had at least 40 chicks just in his black book that his wife found? Now, if you look at my phone, I've got tons of chicks. I've got more than 40 chicks in there, but I didn't come up with these codes until later on in my life. And so a lot of times I'll just have a random. I've got probably 12 different chicks named Sarah in my phone. No last name, no notes. I have no idea where these bitches are from or how I met them or whatever. But so I'm just telling you, it's a good idea to document. Exactly. All right, so where'd you go with Dominica? Was it a party, a bar?
Yeah, where the fuck?
Dude, I told you he was gonna stay.
I'm so back, dude.
You're back?
Yeah.
So you weren't, you had gone somewhere? Like you hadn't hooked up with a chick in a while?
No, that's not what I meant.
Oh, I was gonna say, because usually a 7 doesn't get you there. Oh, okay. Because usually a 7 isn't gonna get you out of the doldrums. Right. Okay. So you wanna bang this chick. When you gonna see her again? Yeah.
Probably. And as like
Okay. And what are you gonna do? Yeah. Are you just gonna invite her over and bang her? You're gonna go over to her house and bang her? You're gonna get coffee and bang? What's the plan? Okay, that works, man. Excellent. Well, good on you. So, Dominica, if you're out there watching right now, know that my man Ludacris is about to stick his dick in you in T minus 48 hours. Excellent. If he doesn't, well, then Dominica's going to be pissed. Dog, we need to turn Dominica, who's currently a 7 exclamation point, into a $7 sign. And apparently she has potential to be a 9, which no one believes. But that's okay. We'll let you think that. Okay, so have you gotten down to like would you date this girl, like not just fuck her?
what have you done to
Yeah.
really?
Okay. So she's not hot enough to introduce to your friends?
No.
Okay. So then it's a great opportunity for you to have the special talk with her, which is just like, I'm a really busy individual. I've got such and such going on in my life, and I know that you're a busy individual, but, if you're ever not doing anything and I'm not doing anything, is it cool if I just, call you for a booty call? And then you got basic friends with benefits. That- Dude, sevens are perfect for friends with benefits. That's why sevens were invented. All right. So, Dominica, you're out there somewhere, girl. You've got a potential friend with benefits, and she's probably saying to her friends, girls, I met this guy tonight. He's kind of like a 7, and I already listed him in my phone as a 7 exclamation point. I don't know. I don't know if I want him to meet all of you because he's just like a 7. So I might just end up hooking up with her regularly. Wait, somebody's yelling in the background. Riser, what are you saying? Were you talking to someone? Caspian's here. Dude, we got 33 minutes. We have 33 minutes to get as much information about Ludacris and his love for Dominica as possible. So, Ludacris, um, let's see here. Does she have any hotter friends? That's a good question.
Does she have a daughter friend?
Was she the hottest friend in her friend group when she went out tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, good on you, man. Excellent. So you weren't just going for the ugly friend, you were going for the alpha chick, which is tight. All right. And how did your interaction start with her? Were you guys just at a bar, at a dance floor? You just bump into each other, somebody introduced you? How'd it work?
At a party. Party.
All right. So it was a party. And now let's talk about her friends. If she's a 7, what are her friends?
What are her friends?
Yeah.
Like, how would I spell like?
Oh, these bitches are bad.
That's pretty.
No,
Wait, is that like by saying friends are five?
that would mean they're average looking chicks, so probably like whatever. Were any of them fours?
Or any of okay, there was like one that was four.
Okay, I mean that happens. They always have to have that one sometimes, unless they're going out like in power groups of just like nines and tens. But those chicks are tough to wrangle. All right, so you
Okay,
got
but
you.
wait, before you say there was one chick that says, but I fucking
Oh, fuck that chick. Well, wait, her personality then makes her a five.
yeah.
Why do you hate her so
No, but
much?
like the break body going lower because fucking
Okay, what did she do to piss you off so much?
like embarrassing.
Oh, you got to tell us this story. What's going on? What happened?
Okay, I was at the
Wait, she said, "Are you fucking my friend?" Or did you fuck
yes.
my friend? Okay, so this
Like
happened,
I didn't know
and it was a dip. And what was your response?
what and I don't know what she was okay.
Okay, so let's see here. So Dominica is kind of a bitch. Wait, and here's why. Not because of any of that, but Dominica is friends with the bitchy girl who's friends with some other chick who you were fucking, and Dominica knows that you were fucking the bitchy girl's friend. Usually, there's like guy code, like, you don't, I mean, generally, bros before hoes kind of a deal. And she's not doing that. She's not saying hoes before bros. She's saying you before this other chick. So that's tight. All right. So, was it true? All right. How do you think she found out?
All right.
Yeah. Were you fucking this friend a lot, or is it just like a one-off thing? Okay. So that's not that big a deal. It's not like you dated the other chick, and now Dominica wants to date you because you just got to be careful about that kind of stuff. All right. So, what did the bitchy? Oh, so the bitchy friend just the only thing she ever said is, "Are you fucking my friend?" Or that's it.
Yeah. Sounded
Oh,
like
okay. You think you could pull a menage a trois with these chicks?
fuck. I
Okay.
wish.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to keep your options open, friend. All right. So we've got Dominica. Do you know anything about her likes or interests or hobbies or anything? Do you know what she does for a living or anything?
Uh, like I kind of
Okay.
maybe
All right. So you met her 3 days ago, but you never said, "Hey, what do you do for a living?"
no, not really.
Do you have her Instagram? I don't want it, but I'm just asking for your sake.
Uh, no,
No, you
no.
don't have her Instagram. You'd be able to find it though. You have enough mutual friends that you just type in Dominica in one of their friends list, and you'll be able to know everything you want about this girl, right?
Yeah,
Unless your shit's private. Okay, so that's a huge opportunity for you. I mean, you don't care about her that much, but all right. So we got January 2nd. You got a hot date at her house. Are you? I think you turn this chick into a friend with benefits.
yeah,
And I think you have that conversation. It's really important to just be honest with people. I know I talk a big game and all this, a lot of it's joking, but it's really important to communicate to her what your wants and desires are. And so I think you can say it beforehand, but I think you could break her heart. So if you just, if like you make it seem like you're gonna fuck her and marry her, but then when you're done, basically, I mean, it's kind of a you can make her aware, like, hey, I just wanted to put things on the table with you. You could do it beforehand; it could blow up in your face. So at least get asked. Um, but then you just say, I'm really busy in my life with whatever I've got going on, and I'm sure you are too. And but I like you, and I really like what we just did. So what do you say if I mean if it's cool with you, whenever you're free and whenever I'm free, we do it again. It's pretty simple. And
Yeah.
and she's gonna be like, if you pleasured her, she's gonna be like, yeah. Do you know what the first rule in sex is?
What's the first rule?
No, it's not to me. It's to every alpha male in the world. Make sure she comes first.
Oh, all right.
If you come first, you're never gonna see this girl again. She's gonna talk to all her friends about how you suck as a lover. But if you make sure that she orgasms before you do, you made this bitch will fucking marry you. That's the biggest fucking thing.
All right.
All right. Do you have any other girls on the radar?
Um, no.
Okay, so we have to talk about that. What's it going to take to move you away from sevens into eights and nines? I'm not saying tens are even possible at this point. Those bitches are going for athletes and things like that. But eights and nines are possible. You got some game. So, do you know any eights and nines who are single?
Uh, no, no.
Okay, that's all right. It's difficult to meet eights and nines and that elusive 10 because, I mean, depending on where you are and all of those things. So getting a 7 doesn't sound like it's too bad in your world or in wherever you are. And it'd be one thing if you're like, oh yeah, I go to bars and there are eights, nines, and tens all over the place, but it doesn't sound like that. So, but Dominica, I don't know. What if you hit it off with her? There's no way you would date this chick.
No.
Okay, so she's trending closer to the sevens and away from the eights. All right, I'm down with that. Um,
Yeah.
so what do you like about Dominica?
What I like.
Yeah. No, not at all. That's completely fine to say. So she's a butterface. You like everything about her butterface.
Yeah.
Okay, that works. I mean, everybody's got something. Okay, so really, she's a perfect friend with benefits candidate. And if she's a butterface, she knows that too. She knows that she's not the cream of the crop, but she also knows that she works on her body and that you'd like to enjoy it every once in a while. So, I think it's really important that you're honest with her, and it doesn't have to be before you have sex with her, but at least around the first time, you just set your boundaries and you set your expectations, and hopefully those align. And it sounds like they probably do. If this girl made out with you on December 31st, I mean, you basically got her in the bag. There's like one better date that you could have probably made out with this chick, or where she would fall more in love with you, and that would be like Valentine's Day. Aside from that, you got this girl.
All right.
That's how I see it. I'm a straight shooter. What do you want me to say? All right. Um, and then you move on. I mean, if you go on like Tinder, are there eights, nines, and tens available, or no? They're all taken.
I think.
Okay. Or they want money. That's what I hear is a big thing too. Um, okay. Well, you can. I guess you just find another seven, but uh, I think you'd be happy with an eight. just a girl with a pretty face and a nice body. I mean, I think we'd all be happy with an 8. I think that's what everybody wants, frankly. Because a 10's going to run away on you. A 9 may just do that at another point, but an 8 might stick around. All right. Um, does Dominica have any friends who you would also want to hook up with? Like you already hooked up with the bitches, that one bitch's friend. Anybody else like that?
Um, kind of, but like I don't.
No, no, I'm not asking you for their social security number. No, 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 no. Just okay. So there are some girls out there who are in Dominica's friend group who you might want to hook up with. Okay, but you don't want to hook up with them more than Dominica, or do you want to hook up with them more than Dominica?
Not more.
No, what I mean to say is, um, who do you want to hook up with more? One of Dominica's friends or Dominica?
I think I'm just. Let's do.
Okay, so but there was something there though. Is there another chick who you have a thing for in her friend group?
Uh,
Okay, all right. Well, then I think we've got things established. Dominica is a potential friend with benefits, and she's a good-looking friend with benefits. Friends with benefits can really range from like 5 to 7. I mean, you could get eights, nines, and tens, but you want to date those chicks. Um, so that's good. And does Dominica know she's getting fucked January 2nd?
no, she does not know that.
No, no, no. She knows. She knows if you fuck the other friend, she knows that you're down to pound. So, um, you know, she's she's preparing herself.
Oh no, she thinks I'm gonna.
Okay. So she thinks you're just gonna call her literally like 12 hours after making out with her to fuck her.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, why isn't that the plan?
Why isn't that the time?
Yeah.
That's I got some shit.
Oh, okay, that's absolutely cool, and you need to rest up and everything. Okay. But you're gonna contact her and say, hey, January 2nd, you mind if I come over?
Yeah.
Dude, that's amazing. All right, good on you, man. Uh, anything else have good at this party? Did you like your friends? Were your friends there? Was it an enjoyable time?
Yeah.
Ex-
Yeah. Let's see.
Excellent. And uh, oh, here's something I don't know if you have to watch out for, but do any of your friends like Dominica's friends?
Many of my wait, why do you have to watch out?
Um, well, because if you have a friend who likes one of Dominica's friends and they start dating, then Dominica's gonna want to start dating you and do like double dates and shit. You don't want that. And then also, um, you got to be on the lookout. I mean, there's not like a bunch of chicks here. Maybe there are. I don't know. I wasn't there. But basically, like you've already had sex with one of Dominica's like friends of a friend, and you already talked about you like kind of one of her other friends. So if you throw another dude in there, you're gonna end up perhaps like kind of shitting in your own punch bowl. You want to kind of keep those guys out. Does that make sense? Like basically, if you if you're fucking like a bunch of chicks in a group, you don't want to have your friend get in there because that's just gonna mess things up. He's gonna have a bad breakup with one of them, or he's gonna fall in love with one of them, or fall in love with Dominica. You want to keep those guys out. I mean, basically, like if we were studying animals on
Yeah, you don't want that.
the Serengeti, hey, what's going on, dude? Um, you'd be like the lion, and you don't want other lions fucking up the pride. You want to make sure that you're the alpha there, and you maintain that status. And not saying that you won't, but if your guy friends are in there fucking all the other friends, then there's the potential that Your friends can fall in love with Dominica. Your friends can fall in love with one of those other chicks and want to get into a relationship, and then that's gonna fuck up your friend's benefits potentially, depending on how mature she is. But do you think she wants to date you?
No.
You're full of shit. She wants to date you. You kissed her on fucking New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
Dog, Dominica is making 2025 the year of ludicrous. Not only that, she thinks that you're calling her on January 1st, which is a sucker move. You got to keep these girls wanting more. So January 2nd, I get that. That's cool. And that works with your schedule. But yeah, she's head over heels for you, dog. Perhaps. Perhaps. I mean, she already knows that you fucked this other girl. Oh, wait. Dominica knows that you fucked this other girl, right?
Um. No, but I'm gonna put it that way
Oh, dog.
for a while.
Dog. Dominica knows. Dominica knows because this bitchy girl with the big mouth is going to tell her.
This fucking Christ, and
Am I wrong? She already came up to you and said, "You're fucking my friend." You don't think she's going to say that to Dominica?
no, because I fucking technically bribed her out.
Dog, unless you bought this woman a beach home, you didn't bribe her well enough. How did you bribe her? What did you give her?
Like, I was third.
Really? That's a pimpin' move. But that's not enough. That might keep her quiet for a week, but you're kind of a sucker. Now you just gave away $200 to this bitch, and she's still gonna tell her friend anyway. She's gonna get drunk, and she's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, did you know that Ludacris is fucking this other friend of mine?" And then Dominica's gonna be like, "What? What is this?" All right, I mean that
Yep.
works. But then if you're gonna look like a jackass if Dominica ever hangs out with that friend, and that Dominica's gonna be like, "Hey, Ludacris said that you guys never hooked up, and the bitchy girl with the big mouth says that you did. Did you hook up with him?" And she's gonna say, "Yeah, we hooked up." And because then she's gonna have something on Dominica, and then Dominica's gonna be like, "Hey, Ludacris, why did you lie to me? You said that you hadn't hooked up with her."
Christ, dude.
So what I would say is, and then the girl with the big mouth is going to say, "Yeah, and he gave me $200 to stay quiet about it." So
Yeah.
you
That's
just
not.
you're not fucked though. You're fine. You just uh, don't say anything to Dominica. And when Dominica, if she ever brings it up to you, you say, "I gave the girl with the big mouth $200 for something totally separate, and I'm with you. I'm not with that other girl. That's why I didn't bring it up. It doesn't. She doesn't matter to me. You're the one who matters to me."
All right. Yeah. Thanks. I didn't know that ever happened.
Yeah, I mean, if it does, you just have to make her seem a little bit better than this other friend, and she'll be fine because she understands that you're you know, you're hooking up with chicks, and they just the circles kind of became concentric to some extent. But you will, honesty is the best policy, but you don't want to necessarily be too honest with her. Like, on your January 2nd date, before having hooked up with her, you say, "Hey, I want you to know that I hooked up with you." You don't want to say that. But what you want to do January 2nd is you go to her place, you make sure she orgasms. I'm serious about that. If you remember anything that I say, she comes first.
All right.
That's once you get that, once you ensure that she has orgasms, you're fine. Then you do whatever you want. You come in this girl 1,000 times if you want. But I'm telling you this: if you come in her 1,000 times and then she orgasms, you are a beta male to her. If you make her orgasm just the first time, and then you can come as many times as you want. You don't even have to come. I mean, you should, but you don't even have to. You could seriously just make her orgasm the first date or whatever, the first, second time, January 2nd or whatever, and you'll be good as gold. And then she knows that she's got dick that she likes that's consistent that can make her orgasm whenever she wants. Basically, in her phone, you just become dude who can make me orgasm before anything else. That means she doesn't have to work for it. She doesn't have to play games. She knows what she's getting. But if you just like get drunk or you get stupid or whatever, and you come first, you're like, oh, well, oh, sorry, whatever, you're fucked. You're just gonna be diminished in her eyes. And I want her to really what I want for this relationship is for you both to be happy. And I should tell you this. I frankly am just burning time for another 11 minutes until it's midnight. We do our countdown and everything. But yeah, I mean, you've got you're in a nice position right now. Let's just put it that way. A really nice position. So, friends with benefits is an amazing thing, and if she's down for it, then you've got regular sex for 2025. Can't beat that.
Alright.
And in the meantime, how are you gonna find the girl who you really like? What is your way to find another chick? Yeah, I mean,
I
like,
don't know.
okay, so you're not looking for a relationship or what? Okay, but you'd be looking for a relationship with an 8 or a 9, wouldn't you? Definitely. Okay, but then you get on the dating apps and I mean, I know they've changed since I've used them, but I was the king of these things. The reason why I was so good at dating apps that I dated girls who were working for Tinder, which their parent company is Match.com. And the way that I was able to do it is I had auto swipers on a bunch of different cell phones that basically just swiped in the direction that I needed it to swipe. And so basically, like every single chick in Southern California was in my inbox within a couple days. And then you just pick from the litter. Now I know you can't do that as easily anymore because they'll ban you if you just swipe every chick right. So you every once in a while swipe some four to the left, but then shoot for the stars with some eights, nines, and I mean, you might get that elusive 10. And of course, you're gonna want to date those chicks. So basically, you've got your regular pussy that you'll be getting with this friend with benefits, and then you shoot for the stars with the eights, nines, and tens. Does that sound like a good strategy?
Yeah, it does sound like a good strategy.
Excellent. And you're gonna have a one amazing 2025.
Alright.
You've already started better than most people. You already at least got to first base in 2025, so that's not too bad. Oh, let me ask this: uh, the when it hit midnight or whatever, did you kiss any other girls?
No, I have.
Oh, okay, even better, man. Good job. So you only kissed Dominica, and that was it.
Yeah.
Good on you, man. So yeah, but trust me, she's making 2025 the year of ludicrous if she thinks that you're going to call her. Does she know that you're not going to call her? She doesn't. She's expecting your call January 1st.
Yes.
Not a call, a text. You're right. You're not calling her. You're texting, right?
Text. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, what are you like 50? Yeah. Nobody's just first time calling her. Yeah. So you're gonna send her the text on the second, or you're gonna send it like the night of the first for the second?
Like night on the first, like I was saying around 11.
Way too late.
Yeah.
I think that's too late.
Too late.
That makes you look like you're just going for a booty call, which you are, but you want to make her feel a little bit more special. I think. I think probably like an 8 p.m. text, and then get into some texting with her for the night. Like that's some good game. So basically, like 8 o'clock, you text her, "Hey, I had a really good time at so and so's party. I wanted to know if I could see you again tomorrow night, if that would work for you." She'll be like, "Oh yeah, I had such a great time. That was really amazing." Blah, 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 blah. Like, okay, now what's the move that you make to just be like, "Hey, can I come over to your place?" Yeah. because it's not an alpha move to go to a girl's place. Usually you bring her back to your place, but I understand if that's not possible. So you got to work your way. I mean, she's gonna want to have sex with you, but she's gonna want you to have to work a little bit uh, of charisma in order to get there. She just doesn't open up her house to everybody. That means she's got to clean, she's got to, do laundry and all kinds of other shit. So, um, I don't know. I don't think it's a bad idea. Like, I mean, it's like probably the easiest way. I think you could probably pull this off with a girl at her house. Do you have Netflix?
Yeah.
Uh,
What do you recommend? Like Netflix or what?
Yeah, I mean that's not a bad move. It's just a simple thing that it allows you to invite yourself over to her place. So you can be like, hey, like I don't know if she's into coffee or, but all girls generally are. But you can bring something so that you just don't look like you're there to just have sex like with a hooker. So you'd be like, hey, I had a really good time with you. Wouldn't know if I could see you again tomorrow night. Um, and like, are you free? She'll be like, yeah. Okay. Um, it's a difficult one to just be like, hey, do you want to just Netflix and chill at your house? Like if it were your house, like you were bringing her to your house, it's game over. But you've got to get past that because she's got to prepare and things. So, you can say, uh, would you? I mean, you could say there's a bunch of stuff you could do. Uh, you could take her to coffee and then go back to her place. But that's again, if I may ask, why don't you want to bring her to your place?
My
Is it an option?
because my best.
Okay. Um, do you live with other people?
Yeah.
Okay, then say no more. Okay, so then you can. I think that's a good move. You can say, "I'd like to see you again. What are your thoughts on me bringing coffee over to you, and we Netflix and chill?"
All right.
You can bring something else, but with girls, you're gonna have to get into like there can be dietary issues. You don't want to have like a whole blown out date with her, but then you're bringing something to her, and you just don't look like you are um, using her for her place in her body, which you are, and I get that. So you say, um, I, I I want to see you again. What are your thoughts on me bringing you could I mean I don't know if like there's something else that she might want that you may know, but usually coffee's good. And then you're bringing something to her, and then you can say, we can use my Netflix account or whatever if she doesn't have Netflix. Or you don't even have to get into that, but that can be later in the conversation. But this way, she's not like, yeah, he just came over, he fucked me, and he left. No, she can be like, oh, he was so sweet. He brought coffee. He thought of me. I got the pumpkin spice whatever or whatever. Then she can tell her friends a little bit about, that you weren't just basically there for the sex, but it did happen. And Netflix and chill also establishes that you are what's going to happen. I mean, that you're not beating around the bush. And, but you've got a little bit of a step to get over with the fact that you have to do it at her house. So that way, if you're bringing something, she has some, and she can anticipate it. And I mean, are you sure that does she live alone? Are you sure you can go to her place?
Yeah, because usually like her friends
Okay,
like
perfect, perfect. So then, yeah, what are your thoughts on me bringing coffee and we Netflix and chill at your place? Like that's a really simple thing, but you're bringing something, and then it's just not like, hey, let's Netflix and chill at your house. Um, just bringing her a little something is, I think, going to be very positive for you. So, yeah, you've got a date on January 2nd. She thinks it's on the first, and then from there you can establish it any way you want. Hey, this was really fun. I'd like to see you again, and maybe be more serious. Or this was really fun. You should know I'm really busy. I know you're a busy person as well, but whenever you're free and whenever I'm free, what are your thoughts on doing this again? like establishing this type of communication is I feel going to be very beneficial to you long term. Then you're not going to look like an asshole in front of her. You're also going to you're going to look cool. I think you look cool by pulling this. Um, so I mean, it's up to you the moves that you make, but I think if you do 10 o'clock, it's a little too late. She's gonna want to text with you a little bit. I mean, maybe not, but at least something you're gonna want to be like, okay, so what do you want from Starbucks? And she'll be like, oh, I want whatever latte. Okay, cool. Um, and like, do you have any? You can look into if there are any things that you have to be on the lookout for. She'll tell you, hey, I'm lactose intolerant or whatever. Okay, so we are about to do a countdown. In fact, we are about 30 seconds away from it being 2025. So,
Oh wait, is it actually? All right.
yeah, exactly. I was literally just talking to you this entire time. I never talked with people about their relationships this long. But the reason why was because I was just blowing time until we have this. So, um, 10, 9, 8, 7,
It's
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bingo, bango, bongo. Happy 2025, everybody.
happy.
Excellent. You're good. That's all right. That's the way to start off the year. uh, excellent. Excellent. Well, happy New Year to you, Luna Chris. 1019. It's 1019. Thanks, big dog. Excellent. Did you hear how laid Ludacris is going to get on January 2nd?
Yeah, in 48 hours, if he doesn't get laid, we're gonna file for fucking search for dead bodies on fucking bodies.
Dude,
48 hours.
he's definitely getting laid. He's already got a boner. Excellent.
Yeah, he has a boner right now. He's fucking.
He's talking to this guy. All right. So Ludacris, um, I've got a couple devices I got to get like restarted. I restart my streams every 12 hours, but it was good to get to know you a little bit better. Then I'm gonna go to bed because I am very tired. I've been up like all night, but come back and tell us how it went, and hopefully you got friends with benefits in a couple days. Sound like a plan, Ludacris? Excellent. And don't you go falling in love with this chick. I don't want to hear on January 3rd that you're getting married on February 14th, okay? Excellent.
Yeah, I'm gonna really try and override self-plan part of my brain. Try and pump out of my fucking body. Oh, I don't even have one yet. Okay, maybe part of it is yeah. What do you have those brain? My younger brother. And kind of embarrassing when your younger brother helps one. I wanted to hear. The best part about it, thing, automation, for all the for European countries, they manage a lot of main channels. And we apparently a lot of target and harvest. It's not my career stuff. Found on one. I mean, I think that kind of like for get up, get back, grade, whatever. Of course, get there, upload. That is so. That part is honest. I never. It's just like you're uploading because they and you miss a mistake of your content, whatever. They should still give your followers and plus schedule. But I guess maybe what you're saying is that it like for like what on the lookout.
And so like your real friend, yeah, you're supposed to shoot every time you video that day, play something else on the day. And I don't have a better way to just product a week and something else smaller and smaller. Not like it as a I didn't are oh those and like but I and that's and the rabbis rabbi like others helping number one thing with everyone's product.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm
for me, I think honestly, pardon me. Okay, I appreciate it. Me, I feel like quality. Yes, I mean, this is just for my mechanic. There's some content creator doesn't matter schedule. They often not watch it. I mean, William Montgomery is my like probably favorite podcast, and I know that he has probably every but getting trained. I watch it primarily while I from it. I think those go hand in hand. And if you have quality and then it's so
Can you quality don't I have my but I have no trials like this chat I mean a couple like that like other like 6,000 but they are beyond
right.
interesting but you see that will be at like 2,000 I think yes last 6 months
What which
found up over 6,000
which
I'm actually
It's always been a
Riser, can you hear me?
yo, big dog.
Yo,
I was just talking about
I know you're talking about stuff that I fucking love. Where the fuck did Catherine go?
I was just gonna say the moment there was one that you're using zero wouldn't allow me to turn or something that he watches playing maybe like or just like black quality.
Is he coming back?
Yeah, I'm sure he will. Resetting his devices there.
Excellent, perfect. I've got a couple more devices myself that I finished that. Please stay here. I'll talk to you about William Montgomery's consistency and being sexy as fuck
I mean, you're probably the most consistent motherfucker that
in the world, baby.
walked the earth.
Say this. Even before I did this, it's a point of pride. I'm extremely consistent with attending classes, with attending synagogue, with attending work. Like I go years without missing because I just like to be very consistent. Excellent, he's back. Send him that link.
Wearing the mono for yeah. What is the is it just
So they're called deal, and they talk about technology as known, but if you watch from the beginning, watch the how the came about. Like they don't give you TLDR something about the world. You know these members that they talk about human society like like the technology. They're like
the video length is not that long.
no, not long, short, but like jokes that character and then one guy you'll know who I'm talking about, guys. I love my or I mean I get I love this brother told me I'm just
That's on that channel you found it.
I know it.
And that's so bizarre because I would never guess. I mean, I I think that you're like a very diverse person. Has so like odd channel and strange. Just like the thumbnail. I didn't think that you were big into, but it seems like kind of like a self like
happen on, I don't know, various I mean, watching it, I am actually big into science, so far fiction, not like imagine that I expressed.
what life is about. If there's no, I mean, that's a terrifying things called hornworms
What
that
the
turn
fuck is
into
that?
like these giant fucking moths. Really giant fucking uh, what's not the benefit?
And now,
Why are you so anti-moth? Because butterflies, they get all the fucking love, but like
got much longer ahead. Not to let them off. Well, I get long.
no, I think butterflies get all the credit. Like I said, like I mean, you said that moths are kind of like the sketchy butterflies. Yeah, moths are playing. Okay, moths are fucking robbing hookers and fucking stealing cars and shit. Butterflies are like the people that are just riding the subway and carpooling to work.
Okay, moth or a butterfree on your real enema tons. That's smart. Kept the venom off the
Yeah, the unevolved moth looks.
yeah,
That one's like looks like a little bug ball.
that the moth.
Yeah, once it evolves, the Pokemons are all about the evolution.
Well, and he about evolution. So remind you and talking about starting.
Hey, it's a relevant metaphor.
It looks like I'm all out of lost up. But it's great. Like TV. unanswered oddities, like show, but everything.
And it reminds me of this grand that I fucking that just weird little troll doll thing. Oh yeah, this is like at this kind of genre, just like not fit with, like and
Gesundheit.
he matched it up with this full song video.
Did you watch William Montgomery on Monday's Kill Tony?
Yeah, I actually there's a live there's a 24/7 live stream going on. It's pretty remarkable his early days Phil Tony stand up versus modern day. He seems to have grown a lot of confidence persona amplified. It's much more like flex not not as together as the more recent years and maybe that's drugs, maybe that's just not doing drugs. But I'm happy that he's in a better place.
Yeah,
He is the funniest comedian of all time. I'm glad that he's on Phil Tony. I haven't seen I listen to his podcast all the time, which I'm sad that you not listen to his podcast
Yeah, isn't
all
that
the time because
interesting?
you're watching bullshit like fucking
His shit is interesting as fuck, man.
yeah, I know, but still not William. I can't believe he wrote it.
He's socially awkward, it seems.
That
like not allowed to come up with shit. Guys that will kill ourselves way. I get this weird vibe when I look at them. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't.
no, he doesn't. He doesn't. He's a he's just intelligent. I mean, I don't want to. I think there are a few things. One, English isn't his first language, so he's having to translate everything in his head. Two, he he's actually Tajikistani. Well, he was born in Tajikistan. Yeah, in Tajikistan. Um, he he may be Armenian. He's all kinds of stuff, but he was born in well Tajikistan. He is Tajikistan. Yeah,
I'm a I just
So it might be like a question, but like why do you have
right well that's why uh my last name has so my last name has
okay.
and
It was a ski name now. Okay.
well I also am a big fan of avant-garde like look at the section on my avant avant but it's also coffee and coffee I care on my got it silent okay so how I that it also technology was yeah a lot of mythology surrounding short whole life of
Wait, did you say the only seals surviving are in the cat?
freshwaters all they were running freshwater rocky shore yes
Okay. Seals are awesome.
I don't know that was yes
Yeah, I think like pirate. I'm like, are you some sort of pirate or something? Like
and
pirate?
that was it yeah higher mythology Greek mythology some mythology a lot of European mythology comes I don't know
Yeah.
my last name that it has seven possible for sure they had the right them but I also you know really March so basically uh, keep right stuff like that be world, God of the world. Face of us. And I hate it.
Well, the so not a
Last week, I also like the part. I would my last week there. Why did I was razor?
you ever watch the series Death Note on Netflix?
Okay,
Okay.
well then I had a absolute joke. Like
Oh, doesn't he have to like cross-legged all the time, or is
he
it
like
like
those
very?
deep like water like that. Like I don't know.
Yeah, no, definitely. Sorry.
I was like showed up. I was just for other kids. Fucking like they're all fuck that shit.
That must be like late in the month.
Watch the whole show. Take you serious, right?
Oh, yeah, dude. It's been a while. I don't remember him. I mean,
Guys,
no. Before I go into Riser, Ella character, I just love energy and persona, like the way he does things, like kind of very like full and productive reason for, but like well, I kind of schizo, but like
yeah,
comfortable in his schizo-ness. He doesn't watch me hear like strange or whatever. He
uh, everyone else. I'm like on the job right. Sure.
yeah, I mean also just like intelligent.
But
Yeah, and it reminded me of a lot of kind of. I mean, you've done LSD a lot, but for me, LSD just like changes your reality entirely. That character just very much applies higher, higher function, like like hyper awareness, but like
the ability to properly
exactly. He just cuts right to someone's on it. Could think of as he's thinking in such an abstract way. I just wanted to mention, just unlock the key.
How you kill out of kill all that. Well, I guess I should tell you. I'm sure. And I hope no regret. Know you're watching. So wow. This is crazy wild. Hey, killer. But
Yeah, it been a
mind.
what amazing piece of television. Yeah, literally an iconic fucking television.
Truly.
Whoever the writers are, I however the fuck they thought of.
Exactly. Maybe. Oh, what I. They felt like
Yeah. Rabbi, have you ever seen fucking
I don't know what that is.
anime. I don't know if you watched
Is
it.
it good?
Rabbi?
No, I'm just like Speed Racer. No, I haven't either.
in the show and like that?
So, like, follow,
I guess
I can feel like, and
visuals or things.
apps, like, so fast. Family, stuff, hope we praise. So, true, have a, like, oh, like, family, um, um, like, that shit doesn't happen. But fraction.
What's in the shell is really good. It's like a matrix.
True.
Pokemon anime is not. I like Pokemon.
Yeah.
Fuck. Hey, the Pokemon. Very useful.
Like
Relaxing.
I'm with I actually just download Oxy. I would take and I so
Well, back item.
Oxy. I'm always very fascinated with you have that rebel attitude where you felt very comfortable higher that keep you working shoulder and then but they didn't let him do the contract. But let him just two clubs, one which was one and I like how you he always felt better or what wrong doesn't shoot. Develop issues together. Trace. How do you trace and the draw?
Yeah, no, the old style of animation would be like drawing paper, alternating, like have a start frame, frame, and frame of, and they're literally physically papers to kind of gauge start, middle, and frame of like a little tiny like one like where to draw like part of it, and now it's process. So it was so much more arduous back then. They also just just amped down the frames per second. You can make it like frames per second unless you had to budget of those dollars.
Now we're
One yeah, YouTube was uh, 10 like video people getting the admiring background.
yes. I'm trying to collaborate. Great guy. Like, so,
Hey, who doesn't love a nude fucking party? Find me if I can fucking take a party, dude. Who cares if your parents in-laws are there, dude? I'm fucking.
you know what happened?
Hey, if you invite me to a wedding, don't expect me to not.
Kind of rabbi happens Friday, fresh time. Rabbi,
Maybe. I appreciate it.
I know he was trying to distract. I don't know.
I'm not good enough as the foreground artist. What the fuck are you saying?
Like that wasn't like, hey, thanks. I don't know. All that, but it's like the guys and
Yeah. And Imagine if that was the straw that broke the friend. That bitch. I don't you want me to drop fucking trees. I'll fucking
Tree? How about I tell you? Hang you from. I mean,
there's a good story at alleyway crackhead.
if that was probably still highly up, but I don't think they will ever come when I don't think or speak highly of them. And yeah, but if maybe my opinion, but they're a good guy.
Tiger's illustration. Skyrocket.
Who knows, you know? That thing. So okay. What's the other reason? On the nutrition. I have it's stuff like I was I didn't make content. I didn't like try to interact with children or anything. That was kind of accomplish what I wanted to like, but instead of actually educating kids, I wanted to avant-garde data, and it was teaching kids. No, but it was a imagine being working here and don't have time to teach your kids about these Zapruder stuff. There should be a cartoon kid about the and so I had funny. I had two
that grassy knoll.
I wish.
Nebraska goal. Like, can you imagine that? Um, boy, travel.
More people with dogs.
All right. How
Oh, a lot.
much? Good buddy. For this one.
I do. Going down to the base in Florida.
Yes.
Starts with an H. It starts with an H. Holloman Air Force Base.
Go find out. like year after he hung out with Richard Nixon. Like, wife, like, something happened. I think that not very quickly. Jack beyond the not long after went to the airport. Jackie just divorced his wife. Goes all the story. I incorporated that story. The man fucking traveled. Wife came back and realized you know this will be. I've been gone for years. We've been on funny thing. Jackie, please. And that's why I couldn't figure out how to do it. We got it off the ground. But they're trying to draw a cartoon picnic like Futurama and trying to basically I only have Stone because Jackie, but I can't spread Stone. It has like constant reiteration. It's a funny project. Like
way too convoluted.
Exactly. I'm trying to read only for an audience, but it's not really for. You know what I mean? Like Jackie shouldn't have them have fucking whiskey in the bourbon in their hand, and, Scotch rocks or something. Or always going to be drinking. Not talking about it.
No. The funniest like subconscious where you an animation as a
What did it mean?
fucking like third other topic, but then just like additional layer of this is like meant for kids. Makes it so much fucking funnier.
Exactly.
I'm gonna do that with that I came up with. For puppies, it's gonna be like this fucking retarded.
Dog, that could be really big, dude. Dog, that could be really big.
Oh yeah, no, trust me. Puppy does, but it's hard as fucking like how these are.
Exactly.
I have, and that is a really beautiful show while you're fucking stoned on marijuana.
I absolutely agree. Right on us.
It's like if you're not on marijuana, then you don't deserve to fucking watch. It's literally designed.
One of some show. Science does choose and last all of these last mom and so last as and understand giant version of that was small and everything smaller such that here and that's a trip my brain done and I said, am I watching a cartoon show? The main character said dimethyl. And I rewound it. Sure shit. Talks about and I said not exactly. And then it broke my heart because I realized that ice cream is not a bad guy. Or Simon. I will, yeah. Bro, yeah, exactly. I'm looking at it right now.
I mean, this is what fucking artwork, the amalgamation of just plain color condensed into this fucking little isotope fucking thing, and then releases this fucking hit of dopamine in your brain at it because there's so much potency, and that's what.
So I look and I think of Riser probably.
Oh, Beeple crab?
Crap, okay.
No, Beeple. You mean like Beeple the blender artist?
Yeah, but he did other stuff before. But like the color and saturation, it's not the same for anything because he augments different ways. But I up in final. Maybe it wasn't. I could have swore it was.
Yeah, I mean, Beeple has his own style. There's two more that I made in this whole series, and they're just like kind of these. A lot of color to absorb in your brain. Beeple is not as colorful, but has cultural relevance, prominent. I don't I don't I don't have anything against people, and I think that his work is pretty. For me, it's just like colors is what matters primarily along the subject and finding them all into plus fuck of like monsters. You guys are an empty of New York hallucinogen.
Because your artwork, because of all the colors, I know you're going to appreciate Speed Racer now. If it's the art you make, you're gonna really like the fucking colors of Speed Racer. It is.
Yeah.
You don't.
I for it. No, it's really like difficult to find. Not trying to turn to like something as concentrated.
I know exactly what you mean. Then
Yeah, right now. And because color is like the foundation of everything, and a lot of work incorporates color, but there's like abstract ways to incorporate color that blows your mind entirely, and that's the shit that I'm after. So like, yeah, a lot of people aren't trying to encapsulate that, and I'm on that fucking acid MDMA fucking pierce me out. Trying to bring out all that fucking like, underlying color that could make you feel so amazing.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah,
and this is just a fucking little whatever the fuck Frida program, like just taking a bunch of fucking Pokemon and fucking with but when you step back, it all becomes work. Like that when you throw your
A lot of like that is what I guess my friend who's the artist that artist very lower current to imagine twin up on the sea. They look the same. So now one of them we are partners Hollywood, and the other one, the hairstylist, direction. Trying to have configuration of rods tones, color blend, trying to continent all perspective that only people color their head. And that's I have no issues. I like colors. I color vision, your eyes too bright on my I watch those cartoons like that mine, but obviously they're right in the corner. I like it. I like the I like I like the color.
yeah, definitely have check that one. Yeah, but
I don't want to say that was
I feel like I maybe have seen that movie. I feel like was there like a remake of the movie where it's like a more modern version, but you're referring to the more classic version?
I'm talking about the Wachowski movie. So I mean, I'm talking about the movie that came out with Kendall Hirsch. It had Christina Ricci, it had Brandon, John Goodman, the guy who's Bob. Yeah, it came out in 2011.
There was a remake, if I remember.
There was a cartoon show, Wachowski one, cartoon, cartoon, appeal. That's I
how did
Well, I mean, honest, people have always had a problem with people not taking it serious. You don't need to have this here. Sorry. It's not funny. Of all the
Have you ever-
names,
have you ever been to Poland?
no,
But
no. I've never been to one. I'll always just like everyone else. So I don't know. Like, oh, hey, what? They got better hot dogs than German. So,
even in Europe though?
no, I've not
Really? No way.
been all over America, but yeah, dude.
Never been to Scandinavia or the Middle East?
No, I'm
You were
never
in
in the
Mexico?
Middle East. No, no, I've been to Mexico.
You've never gone across.
Gone a lot of times. I was Romania. I was a lot of times. Falls apart. Maybe it's my fault. I'm probably a bad.
Oh, it's all good. Figure out the rest of the time.
Yeah. Everything works out. Walk through Europe for the rest of my life. I want to be like twice in like twice.
Excited, and you're just gonna walk to the bottom of the ocean. Fucking Florida. Walk your way to Portugal.
That's all I need.
Noah's Ark.
Dogs in the sea, comes out for a nice.
For some YouTube money, we're going to fucking. Yeah, that was funny when I was drawing and fucking scribble games to watch. They're like, I knew from the started that curve drawing. Like, we come in your toilet and fucking market. However, it's struggling, but you're like, I was like, I saw it on my screen pop up. Cat got it right. I'm like, fuck yeah, Cat, man, you fucking. You're guessing fucking like it's like nothing. You're like, no, I fucking got this. Whatever fucking grades off of you took as like a fucking 5-year-old, it paid off.
And the vanity, like I started drawing that curve. Wrote.
Literally like a bloodhound fucking sniffing for words. All over the trail. I mean, this black is not an obvious like little
That
nation.
did a great job.
But
The whole thing.
Yeah, no, people are like, Rabbi is like, no, handle. How do you handle? I'm like, no, man. Look, little first. Then that's the worst part of the charade. Like, you want to give them you want to push them, you want to leave them. You want to give them away. You're like, thing, but not this. Right?
No, but
That's bad. And it's also like the sequence of see the turd, the toilet. Now see the handle last, and then I'm pointing arrows and circling the handle. Like, okay, what does this handle have to do? I'll picture.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
I was like, I gotta play like as you start.
Yeah, I mean it could be a lot of things. Biological functions, but that made me
You
fucking salute this guy right now. Like, can't play my shitty drawings in this fucking one.
no, dude, that was fun. That was but we all had fun. That was that's exactly what we draw. That is right. That's what we draw. And then, so, to be fair, we all also really that's what you fucking we all had a real. Is that really what you were gonna try to pass up? We all have more of the rabbi with the crack, that was it.
Yeah, it's interesting how you're just using a word and you're like, okay, and that word. And it's like, okay, what is the lowest common denominator that everyone can understand in a visual format? It might not have to be directly with the word, but it's like some connotation associated with that word that but pretty funny.
Yeah, I think the worst one was like we all had the word, but like parachute in ditch.
Paragliding.
I was me. I was like paragliding. Starts with para. Gonna come close. I was like, you're right on the money. Just change the
No,
money.
it's not your fault because that was I didn't shoot paragliding that, but I didn't know I had to place it in, not item that it verb, the action of what happens when you're wearing one in the air, like past, present, future.
That I kind of maybe that's fall. It owns like fucking adjectives like paraglide or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just kind of free reign. But I mean, in my mind, you guys just paraglide.
I think so, and we all did. We all got that. That is, I think,
What have we got?
right. Also, early to certain kind of at it. very
I feel like if you were to like boil down like a boiled egg, and I just like one little response to how it thought that necessarily that like everyone connection benefit like yeah, it's like the greater of that thing is kind of like blank slate to interpret whatever the fuck you want. I honestly yeah, are, but it feels like the most comfortable belief. Like no, it sounds because of the way like it feels free. I know there's no built in that
like or like any of I have my dark moments.
yeah,
You know, certain absolutely guys are come KANT. Uh, um,
sounds like cunt, but it's not cunt.
but it's spelled like but does.
But can't gorgeous fun, but you know,
And
stuff boils down to
as their way of but a carrot might have taken away from them.
it's just the most base philosophy.
Most base philosophy. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I'll pour gasoline on fire and light it. I don't give a shit. None
Fire's
of it
pretty.
makes sense anyway.
Fire's pretty. What are you talking about? How's it not a
Going fishing, but I am saying I will fucking eat you fucking thing that you're eating. Yeah, I mean, I, I don't know if you have ever seen my artwork. I don't remember. Maybe I showed you this.
oh, like
Called I think it makes a dope little character, and I could start a whole clothing brand on this content and that's because it's fun. It's also kind of dark and satanic and with the satanic Herman cats, but fuck those people. Let's go.
I see inspiration from the Pokemon Unknown.
My dog.
Nice. Very cool. I can kind of tell that there's a texture to it.
The spells on it. Some random wall. It comes from
Interesting.
the tear from the eye, not represent sadness, but and represent kind of like all creatures kind of that's like innocence maybe. I don't know what the fuck it means really, but it means like like the authenticity of hey, maybe life's not going perfect all the time. I don't need to pretend that life's going perfect all the time. Maybe it's really rough. I don't fucking there's pain in life. There 50% of the time.
Sure.
Oh, you have some artwork thing?
Just a picture of the thing with the edge, like deep oil paint.
That shit's hard.
I don't know. I hate
People
using
are like,
acrylic.
no, frankly, it doesn't dry as quick. That's really.
No, I use waterfall. That was the first thing I ever painted.
Hawaii.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah. I didn't picture work on like island idea of so the dawn kind of like the day bridge.
bro, ride the waves, bro.
And I was like, like years. I was like, oh, we have to go to high. I don't have any on high ground. I'm like, and I was like, are you telling me, oh my God, the high ground, everyone gonna go to high ground, die anyway, but they're out. What else we could have a barbecue on the beach, and if it happens, we spend our last moments enjoying company, fucking rude, and everyone thought I was a fucking madman. Like, you're the ones who You're the ones who are insane. You're the ones who are insane for wanting to be afraid, act like you're about to die. And I'm just like, it sounds like you're all pretty sure we're about to. So let's go have a beer. Why am I the crazy one? How am I the crazy one?
Fucking homebrewed this kombucha and we're gonna fucking drink it on the fucking beach right now.
Yeah, what if this is the last chance we have to fucking have a company? You guys are all, weird. I think it's better to just smile the last day. Wonder out. You know what I mean?
That's where it comes in handy. You have like those like little 4 horsepower like pull the ripcord start little air drive motors, and then you just like rip into those.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure there's a tsunami in everyone's house, but I'm just gonna fucking live there. I'm fucking flying in the air right now. I think suspend myself in enough altitude and the shit washes over, and I'm fucking on board. My hot air balloon fucking yeah, now I'm in the hot air balloon. Where are you? Drowning.
Yeah. All because you were. Yeah,
that
you were all afraid.
wiping your ass out.
Dude, I'm telling you, like, we're all scared. I'd rather not be scared. I had to just hang out like by myself, like in the house. You know what I mean? Like, internet out. Could have been happening. And we all lived, by the way, obviously here I am. So it's like all of their fucking nothing. You should have had shit. Like, it doesn't matter which way you cut it. The right choice for all of us fucking part of you. Enjoy the last life if you're so sure it's like smile, shake hands, all one.
It's actually like the most beautiful. Or what?
Oh, sorry.
What do you think?
Oh, did
Yes, I did.
the reflections are
Never tried it. Bob.
Yeah. Bob Ross. Bob Ross.
Yeah, this fucking person has a walking in an alleyway by my house. This guy has this little hippie van, like camper van, like a Bob Ross painting, like painting on like the side of it, on like an old yellow bro, like a Bob Ross suit on the side of it.
Dude, Bob Ross is how I learned. I watched Bob Ross all the time. I showed you that first thing. I'm not even joking. I had never, like, I was sitting there watching Bob Ross. One and just watching Bob Ross, and it dawned on me. I was like, oh no, I think I have that idea in my head. I believe I can paint, but I've never done it. I believe I can paint because I've just watched Bob Ross so long. And now I have to buy a bunch of brushes. I have to make sure that I'm not just like up my ass. Bought everything and I started painting. Oh yeah, but yeah, I have it right over there. Yeah, after I painted it, like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then I looked at it and I laughed. Bob Ross is kind of the greatest fucking teacher. And yeah, he teaches the wet on wet method of the al fresco painting technique. Very, very helpful.
It's funny how much of life Bob Ross's philosophy or just general kind of outlook on life. Right. Most laid back motherfucker. Oh, and then what's the other? Bring one of like
All right. Time to be brave. Dream. Oh, right about here. There's no more in there. Everybody, friend. There's your dream little friend right here. That means like, now we can clean off the brush.
It's like impossible to be angry and mad and watch Bob Ross. Like if there's an antipsychotic medicine,
Yes.
so
Bob Ross is like watching Howie watching the like
Eric Will on first. Human Eric Will.
I have watched him just again friend the friend that I don't really talk to about background, but when I would watch Bob Ross start to get stuff, so I Ross start yelling at like like all right, let's go. No, you're gonna fuck it up. I mean, but this fucked up my old painting. What the fuck? Like throwing hands up in the air, like there's no way you're coming back from this one.
Dude, my fucking Tundra is fucked now. Fucking trying to put a cypress in there. What the fuck is cypress doing?
So, and then here he comes, white, blue, all of a sudden, snow on the fucking cypress. Like, yeah, tree, not the there's snow on the tree. It belongs to the tundra now. So I know.
I knew there was a fucking Arctic eagle hidden somewhere. Motherfucker.
Playing. We were just oh, I just want. I want. I just like opera. Fucking right. And gosh, all the turn my I chill. I turn back to the arm. Oh, don't look. I think that's Brian. I think Brian looks at me. She said that is Brian. The thought in my head is we're not getting fucked. And the second thought was now I have that that's Jim's son. And run creep. That's Kermit's brother behind me.
And that man literally comes fucking blood giant.
Exactly. I was like, you know what? Never mind. Probably not him. That's him. And I can't help myself. No, this guy's creepy. And then hang on, let's go get our tickets. Walks up. Oh, hey, I got 3 tickets for Brian Henson. I like electricity in my body. I was like, it's him.
Period blood on a
I'm telling you, I went.
it started fucking ovulating.
I was ready. Okay. Wanted to have his muppet.
All fucking men.
So, I do Brian Henson there. I might be thinking to myself, I might be public because out on a now, but had like when I got a bit.
No dick for you, dog. No fucking dick for you. No, Brian fucking Henson. The sim of fucking son of Kermit the Frog. Get the fuck out of here.
I was done with it.
Fucked up, ho. Fucked up.
You could have just said, oh, wow.
I mean,
Oh, and then I got Eric Idle. Now, I don't, Matt is one of the original cast members, and he
literally has the most fucking, goddamn, he has more fucking, alright, go on.
sorry. So, but growing jokes, he knows all these friends, so like I can like after it comes out, minutes I don't want to draw attention. I will have to play skating. Oh my god! So I kept
He had
telling him, I
more
was like,
head, he had more head fucking hemorrhoids.
so afterwards, she's like, I want my like, why don't you have a night? She wanted her picture, so after and then picture for her, and I'm first of all, from comic, and she's then I and then hey, for me, like, and I could tell he pictures of trends. So, well, I would like to let you know that I said, but I would say I've watched you my entire life, brought nothing to hate, picture, or photograph.
Yeah, no, that's what like says. Like, yeah, coming up to him, just like looking photo, and it's so superficial.
Yes.
Like, oh, fucking, let's all look at it. And yeah, actually, they like say words to them that actually are slightly meaningful.
Yeah, like, exactly.
Everyone is just like, oh, man, I want us together, and now we're nice, but so much down to earth. Fucking appreciate the person.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to do.
I thought, I'm proud of you that you said that. But with any celebrity, it's hard to be like, oh no, I need my fucking.
Like, I want my treat. I want my like, I tell you a story. I drove. I don't. I'll tell you. I did. I'm a where hope across appreciative person. I got to, and
No, maybe you say like, oh hey, like you just like repeat some funny line you said during your not even remember and you see fucking vegetables and you genuine laugh instead of some phony fucking picture for some audience.
right. I I kind of that. I've had a lot of different, much higher, but it doesn't matter because part of it. I had friends.
Third Rock from the Sun.
Rock from the Sun. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yes.
Rabbi does. Yeah. So I met French guy who was the cat. Great. Not really ass. You were a great job. You were such an ass. It's like he was shocked. And then he got this smile. And he's like, thank you. Like, yeah. And I was like, that means I hated you. And you were saying, didn't want to tell him he was funny as that character everyone knows him as. You know what I mean? Yeah.
It shows that you like care about him enough to actually like the role. He's like, oh, this guy actually knows who I am below like the general MVP level of
Exactly.
media. And he's like, oh, I'm gonna appreciate that.
I don't know. You recognize you and you're proud of it. How can you not? Naturally,
Sometimes sometimes a bro fix is better than a fucking
telling. I was making up for it. It was just a benefit. So, you know, get those. Rarely about it would happen. I also Fred Savage. My favorite celebrity encounters, they're not like, that Brad Pitt, drinking cool this guy. Yeah, right after he was the director.
oh shit, he was really the director of all kind of
They did most of it, but
Glenn whoever
Glenn Howerton.
that is one of the greatest of all time.
I think
I'm lucky.
Yeah.
I'm lucky that I haven't all ever watched the overall sense of it.
It's made with a lot of care. It's so
Exactly.
show.
Exactly. They actually put a lot of thought to saying and they most importantly weren't afraid to try push of what is and they're just like fuck whoever doesn't give a shit. We're just they're not gonna tailor to societal norms what the show should be like is their own. But I'm surprised that you knew the fucking director of it. I love Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Well, he was only the director. He only the director for season 4 and 5. Watching it now, so you know, as to the day that when I would watch an episode, I would like, oh, Fred directed. And I was like, fuck, he directed stuff. LA. LA. A lot of involved around the film industry. You're not in the film industry. Play fan of film.
Oh, you were in Los Angeles? Not Vegas? Always in Los
Let's see. LA, Anaheim, Texas, Florida for a couple. Yeah, no. Half my line.
Okay. So mostly in the California.
Yeah, Southwest of America. I guess all these by so.
Have you met Rabbi or Rabbi?
No, we. Funny. I grew up in Anaheim, 22 freeway away from him. Right, you know what I mean? So where I lived, I would take it on the freeway down. And my dad, way, did you go to Cal State like my dad?
No.
No? Sorry, I don't know why I thought you did.
That's okay.
Yeah, Rabbi, why wouldn't you have from me one fucking highway away now?
No, it's more than that.
We didn't know each other back then.
Yeah, it's 4 years.
I don't care.
4 hours away.
You should have.
Okay. Hey guys, I've been working on this thing. I've got to get. I haven't been up too long.
No worries, brother.
Take care, my friends. Happy New Year to you guys. Love you guys. Take care. It was an absolute pleasure. Whooping ass. I love when we play a game and I don't know who won at the end of it because we're all pretty even. So that's the highest compliment I can pay you guys from a gaming standpoint.
Yeah, fucking look out for
One thing that I want to show you guys before I'm gonna put the finishing touches on this, but I've been just drinking water because I know it's just because I haven't slept. I was up all last night and then up till tonight. Okay, so a lot of times, look, I need something to go viral. Okay, it's just as simple as that. And I'm in this Wall Street Bets Discord, and these guys they're really into stocks and stuff. So I made this GIF that is it's censored, but I'm gonna see how it works. So it's here. So you probably I can, so, but the one thing is at the very bottom, it, yeah, it's got my name and at least from Instagram. And if I can get these guys to start using this as a gift, especially on Twitter and all that kind of stuff, it's like a free shout out for me, and they can spread that in a lot of different places. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah,
Yeah.
we'll see how it goes. It's got a lot going on.
that's how fucking
Something's got to work. All right, again.
argument hacking. I really get carried away by his example. I think so. I don't know. I think that in this really that's kind of and arguing against something that someone else is great and argue perhaps as you know said like or admire find a common fault among those type of uh uh voices and intellectual uh gets free that a problem should be challenged and and logic economic crisis. In fact, I did a podcast and stated, I heard your podcast. I learned stuff about what things I never my I can let person challenge but there's something that was a conversation about that doesn't around is fire or that you more about I think you also God
I don't know, Frank, for decades, that's Spanish that but that it, those waters with in the year 1200, Elizabeth granted an official royal charter. This formed the company and it gave them a monopoly to trade with. Now, the East India Company will be a major story to come. Their interactions with Caribbean pirates is of a legend. But for now, despite their monopoly, their position was not as strong as it might seem. The monopoly really only applied to other English merchants. They had plenty of competition. First of all, these were Portuguese waters, and the Portuguese were still there. Though this was the Portuguese Empire under Philip, they were significantly weaker than they had been. They were still a threat that had to be dealt with. But regardless, the English merchants still managed to kind of profit. However, the real competition came on the backs of Dutch ships. In the wake of the Armada and during a lull in the Eighty Years' War, the Dutch Empire was really beginning. Decades of English and Dutch attacks on Spanish merchant shipping had left a void in international seafaring trade, and it was really more than anyone else the Dutch who filled that void. They had a new ship, the fleet, which was really huge compared to any of the other merchant ships. It was about twice as long as any of these other vessels, and it had a squared hull that could hold 2 to 3 times the cargo of any other ship. The Dutch quickly came to dominate trade in the Baltic Sea, in the North Sea, and in they pushed the English aside, and even the Spanish, with whom they were currently at war, were forced to concede the peaceful trade. Soon, the Dutch found themselves in the Mediterranean, and they controlled trade with Constantinople and Alexandria. These were major trading ports, places that were centers of trade for both Africa and the Middle East. The entire Muslim world traded through them. ports, so if you wanted any goods from them, you had to trade in one of these had a business interest in, they suddenly found themselves the victims of completely unrelated cryptid attacks until they were either sunk or forced to leave. It really operated kind of like the mafia. It was sort of a look, do business with us, you're going to make money, for a little bit on the side, we're going to protect you. And if anybody else tries to encroach on our business, they're going to be sleeping with the fishes. And it worked marvelously. The Dutch found themselves in control of the largest trading empire that the world had. In no time, they found themselves in control of all of the ports on the African coast and all of the gold and ivory that the continent carried, as well as all of the other goods slaves. It was in 1602 that the Dutch East India Company opened up for business. As the English crown had done, these merchants who formed the Dutch East India Company were given a monopoly on trade, but this ruffled a lot of feathers back in the United Provinces, so these merchants had to look elsewhere to make their money. Rival merchant firms began plans to form their own companies that would control the West African coast and all of the slaves that they buy. Now those slaves were traded solely with the New World, North America and the Caribbean primarily. This also gave them access to all of the tobacco and sugar that the New World had to offer. This became the most profitable trading route in the entire world, and everybody wanted in. And soon, every country in Europe was fighting for their place. This is episode number 14, The New. Dutch tactics at the dawn of the 17th century were very similar to English tactics at the last century. They primarily traded with Spanish New World colonies. Now, they weren't allowed to trade with the Spanish New World colonies officially, but they gave better deals than the Spanish did, and so the colonists preferred to buy from the Dutch. Beyond that, they also replaced the English and the French as the greatest piratical menace in the Caribbean. They turned to the Caribbean first as legitimate merchants, seeking sources for goods that were denied them by the trade embargo put on them by the Spanish. They were primarily interested in three goods: sugar, tobacco, and salt. Sugar and tobacco were luxury that all the best people had. If you went to visit somebody and they didn't have a sugar bowl to serve you tea, it was somewhat embarrassing. If they were unable to smoke a cigar or light a pipe after dinner, then it was also somewhat low class. Anybody who was anybody was using sugar and tobacco at this. They weren't just luxury goods for the elite, they were luxury goods for the merchant class and even the middle class. Basically, anybody who wasn't a proletariat peasant wanted a little bit of sugar and tobacco to show off just how classy they were. Now, sugar was seen as a relatively harmless luxury, something that sweetened the tea that the young ladies liked. But tobacco was catching on so quickly that people realized soon what a real menace it was. It caught on particularly fiercely in the Protestant church. Catholic churches all across Europe condemned the leaf as a heretical heathen ritual, but even in those Catholic countries, you would find Spaniards and Frenchmen and Germans all smoking tobacco. Even the church's condemnation could not keep the plant back. But in those Protestant countries, it was running rampant. In 1604, the newly raised King James I of England published the Counterblast to Tobacco. It read in part, quote, "Have you not reason then to be ashamed and to forbear this filthy novelty, so basely grounded, so foolishly received, and so grossly mistaken in the right use thereof? In your abuse thereof, sinning against God, harming yourselves both in person and goods, and breaking also thereby the marks and notes of vanity upon you, a custom loathsome to the eye, hateful to the nose, harmful to the brain, dangerous to the lungs." There's a lot going on in this book. He says, obviously, that it is harmful to the brain, dangerous to the lungs, hateful to the nose, it looks bad, it smells bad, it's bad for you. These are all obvious things. However, there's a lot of talk of God in there. The vanity line is very important. This is seen as a sinful act because it served no purpose other than as a luxury good and a status symbol. In Europe, the tide was beginning to turn. Vanity was seen as a dreadful sin. More and more people were climbing onto this train of Puritanism. We're going to talk a lot more about that later. But for now, despite the Puritan elements and the king's diatribe against the leaf, tobacco had caught on in England and in the Netherlands and in Spain, France, everywhere across Europe. Everyone was using it. Even looking over to Asia, going to cause a whole slew of its own problems in the air. Tobacco was quickly becoming something that everyone in the world wanted to live of. Salt, on the other hand, was not a luxury. It was a necessary element of life. If you lived on the North Sea, or if you lived on the English Channel, you were going to find yourself eating a lot of fish, primarily cod. And salt was used to preserve that cod for transport from harbor to harbor or overland. It wasn't only used for fish, but for curing all sorts of things, especially at sea. Basically, if you wanted to eat anything that wasn't freshly killed or put in your own garden, you were going to use salt to preserve it and keep it healthy. Unfortunately for the Dutch, they had recently lost their sole source of salt. Most of the salt in Western Europe came from salt mines in Portugal. Now, the Dutch and the Spanish Empire, including the Portuguese, were still embroiled in the Years' War. The Spanish decided to use a tactic against them, denying them all sorts of trade. Most of this the Dutch could get around. They had trouble finding a new source of salt in Europe. To return to the New World, where they quickly found an inexhaustible source on the coast of what is modern day Venezuela, then called Brazil. On the Araucaria Peninsula near Lake Araucaria, the Dutch found a salt plain that would supply their entire nation with salt for as long as they needed, at least for as long as they could get it from out of the hands of the Spanish. They sent their massive ships to collect as much salt as they could possibly carry, along with a few armed pinnaces and sloops to defend against any Spanish patrols that might come along. This was still all Spanish land, and while the locals had been willing to trade, the governors were well aware that these conditions would chase off any Dutch ship they found. But no patrols. Not one single vessel came to question or harass the Dutch. As they started thinking about it, they realized that they hadn't seen a single warship or official patrol boat on their entire trip to New York. So rather than keeping their pinnaces and sloops on hand to protect them, they sent them out to do a little investigating. No matter where they sailed, more and more boldly into Spanish-controlled harbors, they didn't find any warships or patrol boats. All they found were fat, heavy, and slow merchant vessels. Merchant vessels that the Dutch quickly relieved of any valuables they might have on board. This quickly became really the primary goal for the mission. Men who were admirals in the 80 Years' War back in Europe would bring their own vessels along, ostensibly, according to European politics, to protect their salt vessels, but really all they did was follow in German footsteps and attack as much Spanish merchant shipping as possible. For 6 whole years, the Dutch sailed around 800 of these large salt ships to Brazil, and for 6 years, their sloops raided and plundered. The New World had always been fully defended by Spain. It was a place that all of their riches stemmed from, but they quickly realized that this was now the most vulnerable point in the Spanish Empire, and they exploited that fact. As tales spread back in Europe of the rich waters of the Caribbean, the French Huguenot pirates who had for decades terrorized the Spanish came back in numbers. There were more French pirates in the Caribbean at this point in time than there ever had been in the past. The Dutch dwarfed the English fleets in the heyday of Drake and Hawkins. They were a menace that was unseen in the past. Their forebears, men like Drake and Vandermark and Castou, well, they would have been proud of seeing this new generation of young Protestant pirates taking on the Spanish, but they would have been shocked. These new pirates faced almost no resistance from the Spanish. The Spanish almost never sent ships against them, even after reports had been sent to the governor of their terrible deeds. When an especially bold governor would send out a couple of ships to try and take on this pirate menace, well, it was laughable. The Dutch and the French would sometimes just fire some shots at them, but more often they would just take their ships and drop off the Spaniards in small boats to get to land. The Spanish quickly realized that the more ships they sent against them, the stronger and stronger these fleets would become. The truth was that the Spanish Empire was completely bankrupt. Their wars against France, and then against England, and then against the Dutch, and then against Portugal, and all the while against the Ottoman Turks, had left them completely destitute. Philip had gotten them into so many engagements that all of the gold and silver of the New World, which they shipped over on massive flotillas twice a year, could still fund all of these wars. The mood at the Spanish court in the capital had been what would be called somber. Many historians have compared it to the last days of the Roman Empire, when the Visigoths were at the gates and the Huns came knocking, and they knew that their days were numbered, but they tried to protect their strength. However, their best efforts could not convince anybody else that they had anything left to hold them. Spanish colonists, who at this point were really American, most of the people that lived in the New World had been born in the New World. They huddled in their towns and their ports, and their enemies, the Dutch and French, ruled the water. The English, however, are noticeably absent from this time of Protestant piracy in the Caribbean. That new English king, King James, didn't share the former queen's attitude towards piracy. He punished and imprisoned any pirates that he caught, and he encouraged legitimate trade and commerce and colonization. Elizabeth had tried her hand at colonization several times, but it never really worked out. The English had made a lot more money off the piracy of men like Francis Drake, so colonies really got pushed to the back burner, but under James, he doubled his efforts. He focused primarily on North America. He had his dream of a new England that he granted the charter to Virginia. They sailed across the Atlantic to North America to the region known as Virginia, after Elizabeth the Virgin. In 1607, James. The attempted settlements at Roanoke had ended in disaster. Jamestown, obviously after King James I, was England's first successful and lasting attempt at a colony. A relief mission carrying supplies to the settlement at Jamestown 2 years later in 1609 was hit by a truly disastrous storm, and it shipwrecked at the island of Bermuda. The captain, a man named George Somers, had sailed under Sir Francis Drake as a young man and under Sir Walter Raleigh. He led these castaways on the island of Bermuda for 10 months. They really built a proto-settlement there. They built homes and fishing huts. This is supposed to be the inspiration for Shakespeare's play, but in addition to homes and shelter, they also built ships. And 10 months after shipwrecking, they sailed on to the colony at Virginia. Every creature, including the dog on board, had survived. In 1612, this man George Somers was granted his own royal license to build a permanent settlement in Bermuda. Now, if you look at a map, Bermuda is kind of perfectly situated between England and the New World. It's not an island in the Caribbean, but it is a place, kind of similar to the islands in the Atlantic that the Spanish and Portuguese traveled to. But soon, the English realized that the real money was not in tobacco plantations in Virginia or in new Puritan settlements in Boston. The real money was down south in the Caribbean. We've spent a lot of time, much more heavily on the region, and I'd like to spend just a little bit of time going over some of the basic geography. The Caribbean form a sort of barrier between the Atlantic Ocean and the Caribbean. This barrier stretches all the way from Florida to South America and forms almost kind of a hook shape. These islands are generally categorized into three different groups. The northernmost of these islands, the islands closest to North America, are collectively known as the Bahamas. There are a ton of these islands. They're all relatively small and kind of packed together. The waters in between them are all shallow and clear and beautiful. They all have miles of sandy beach and tropical palm trees. Basically, it's paradise. It's the Bahamas. The Spanish mostly ignored the Bahamas, at least in terms of colonization. They traded with the natives there and captured a lot of the natives as slaves, but really there weren't any Spanish settlements on them. Now, to the southwest of the Bahamas, there are the largest islands in the Caribbean, namely Cuba, Jamaica, Hispaniola, and Puerto Rico. These are known collectively as the Greater Antilles. The majority, really nearly all, of Spanish colonization in the Caribbean took place in the Greater Antilles. Now, the discovery of gold and silver on the mainland and the subsequent conquest of the Aztec and Incan empires pushed the Greater Antilles a little bit into the background. But the oldest and sometimes grandest settlements in the New World were still there on these islands, and they were still kind of a jewel in. And then to the southeast, the Greater Antilles lay the Lesser Antilles. They form really the hook part of that hook shape, kind of wrapping around from where the Greater Antilles and the Bahamas leave off to reach all the way around to the South American continent. The Lesser Antilles are generally split into two different sets of islands, the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands. The Spanish colonies are peppered throughout all of the Lesser Antilles, so mostly they were on the Windward Islands. That's where most of the Europeans first made landfall when they were crossing the Atlantic. That's all part of that triangle trade. You traveled south to Africa and then traveled west across the Atlantic. The Windward Islands where you were very first to make land. And it was here, in these Lesser Antilles, that the Dutch really first made They moved fast. These colonies were small and poorly defended, so the Dutch pushed basically all of the Spanish merchant ships. They became the only way for the few Spanish who were still left in their colonies there to get many of the goods that they needed just simply to live. As they pushed further and further into the Caribbean, the Spanish basically pulled back the Greater Antilles to the mainland. These were the only ports that were enough import for them to spend the resources it took to defend them. The Dutch controlled basically the entirety of the Lesser Antilles and Bahamas. Now, due to the years of the Spanish taking slaves and open warfare, and in many cases, mostly germs, these islands were basically uninhabited. There was almost no natives left on many of these smaller islands. So really, once the Dutch pushed the Spanish out, they had really nobody competing. The Dutch began to settle down and put down roots. They started colonies of their own and moved into the established Spanish colonies. At first, this was really just the actions of Dutch merchants who were looking to make a profit in the Caribbean, but soon it became a real place of warfare, an American theater of the 80 years. They not only came in and put down their own colonies, but pushed further and further into Spanish-held waters. Eventually, even all of the colonies of the Greater Antilles were forced to concede to trade. And the Dutch had such massive fleets that really the Spanish could do very little against them. They began building these truly impressive harbor forts on every place that they had a settlement that really made the thought of reconquest of these islands a non-issue. The Dutch were definitely here and were accustomed to that the Spanish really couldn't get out. But the Dutch weren't finished there. They pushed further into the Caribbean and then began to push into South America. That is the part at the southern end of the Lesser Antilles, being modern-day Venezuela. They started a really overland war campaign on the mainland against all the Spanish settlements. So all of the Spanish resources in the region were pushed into fighting against the Dutch, and the French and English used this as a perfect time to trickle in and begin setting up their own colonies. The very first English colony in the Caribbean was on the island of St. Kitts, or St. Christopher, named after Columbus. This was perhaps one of the first places to land. It was settled in 1623 by the English, and then in 1625 the French established a colony on St. Kitts as well. The French and the English, these were French Huguenot settlements, so they settled the island peacefully and split it between them. Now the Dutch were happy to have the French and the English. They were all good Protestants, mostly. There were some Catholics there, but it didn't encroach on the Dutch interest in the Caribbean. It really kind of enhanced the Dutch and the English were building sugar and tobacco plantations in their settlements, but building plantations is kind of an expensive endeavor and really kind of work. Trade was really the preferred means that the Dutch used to make a profit. They preferred to bring in tools and all sorts of manufactured goods into the colonies and then export all of their produce back to Europe for sale. This was a lot less work and really made them a lot more money. Notably, the most important and valuable cargo of all was what the Dutch excelled at, the sale of human beings. The Dutch could really be given credit or blame for starting the early 17th century plantation. They really built this entire economy in the Caribbean. There were manufacturing centers, primarily Antwerp and Amsterdam, that built all of the machinery needed to process sugar and tobacco. Their slave ships carried untold numbers of Africans to the New World to work for French and English masters, and their merchants carried all of the goods produced back to Europe for sale. Really, the Dutch facilitated this entire New World economy, built entirely on the back of African. The Dutch were really the masters of the New World at the time. But despite all of the profit that this plantation system created, still their most emotionally satisfying venture was piracy. Now, Spanish ships all over were being attacked by Protestant ships, but in 1628, a Dutch admiral named Jacob Hein killed Sir Francis Drake's crew. He sailed toward the Spanish Main with a fleet of Dutch naval vessels, bolstered by another fleet of Dutch Caribbean. It was in the waters near Mexico they intercepted the Spanish treasure fleet. Initially, Admiral Hein took 8 ships. He had to chase the rest of the fleet down, but in the end he took a total of 16 ships, some in the open ocean, and finally capturing the last few on the coast of Greece. Now, all of these ships were virtually unguarded. They didn't have a fleet of warships to guard them because the Spanish couldn't afford it, so they took all of these ships without bloodshed, and stole enough money from the Spanish to fund the Dutch army for a full 8 months. Now, despite the blow to the Spanish financially, Admiral Hein was not a monster. He released all of his Spanish prisoners with ample provisions and a guide to take them to Havana. He did, of course, take their ships, but the race for colonies in the Caribbean was on. Now, it should be noted that these colonies were not official royal colonies. The English and the Dutch and the French all spread throughout the Caribbean. Their monarchs were all otherwise occupied. Back in England, King James had passed away, and his son Charles had taken the throne. Turns out, Charles wasn't the best of monarchs. That Puritan element in his country was gaining steam and causing Charles a lot of trouble. There were a series of civil wars in England, so the English crown was not really worried with anything that was happening in the New World. Now, on the continent, both the 30 Years' War and the 80 Years' War were still raging, so nearly every nation in Europe was embroiled in some sort of warfare. The only people who cared what was happening back in the New World were the merchants who were trying to make as much money as possible, and the pirates who wanted to steal as much of that money as they could. Now, that's not to say that the English crowns didn't have an interest in their New World colonies. Anybody who had founded a colony in the Caribbean paid their respective monarch a percentage of their profit. It could even be argued, and has been by many historians, that these early days of Caribbean colonization caused many of the wars raging throughout Europe. The English would go on to take the islands of Barbados, Antigua, Montserrat, and Anguilla. The French would take Guadeloupe, Martinique, St. Martin, St. Barts, St. Lucia, Grenada, and St. Croix. The Dutch, the Danes, the Swedes, the Norwegians, they all took their share, and for a time, the Northern Europeans ruled the Caribbean. The Spanish, in a drastic and attempt to combat this incursion, they greatly hated their enemies, and they really gave rise to Caribbean piracy. They planned to deny the Dutchmen and the English and French the tobacco and sugar that they desired. So they banned tobacco production in Brazil for 10 years. Then they depopulated the entire island and moved all of the people from these islands to larger populations. One of the most drastic was when the Spanish took the entire population of the northwest part of the island of Hispaniola and moved them to the other side of the island. And it was here, just off the northwest coast, that we find a small island, insignificant really, that Christopher Columbus discovered on his first voyage. In his journals he reported, out of the mist, he saw this island rising, a large, round mountain that reminded him of nothing so much as a massive torch. He gave the island her name, Tortuga. The island of Tortuga was a long-time haunt of pirates in the Caribbean. Dutch and French pirates used the island as a place to launch against shipping going to Hispaniola. It had a really great port that was large enough for about 2 gunships together, so it could be easily defended. But after the Spanish withdrawal towards Santo Domingo, an even larger host of English and French pirates made landfall. They intended to set up shop on Tortuga for good. They chased off the few remaining Spaniards, and in 1625 they established a colony on Tortuga. For a time they planted crops. They hunted, they fished, and they raided the Spanish. This was a collection of true scallywags who were feasting on boar and pigeon and Spanish loot. But that was, of course, something that the Spanish could put up with. Eventually, they did come to the island. The men who had settled Tortuga saw the Spanish coming. They ran to their canoes where they rode to the mainland. The Spanish followed these pirates over to Hispaniola. They intended to track them down, but they had a lot of trouble. These men were wily and wild. They were at home on the ocean or in the mountains. The pirates lured the Spanish further in, until one night they snuck past the nearly 800 Spanish soldiers back to their canoes. They rowed back to Tortuga. And when the pirates returned, they found that the Spanish had built a small fort and left a few Spaniards living there. The French and English intended to exile or kill the Spaniards, but as it turned out, they weren't really Spanish at all. These men were locals who had been born and raised on Tortuga, or some of them on the nearby coast on Hispaniola. The men spoke Spanish, but they had no love for their governors or their overlords. They were really these locally born Americans. And it turns out they really liked Tortuga. They showed these pirates how they'd always survived on the island. The locals, along with a growing number of Amerindian natives, showed the pirates which trees they had always cut for tea. There was sandalwood, candlewood, which gave a rich yellow dye. There were palms, which they used for wine, and there were yams they used to make food. They were shown all around the best fishing grounds and a place where hundreds of thousands of fish flocked every year. The natives showed them their traditional methods for hunting, trapping wild boar. They did so without dogs, guns. And the natives showed the European pirates their preferred method for cooking, using a rack to smoke and roast meat. The Arawak called this rack bukan. The French and the English, as it turned out, loved meat and cooking, and they took that Arawak word as a new title. They were no longer pirates, but buccaneers. This was supposed originally to symbolize a shift in occupation. They meant to be hunters of boar who sold pelts to the Dutch, and timber merchants selling wood. They meant to produce yams and dye and build a real colony, a sustainable place to live. They sent for wives and families, and they built farms and houses and were trying to build something new. These pirates were trying to give up a life of violence and trying to build a colony that was all their own. It was a place that was unique in the Caribbean, where Spaniards, Englishmen, French, Dutch, and natives, even free Africans, they all flocked. They had an elected governor, but they had no royal authority or national allegiance. These were a free people. Now, they were mostly Protestant, but there were still Catholics there as well. And the Africans and the native people practiced their own religion. Nobody was trying to kill them. These people in Tortuga chose their own leaders. For a time, it was really a democratic paradise. They called themselves, originally at this time, Brethren of the Coast. But the old world was soon enough to encroach upon them, drag them back into a world of warfare and religious struggle. In England, the civil wars were not going well for Charles, and a young Puritan MP named Oliver Cromwell, along with his associates, plotted to found a new English colony along Puritan principles. Now, they had founded the colony at Boston, Massachusetts, and it was flourishing, so Cromwell had his eyes on putting something in the Caribbean. A group of these Puritan leaders received a royal commission from Charles to open the Providence. In 1631, they planted settlements on Providence and Henrietta Island. Now, don't worry if you're unfamiliar with these islands, they really didn't last long. Now, these settlements were so far away from the established English colonies in the Lesser Antilles that their efforts at trade completely failed next to the cheaper and more reliable Dutch line. So the Providence Company turned their eyes on Tortuga. There, the Puritans established a thoroughly English colony where they imported slaves, they planted tobacco, and persecuted anyone that wasn't thoroughly Protestant enough. They split the island by the old national boundaries, and both the French and English factions built forts to protect their towns and their harbor. Now, after failing at trade and at tobacco planting, which was so lucrative a vocation that even the smallest farmers cultivated it, the Providence Company turned to piracy. The pirates of the Providence Company were the worst kind of pirates. They were the boring. Their captains banned drinking. They banned whoring. They banned any music that was not an official hymn. They even banned card playing. All I imagine on board these Providence Company pirate vessels are men who are praying silently and looking for Spanish vessels to sack. They did, however, sack Spanish vessels successfully, and they raised Spanish ire. So in 1635, a Spanish fleet attacked Providence Island and the British settlement. They were held by the Providence Islanders, but then they moved on to Tortuga. On Tortuga, they occupied the island. Now, most of the men were off hunting in the mountains or raiding the sea, but any men they captured, they hung. There were no questions, there were no trials, just execution. All of the women and children were exiled. Now, attacking a settlement that has an official royal charter might seem like an act of war or the sort of thing that would start a war, but that wasn't exactly the case. While the 80 Years' War was raging, the English and French were both at peace with Spain. But the colonial powers had adopted an unofficial policy known as the No Peace Beyond the Line policy. It meant that below the line of demarcation set by the Treaty of Tordesillas in 1894, politics and treaties of old Europe did not hold. In reality, what this meant was that the New World was up for grabs, and whoever could take land and hold it had it. There was no such thing as an act of war in the New World, only a quest for colonization. Now, for these attacks on Tortuga and Providence Island, the men of the Providence Company all obtained letters of reprisal from France. Before they could use them, though, the island of Providence was eventually taken by the They took every man that they found and sent him back to Spain. Now, the Puritan pirates, with these letters of reprisal, remained in the Caribbean, and they rallied under a man named Captain William Jackson. Armed with letters of marque, they decided to set sail and plunder. Now, in March of 1643, Captain Jackson took his 7 ships and sailed into what would eventually become the port of Kingston. They went ashore. They marched on a town called Villa de la Vega, which is now known as. There were 500 English buccaneers that attacked the city, which was, at the time, the principal settlement on Jamaica. There was a fierce but brief firefight on the English. Now, these buccaneers, in fact, really all buccaneers, followed in the footsteps of Francis Drake. Taking ships was all well and good, but tobacco and sugar were heavy, and it took a lot of time to turn them into gold. Taking cities, though, was a much better enterprise. You had the opportunity to ransack the homes of the rich, taverns of all the food and drink, and then ransack the town. For the troubles of these 500 English buccaneers, they received a grand total of 7,000 pieces of bacon, 10,000 pounds of cassava bread, and 200 head of cattle. In truth, it wasn't much, but a number of the Englishmen were so enamored with the island of Jamaica that they decided to abandon ranks and stay there, many of them taking on Spanish wives. And even the Englishmen who stayed loyal and went back to England loved the island so much that it filled the entire English consciousness with kind of a lust for the island, which we'll return to eventually. Back on Tortuga, though, the island had returned to life. Now, once again, it had no rulers. The Providence Company was gone, and it had no crown to make them bow. Dutch, French, English, native, and African all called the island home, but it wasn't the idyllic colony it had been. All of the respectable settlers and farmers on the island had been killed, and no more would come to settle down. The only women who would elect to go to Tortuga were prostitutes, and the only children on the island were their bastards. There were few legitimate businesses, and the few that there were only taverns that were filthy places that served cheap rum and wore. Now, there were merchants on the island, to be sure, but there were no craftsmen, no cobblers. If you needed a pair of boots, you would take them from a dead man. And these merchants served only to the goods that the pirates stole, selling them to the Dutch. There were only 2 industries on the island of Tortuga, and every man there took part in both. Once again, they hunted boar, and once again, they hunted gold. This is where history records the brethren of the buccaneers of Tortuga, and begins to tremble. These men held no allegiance to kings, and they held even less allegiance to each other. No one in the Caribbean was safe from nighttime raids. No ship, save the Dutch merchant vessel, failed to guard against attack from the Buccaneers. If the island had once been a paradise, now, in the eyes of everyone in the Caribbean, it was hell, and Lucifer himself resided. Well, actually, two Lucifers resided there. There was a Dutch pirate named Hendrik Jacobzoon who sailed with the Brethren. He was called by authorities, quote, the worst shark in the sea, end quote, and he was named Lucifer for his propensity to use fire when taking a ship. Now, Jacobzoon was killed in 1627. He left behind a man who may have been his son through an African woman. Even if he wasn't his son, he taught this young man the art of fire. The man's name was Diego the Mulatto, but when Jacobzoon died, he took on that title, Diego Lucifer. Now, as with most of our pirates, Diego's early life is pretty unclear. Frequently associated with other men, and his origins are cloudy. There's a lot of confusion over exactly which Diego is that. There are several Diego the Mulattos, but this man, Diego Lucifer, becomes much clearer as time went on. First records that can be undeniably attributed to him show him living on the Spanish Main, the Yucatan Peninsula, at the town of Campeche, with the godfather. Now, he received an education and reportedly spoke several languages. We know Spanish and Dutch are enough, but his education may not have been all that thorough. After all, Diego the Mulatto was a lower class citizen. Anybody who had mixed racial blood was seen as secondary in the rigid social stratification of the Spanish. So Diego's best opportunities were to become an officer either in the army or on a ship, but even his rank on a ship or in the army was limited. This was something that got under Diego's skin. He railed against it and was known to carry a sword with him everywhere. He was hot-tempered and really answered any insults that he received with steel. Later in life, he spoke of one such insult. Now, we don't exactly know all the details, but it appears that his insult they couldn't give answers. See, it was a white man of high standing that gave it to an officer that did not retaliate against. So Diego left and he set out to sea. His first ship was probably a tiny vessel, maybe even just an open rowboat with a couple of casks of rum and water. He took ships and upgraded his vessel until eventually he was raiding all along the coast of the Spanish Main. And then the record states that he joined the crew of Jacob, who may have been his father. Now, his education in the Spanish Navy proved useful on a pirate vessel. He knew the use of arms and he knew sailing and tactics. Now, if Jacob Boone was his father, it may have helped, but he quickly rose through the ranks on his vessel, and most of the men looked to Diego for command. But when Jacob Boone Lucifer died, Diego took command, and he sailed to Providence, then to the island. It was there that he took on some of the most fearsome and famous buccaneers on. They were mostly Dutch, but French, English, and African. They allied with the captains as well, including one of the most renowned buccaneers in the Caribbean, a man named Cornelius Joel, who had the nickname Wooden Leg. I'll let you guess why. Joel was, at the time, a more feared and a more famous pirate than Diego, but he decided to ally himself with a young man, the son of Jacob, that greatest shark in the sea. And what Diego was after was vengeance. There was plunder, of course. There was fame, as many of the buccaneers craved, but then vengeance for that slight years ago against him, whatever it happened to be, and the whole of the Spanish system that had held him back as a child. Diego had a well-trained military mind and an eye for opportunity, but he knew something that all of the great pirate lords feared. While fear is a great weapon, mercy is even more powerful. We're shown this when Diego took a ship that was carrying the widow, the lord, and the governor of Mexico. When this widow was brought before Diego, he ordered all of her goods returned to her ship, and his fleet was going to accompany hers to Mexico to ensure that no other pirates assaulted them. And then he gave this woman stone cabin, with a lock on it and a guard to assure that she would not be harassed by any of the men on board. When this woman returned to the mainland, she spread around word of the gentlemanly. This most feared pirate in the Caribbean found that captains who were assured of safe conduct were willing to surrender much more freely to save their lives and their ships. But one city in the entirety of the New World received no mercy from the get-go. It was on the coast of Yucatan, where he had been raised, Campeche. It was on the evening of August. The people of San Francisco de Campeche came to the docks to watch the trade carry in. Former U.S. Navy SEAL Anderson Little wrote a book describing pirates' military tactics, and he described Diego's raid dramatically. It reads, quote, some of the observers noted the quiet beauty of the vessels in the offing, the early sun shining on sails and timbers. Several local merchant vessels, Regatas del Puerto, were expected, and such arrivals were always a time for celebration, for with them came goods, money, and news. But not all on shore assured that their glad tidings were in order. Instead, they scanned the cut of the sails and in the hulls of the vessels themselves when they finally rose above the horizon. It was soon apparent that only one of the vessels appeared to be Spanish built. The rest appeared to be Dutch, and the Dutch were pirates. End quote. On shore, the alarm was raised, and the church bell rang, and the call for the militia was sent out. The militia gathered on the docks, or they ran to erect barricades. They were armed with muskets and bows. They were armed with pikes and swords. They placed powder and shot strategically around the town, and they gave orders to locals and their native allies and the slaves. Women and children were told to run for shelter, and all of the men prepared to be. But the 13 ships laid at anchor and waited. There were no boats lowered from the side, and no cannon fire. These 13 ships sat in the harbor, eerily silent. The militia of Campeche was they were on edge. Pirates might attack at any moment. As the sun creeped towards the horizon, they feared the worst. On board, though, the pirates rested. Let these soldiers wait. Let them fret for hours and grow. The sky grew dark, the full moon. Still, hours passed and the ships sat quiet. Midnight came and went. It was now the day of the feast of Santa Clara de Assis. The buccaneers of Tortuga called their advance guard the Forlorn Hope, or shortly the Forlorn. The Forlorn of the ships quietly lowered their boats and rowed toward shore. The soldiers were fighting sleep and dread, but they had their matches lit throughout the night. The Forlorn made landfall near town, led by Diego Mulatto. They marched toward Campeche. Wooden Leg Joel and the 500 men of the main force lowered their own boats and made for shore. Forlorn passed the cemetery, then the church on the southern outskirts of town. There was a trench dug here, but no men to defend it. Behind them, Wooden Leg and his men marched forward. Diego and his company moved into town. It was quiet, dark, and still all around them. Then, suddenly, the night was filled with fire, smoke, and the roar of 50 muskets, and iron and lead filled the air. Pirates fell and screamed, and Wooden Leg Joel ordered a retreat. Diego raged and argued, but Wooden Leg Joel had the command. As the pirates fled, the 50 Spaniards reloaded and ran to give chase to the invaders, but 500 pirates turned around and waited, muzzles trained on the road. As the Spanish came into view, the pirates fired. This left their commander and half of his force dying on the ground. As Diego led the force back toward Campeche, he saw the commander dead on the ground. He stopped and said a small prayer. It was Captain Domingo Ravan Romero, his one-time mentor and his godfather. The force of pirates moved back into town slowly, wary of another ambush, but Diego knew his destination. At the center of town, as in all Spanish settlements, lay the main church, the town hall, and the storehouse. As the sun broke the horizon behind them, they saw a third trench, complete with a wooden barricade and 300 men guarding it. Domingo assessed the situation and gave the order to attack. The morning was filled with shots. It followed a pattern: fire, take cover, reload. Fire, take cover, reload. The men who had fire pots and grenades waited for an opening, but the Spanish were too well organized and quickly approached their troops, so they were pulled back and devised a plan. He and 50 of his men left the firefight, while the remaining pirates increased the rate of fire. It covered Diego's group while they rounded a block of houses, snuck in, and attacked the Spanish flank. It was close and dirty combat. The pirates fired their muskets as they were approaching, then they dropped them and they pulled their pistols. As they ran into the mass of Spanish soldiers, they fired one pistol, then another, then they drew their cutlass or their axe and they lay about them at any Spaniard standing. This gave the remaining body of the pirates that were firing a chance to charge forward and fire, or fling their grenades and shoot their bows. The mayor of the town and 37 men were dead within minutes. The pirates released a final volley of musket fire, and the rest of the Spaniards turned and ran. Diego, searching for his vengeance, told Joel that now was the right time to press the attack and finish all of the town's defenses. But Wooden Leg didn't exactly agree. He wasn't here for vengeance as Diego was. He was here just for plunder. For 2 days, the pirates drank town dry, ransacked homes at will, murdered anyone they pleased, any woman they found. This was not the orderly raids of Drake's day, done in service to God and Queen Country. These men had no country. They were filled with lust and rage. Most of the buccaneers had been taken from their homes, either from European streets where they were pressed into service, or from the coast of Africa where they had been forced into service. All had lived hard lives, and each man here had been mistreated by the Spanish in one way or another. This attack was an orgy of violence, wine, and death as they filled their pockets with any trinket that caught their eye. Diego and Wooden Leg Joel would go on, though, to write to the highest officer left in town. He was holed up in a very well-defended church, with every gun, soldier, and woman or child left in town. They demanded 40,000 feet of bait. Campeche had absolutely no hope of paying 40,000 feet of bait, and Diego Lucifer knew it. He didn't expect the town leaders to pay up. He expected the commander of town to come and meet them. With his godfather and the mayor both dead, the only authority left in town was Captain Domingo Rodriguez Calvo, the very man who as a boy had so insulted Diego. Diego boasted that he planned to cut off his ears and slice his nose, but not to kill him. He wanted Calvo to know who was the better man and to live with that knowledge. Calvo would not give Diego the pleasure. He wrote the pirates a very simple message. It read, quote, "Do whatever you wish, Campeche." So this force of 500 pirates concluded their plunder, richer, but not quite by 40,000 pieces of bait. They left Campeche behind them in flames. Now this was the first and perhaps the most famous of Diego's raids, but his story is far from over. He's going to continue raiding for years and become the most famous pirate of his generation, and over again he's going to show up in our story. He's going to guide the English in their raid on Spanish Town. He will take captive a young and important priest named Thomas Gage, and he will sail with his successor, a then unknown young man who will become the most famous buccaneer of the century. Next week we'll look at this story through the lens of 3 books that shape and that record the world around us. The first book is the English Book of Common Prayer. The second is the English American by Thomas Gage. And the third book we're going to look at is The Buccaneers of America by Alexander X. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there you can find some supplemental information such as maps and works of art relating to our topic. We also have on every episode a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8-book search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an AbeBooks and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either AbeBooks or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Right now, information about what was happening had to lucky about them. Right now, about almost the internet, almost access, not just events, but one stuff, calculate works. You can look up how to build a business or oil. This unprecedented access change from policy, economic, society, everything right now and how we do it. But there are people that are going to adapt to that. For most of the world, you're going to learn about first economy. You have to be wealthy, or you also have to access and ideas. So restricted. Generations. One person is unlikely to have vastly different world parents. But then in the West, by about the late chance, a lot of ways people would identify with the way that we adapted. They had every were omnipresent. Every town of any size had one or maybe more printing presses, and anybody had a mind to put something so. Some of the greatest figures we know of come from this south, like Martin, Francis, all those flesh out characters work. Another people help them with that information, we're able to come up with a clearer picture of who they were, having someone like metropolitan years ago, that would be parts of Germany, France, any of the greatest celebrities in those regions were the writers. People who wrote romance. Celebrities read these. They devoured them. They devoured adventure stories. They devoured political manifestos. They picked up theological and these works of the written word. They changed the world. At least the people who read these. Today, we're going to look at three such publications and what they did. And three examples of written word that rocked nations of the episode number 15. Most of English now, particularly gathering themselves. Nothing more than a collection of prayers and songs or rain and were started Catholic Church, their masses, line, exactly how to perform baptism. The book is most modern of the written a much more modern acting. The book is British that live in American culture for many life still very little like Hagrid, morning deck, and time, her name Professor Slughorn gives a like rapper thing. And it goes something like this. Farewell, Aragon, King, Rathy. Your body will decay, spirit on that. That simply that cadence, the way it's that same that comes out of the common sense. Even if you've never been exposed to British before, you've heard ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The first time words appeared in form were in service, or the book was right. Men like one with them and way practice certainly probably the most direct and how to all of everybody else from there that you that's it. And he was one of the greatest like Harry that is had this like power. Now from one or another English region, someone but he did eventually come and Scotland was close contact with one of the men named Robert formed had agreed that something five no love honor. Family was rather troubled, but had no nobody trusted as well as somebody on her death began trip south from Edinburgh going to London. Now, when I say grand, but certainly a lot of common reality is very part of it that you some time said of that quote false rid and make rather kind of myth, but that woman at every castle that he sent resort met lavish affection, through his honor, and with all the full eyes, eyes back in Scotland, really brain behind that always under Scottish, not a well weren't wealthy, they were less likely to be. That was the fears that she of. Now that she was out, she must have felt like he, in his own words, he said he was, quote, swapping for a feather. That's how his fortune from hardship. Now, he finally did reach London after his long first, not at the castle, but in the Tower of London. I wonder if this is something traditional time in the tower. Basically, every region in our story has time in the Tower of London. Now, for most of the tower, they actually arrested by the monarchy. Time and their focus. They realized that they were not gods. They were actually people. They realized. Now it's said David by the crown later told himself one crown jewels belonged to him. Just there he wanted to part, but decided to travel around bodyguards to serve, but nobody like kind of nobody would want anybody to traveled around and by boat to London. It must have been height, really flowering. It must have been possible, perhaps, that he by the theater on one and he saw one of the performances. And James would have heard it was national news, and it was a practice so long. And hard at least so possible that he wanted to play with something that at the time Shakespeare might seem modern age kind of old world thing, but a lot of the reality past and things that Elizabeth a certain amount of time that James crass and like liking folks and love prettier that Shakespeare himself had all of the story, all of that would sense would support entirely that crowd rowdy. There was another side traveled around London. Time there was an outbreak of Anthony. It was a bad summer. From the time that he still kind of around died on the day of the coronation, that was something that fortunately had to what could happen. Not only were there people getting sick, that was happening before, right? And then taking that out on the news, they saw as well as out the time died, might bad on the carbon. The people might have it, but some historians at a time section Now very parade directly before May, where on July 25th, stop first. And when King James met that council, Robert that contact that had an sure that he said to Robert, though you be a man, I'll show you your shoulders. Robert Cecil was James kind of a he was perhaps the most powerful man after he was Lord as well as Secretary of Brain. Clear though that said he was going to load shoulders having really fun so very old without trying to get his own on. This wasn't just in a lot of ways kind of impressive. It was a monarch that first saw someone helping then help happening say that didn't have ambition monarch or had might even say that had plans to make Britain great. King James then the Lord of Ireland. Three nations still time own was the separate title rather than him being all happened really somewhat extreme. The three nations are fine and a lot that have one monarch hard to ball. But crowns not well now historians call especially the throne of England but something while crowns were unified well still however endeavor to of Scotland and England it needed Britain. This was, of course, everybody agreed, great and raving wild. However, the Scottish clear sign their own had gone to no one and yes was on board. But the king was a man as his symbol amalgamation of the red rose and the Scottish thistle. Wow. Now, kind of strange. This tradition actually Elizabeth II government of Great Britain. Well, that's reminiscent of that. The heraldry of this government has on one side Elizabeth's lion, transposed on the other side is actually the symbol of the government of Great Britain has on one side probably for set foot on the island outside of it, and on the other side an animal that however, James' primary strategy by the crowns was by the under Elizabeth, the Church of England had been now in London and in the urban all around England. Traditional English church held sway. The bishops and the priests of the church they read prayer and they preached the wisdom of and they generally assured that there was organization. But then in the West country role more orthodox growing. They believed in the came in power and the office and the sacrament absolutely right. by many educated Christians rather than from these more Orthodox Christians members, they were even a minority. They were vocal, more traditional members. They loved God with their soul and their neighbor. These critics, they wanted called them. Now, James was a man shy away. He would go on in his career to write on theology, divine right, frequently called them, some of which that's not a experience. No, they believe in public all America, or really James. I don't know if I can say as one soul that our group of God's nothing. Naturally, absolute monarchy. Said about the monarchy, monarch, for kings are not only God's honored and on God's throne, even by God Himself, called God. That is a man who has life, not God Himself calls monarch God. That's something that everybody doesn't, even if it is an absolute. But then, upon James, how does that call the council and any value, how best to incorporate those values? In the end of the debate, though, was was he told the no time for them to come home, prayer and he did though offer them a single option. He decided to commission a work held the King James Bible would go on the most widely read and probably the most Puritans after the play. One of them, but it wasn't. They didn't get on board, and perhaps after this first were even so James called the well the House of Commons, that lower house of Parliament, and denied his monarchy and the default as his request. The early months of James' reign going well. If nothing else, there was a series of deadly plots against his life. There was what's known as the Man, led by several men was foiled, but then saw himself in the second plot by saw several tactics trying to kidnap James and have him by a throne that was, of course, foiled. In history, 1904, all the from these were the most troublesome suspected Catholics in Rome, and King James no longer had one. The Catholics saw this sign of the man who was really behind the plot wasn't who the real prime conspirator was a man named Similar of it, of course, Robert Katz, and there was, of course, these men for everybody that's behind. These men, well, they both your parliament in London, Lord, find men who were Catholic and about their lead out the policy. Their plan, after buying the house, powder cost, they would dig a tunnel under the house, under the kind of a mine, would all the gunpowder, light the fire, bringing down parts on the first day of Parliament session. They did begin stockpiling gunpowder that under the that's a middle of a very metropolitan, a very busy part. These men were professional miners. These were rats, youth merchants, out. They were having trouble. In fact, some of their gunpowder got ruined. One day, they heard a look. There was a woman who must have what they were getting ready to sell. She was a coal merchant. What he well was ready. He told these men that early at the house, tunnel, dry, and kept all coal directly. Naturally, they jumped up. All of the gunpowder government then began to plan bringing parliament. However, there was one of these letters to his brother. His brother-in-law, John Catholic, and who had argued with the Catholic cause, but had been brothers of the letter read, My Lord, the love I bear to some of your friends, I have a care of your I would advise you, as you life, to devise your parliament. A terrible blow to parliament, yet naturally, as he James ordered all of the homes and colors. It seems that immediately upon seeing Prophet said aloud, blow up soldiers there on the man who was Guy Fawkes. Guy Fawkes was not well known, was well known told this home longer. Not only that, seller that heard the king upon him ordered that seller to this all happened nights before soldiers found all the there was no question that after the rest of them had to be down, everybody finally was this plot was the last gasp of tyranny of the well there's something that many historians find that our conspirators were fumbled most of the time. of course, the showing that either by itself, more likely by some wanted body was bring down body sense that whole tell them that others run under out of almost James shot well informed about the gun. Nobody knew about what jumps was not home. And beyond that, the historians said after the conspirators had arrested and imprisoned, the king was able to push through very anti-Catholic laws. That parliament, well, they would have probably argued things that they wanted to do, but because of gunpowder cuts, all of that is on the night before parliament, them all entirely poisoned. They were, but the sheriff signed James had nothing to do with clearest evidence. And he eventually retired from White, left London to Whitehall, where he lived like people. Every night, and every night it was a different play, all mess. It was all really funded, all of it. Surrounded all army, appropriate. Nearly all of them were Scottish, all of them lavish gold and fine fabric, and more than united as nearly under into the elite club. They really needed high fashion, you needed sports, and you needed a ton of flattery. In his book Rebellion, England, historian that is according to one the books and not dwell too long on any one subject, and like never say that this is good or bad, but that if it were your majesty, I myself should think so. Do not ask questions. Do not speak about the one else, of course. Remember, Longin and his voyage by Alexander. The book also advised Remington that silence and discussion should be linked together like the Frank had always taken up the subjects of James preferred talking and subjection. Why did James use the You are not young, you are not handsome, you are not fine. So you must rely upon learning. The man, quote, Robert Carr, that talked about was by Carr. Met Robert Carr after Carr had grown from the king had his personal care for Robert Carr, himself Latin politics, said, quote, Venus on his arm, cheek, favorite subjects, and on latest, whenever something court, the king was them still by the as despised almost. King James is not beloved, but he is upon reign as called Jacobian. That the name should remember Jacobian. That comes from the Latinized form of the name and Jacobian time of settlement that town and Shakespeare writes Macbeth and Shakespeare and Hamlet among many other brains taken scientific advances that would begin an age that would, quote, far surpass that of the and not love, all was not lost. His eldest son, Prince was, but was light young Protestant at a kind and period, especially loved Walter thought that the power was all of the religious church and dwindling royal offers and frequent fade away. Of course, Henry one day playing cards with his brother, quite a court fell into James had grown fat and old and slowly drank every a cold all the son Charles heir apparent and what he had known his father's internal prejudice and also the James Burren that quiet her and time really was frustrated when they disliked by every fact style from the Scottish exactly why he was different on your service or his throne on the give the saw that clear sign. But then on the other hand, still was anti-Mono, hard or filed by all of the one of the time and council under England. So Charles wanted his father during the fighting March 7th. The next 7 Charles doubled down on many fathers saw the situation and most of that really not all that much. So I'm not going to get all the names stuff or all that drama and it's a story. I would suggest either look at Elliot actually or if you haven't checked out like the podcast with cover for no and it's and kind of surprised about it already for there are a couple of noted revive. One of these council was Charles the First thought himself excited to stimulate. However, unlike even though Brown and the body tried to enforce the more stringent. Father had never been kind that now the Scottish were in their ideas of public almost open something and quite a blow. Then it raised with the Scottish Irish down and lines of almost that exact same Parliament all over. Right now would be time to rise up. And suddenly, Charles was fighting wars. The first major action of the Puritan parliamentarians, well, it really wasn't. What they did on 40 was they were less west, more what they demanded all power and all rights. The leaders had to hand over all military almost had to be part. What this the power happened of the question party was whether the governed as by God's will, the nation is governed by force, or whether the people should be governed by laws made by themselves under the government derived from the coming war was a war of even more than of whether or not monarchy rule without government. The wars that were to those 19 writers as quote mentioned that allied by marriage or by blood, and yet after a certain bond never smiled upon each other, nor met, and it marched them more, buried, cut asunder all ties of love, washed away in blood all the memories. Neither of the or the Cavaliers nor the army Roundhead had before the war started before time. First, on both sides, especially on the Cavalier side, were forced to gallivant around the battlefield. But this infantry and artillery got him all at least. For many people, managed to die. The situation here reminds me a lot of the days of commander, glory, and honor. Battle. Managed thousands of now the tide shifted on who won the battle, but it was a known parliamentary minister, Oliver Cromwell, that won a number of battles. Eventually, command an entire regiment himself, and built what's been called by Cromwell the new model. That new model army was the best army, and the tide finally Puritan Southern fighting finally was done. Charles and his family was and Cromwell title. Cromwell is big, not quite up there, but that's what makes him so interesting. How you see Cromwell was on your. For example, Winston was a lifelong and Churchill would describe Cromwell's work, called Cromwell cold-blooded. On him, Churchill said Cromwell came as for no, Churchill wasn't all but even the upper gold. For example, Churchill said Cromwell, and as it claimed, that all times reluctant apologetic summed up Cromwell without Cromwell there might be no advance. No collapsed without handing over recovery. Amid the ruins, which had hitherto guided light, powered up, flowing, indispensable, full agency by which time could be this is saying people that, well, he may not have destroyed a lot of the old order, a lot of the structure that are still with might be forgiven for seeing what he after all have and you look at the side of how Cromwell and his action non-trust coming exiled by Joseph Stalin for position Stalin authoritarian practices he wrote from. He said of him, quote, the revolutionary realist. He also said, quote, Cromwell was a great revolutionary had to uphold the against all the aristocratic. Was Cromwell certain it did take power from military might, but his reforms gave power and rights living rather than communist? No, he wasn't a communist. But, however, under his watch, very real community, like settlers and diggers, not to get away with class and communist ideas. Cromwell had no intention of style. However, in my book, my biography, an American that tells stories about Cromwell is really kind of Cromwell had a lifelong obsession. The young man clearly and then he worked for greater American colonization. Before he took office, he was behind the public company, but it wasn't last then ran it. This interest in action Cromwell are all largely right in one man. A man who, shockingly enough, began his life as a Thomas story, story of British. But book, the second book we're going to look at, called American Life and Land, that's process. So loved that Oliver Cromwell that Cromwell would go on to order Thomas David's family for a long time major history and even before himself. His great grandfather had been one of the council father's uncle, great uncle, was arrested for conspiring Elizabeth, known as Babby. Father himself, family, well, only America was in a time of depression. Old and well, didn't have the now. What set the family apart? Their more than Thomas himself, and on track another plan. There were probably things happened. Tuesday, Mary through kind of stuff, and he left going. Now, this might have been when satisfaction. That was kind of yeah, lifelong freak of rebellion. Desires for home. Thinking about the shortly after John finished orders, signed on for an expedition prior down to going to now he arrived first in Mexico. However, horrors about the affairs. Apparently, all of the other friars necessary throughout the world had grown fat and offered them. That was something that Thomas ran away from Mexico without Guatemala, where he joined a small fire. However, he was satisfied prior near him would by corruption. The rules of the order demanded that they wear sackcloth and force and that they go bare-legged. Friars wore beneath their habits, which they sometimes picked up to better display such fine leather, fine drawers with 3 inches Holland shirts and doublets. They were fond of gambling, and all these friars for an gold. Now the reason so much about fire is because he kept them about everything in life. However, after he became so discontented, he sort of back in a while. His girls don't keep the best record. After being denied permission to return to Europe, he actually went away. Somehow, during that time, gathered somewhere in the realm of Mount. Now we don't know exactly how. Personally, I like Thomas as kind of like Colonel now, Marlon Brando's character. I see him atop an army of will slowly find the hot, wet zone. However, probably not actually talented at all. More likely, he was somebody who was native and colony, as well as all action bandits. But then, once he had all of these them in for a bunch of pearls, ran away from his shortly after leaving port, however, he ran afoul of a character that was actually a Dutch ship happened upon the ship Thomas Gage was on, and it stopped to happen. The captain led a boarding party of heavily armed buccaneers on deck and ransacked. Now, while there was little on board in work, strange happened to be, for some reason, that spoke fluent Spanish as well as English, caught the eye of this man introduced himself as Lord Campache and the Spanish raised pirate captain Lake. He unburdened Thomas of his purse, and all the other valuables were mostly had no. Now this was the first meeting, and the company, very young yet unknown, board. Finally, and he was dumped on the dock, broke, friendly, owned by his family, and a Catholic church. Wearing black robe, friar in a country that was boards on like that. He had some very first he traveled and attempted to recharge his Catholic. He found that love had a real at least Catholic. Then on returning to England, away now priest around this time was away Catholic because he had no choice. Thomas and family famous people knew Thomas was time in England where at one point a man not entirely certain that it was like. We don't know exactly what he said, but shortly after that record, Thomas Edison, we know, formed what his old chapter. And that he's known, and that you know what happened. So, there were at least 4 of them that, after on them, were hung, on, and forced. These men were executed terribly violent. And now, martyrs have to all because of the word of the Lord. Now, it's possible that he had no choice, but it's also spiritual men do. They have slighted whatever his motivation. These actions brought him period. And when Tyler writes about his experiences, he wrote that book, American, and it's the imagination of everybody. The book is straightforward. It describes in extreme detail all of the fauna and the world. It goes on to speak and it goes on to make and Mark goes on that talks about the miles of empty coastlines that are guarded by like authorities where landfall. It says that were some nations there are untold men or Indians and slaves who would, without question, rise up against the Lord invading join the from within. It sounds almost like all they have to do is invade and tear down the planet before they. Now, Gage hoped his words some people, however, I don't know if them to a man and all that. He had that pleasant world, and now that he was no longer romantic, had the world. The war had took a few on all fronts, but so and what worship had existed before the war and by the British and one during the Civil War because no English there and on the colony little more than production their book basketball and coffee bring back affairs that no English with almost all the other after stuff of the Civil War was a band of young men that were in and Ireland with either. Most of these have been sons of one or another of the armies that home exiled their entire family that had nowhere to go, no hope of earning any revenge. There was a population of young, healthy men that were not a lot of people. So, the problem as well as others. The first action of almost government attack settled on the back. This was more a slap in the face. All of the broad position that these allies for some people, but finally, because of their trade practices, both on each side, they were now. This didn't really stop. Had this one trade route and almost all of the young men versus mass versus men that weren't like these young organ. It was their better life. In reality, they were a problem while they were in the British Isles, and they wound up slaves cost a lot less like rebel by that. And more important than that, we're all African. And black were and cheap. Labor, so young white boys, so at least of the king. And then with the time, Cromwell got in touch with Thomas Gage, who was retirement at that time, Asian that on or around, but over Cromwell having near intelligence world, they had nobody besides the Thomas had and knowledge of that part of the world. Cromwell ordered to break him a bit of about his affair that would fail him. He wouldn't know about the and the next way on the side, and those were Cromwell at least heard. Gage wrote, "There are no people more sensible than Spaniards in America, great and small, viceroys, judges, and poor peasants, and hide not the them. It hath been for years their own common from something called out amongst strange houses their rich common that were sinners, know somebody else them are more righteous people. God's judgment all against exactly all the and almost known as the Western was nothing false. No, by force, Lola and Empire in the Caribbean. Then the rest of the calling myself. The man of this force, the Admiral, General Robert, then he ordered Thomas Gage himself to accompany them as something of a guide, advice, but as a Cromwell would. These men gathered a small realm of a bit more, and they sent one entire Royal Navy vessel to Royal Black brought them back to port reports. Then they began to gather the story of these fire of water, describes the forces gathered. Quote, the approximately 2,500 men emerged from their lines first. These were not the soldiers of Cromwell's new model army, famous round forces broken fight. These men came straight out of the gutter, cut pursuit, drunks, blades, and murderers. I believe they are not in the world, Major Robert later right? So lazy and idle as it did not enter blood should run in so one so slothful and basic spirit, and had, out of a strange kind of spirit, desired one man anonymous as yet alive, brilliant from perhaps tons of pounds of fighting introduction. Well, a man who was the first great, a man who was known as however, as yet, not time talking or yet or not on those boats, the low born somebody had very little, no better than monks, but he was certain on board travel from forefront in mind of every man recorded history of water. The people who had been in charge of buying freshwater water had often from the cited by buying not enough. Then there was Admiral Cromwell was a man of orders. They weren't planned and then make matters rumor that began around that this wasn't at all rid of send them to the world that then almost get it caused the void almost disaster and they were going to be they were going to type of order. The question must ask themselves why and like Oliver Cromwell, the answer is simple. Forward. But in the mind of thousands something a little more but they managed to avoid it. All that for me 3,000 more soldiers. These weren't really soldiers though, these were men like those that saw were indentured servants that had been from England shores out of the heartland where work on the planet. They were desperate their life before them. One of the soldiers had left the outset not much full. This island don't wherein public men picked up period and original by their life that circumstance must have been better even down much by arrows but wasn't some little morsel of the island of and uh, March 31st, 1955, which was the largest force at the time and perhaps the largest force ever on the island. They were the largest force. They were not, I would say, largest. Were not none of them had any knowledge for that. Of course, their intention was for the knowledge. However, after landing about 3 miles, entered wild Angola on Thomas during this stopping there to pick up the order one Spanish. One other man who left Spanish dire died handled or something was either found up after weeks of wandering around, finally find Santo Domingo, but they couldn't. Unfortunately, and as these soldiers tired and hungry, starving, all in wandered, of course, well, not shot off Molly after a while shot at them and they're hungry. There was no orderly plan. There was that and no nearby that had converted stores them again back into the vessels. This was the same time where there were times that a force was not Caribbean, things go badly. House on veritable fog, all of fresh water had to drink steady as they attempted back. Men were dying, falling behind. Lost more men to illness on their vessels. Lost make it back to them. However, landed Spanish ports would be and it could potentially back to English colonies less than a long ties likely landfall on the northwest coast around the Angola island friendly. In fact, at a colony not very and they sailed there, they would have found fresh supplies, medicine. They also would have found and drink. They also would have found and men who all of now not somewhere else. There, most likely. A man who was pointing on and who was found going with chubby had that swarthy, villainous smile, filled arms whenever he soldiers and told these men who lost the Spanish smaller island southwest called Jamaica is that question back in the commander at the time, who at least had any knowledge around him, would have been great ordered who was a rich and like most of the island pleasure twice a year, non poorly defended. At this time, five was only at the 2,500. That was a little bit less than half soldiers were on this board. So Eagle was first led for the island. They landed near the largest there, that is Spanish, and the English marched right in. It was only a few hours later they were in control of the city. A couple of days after that, Spanish controlled the island. But though that might like the English forces coming around the troubles that had throughout the entire voyage still on have enough food. And the Spanish, after they had left the island, few diseases that had been plaguing at the time, like yellow plague, lack of order had um, may have been not going to by the numbers, but men died by November. After initially the island, there were only 2,000. That man, General Admiral, was the charge were not all in charge. And on their own, on the Spanish, but in the time, uh, one man had risen. He was a man who rallied all of the men around him, get them to all work together. That was entirely unknown. All these men started scared. Man that they raised going to look through the eyes of Alexander and look at the very first why as that sword that was for the next several weeks we're going to focus almost entirely on what's to come in the world. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratesfreepodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information such as maps and works of art related to our topic. We also have on every episode a list of sources. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, the source list also has links that go to books.com for that book where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that site, Books is kind enough to give you a couple of bucks. We also have an able bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratesfreepodcast. There's also an ebook and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either ebook or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to give you a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you. Okay, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. When I had the idea to do an episode looking at 3 books, I wanted to use those books as a jumping-off point to look at the influence that those books had on the world around them. However, considering the topic that we're going to talk about today, that was really just an impossibility. The book that we're going to be talking about today is so important, not just in its influence, but as a source material that really to try and lump it in with any other books would do it an injustice. In fact, today we're going to look exclusively at this book, and we're not even going to begin to get through it. This book, if we were to talk about its influence, single-handedly started Europe's love affair with pirates and pirates. It's the only source on most of the pirates in this generation, and it took men who would have otherwise been entirely unknown throughout the world and made them, or at least, infamous. This book went on to make the author quite a wealthy man who had quite a bit of renown of his own. The book we're going to be talking about today is The Buccaneers of America by Alexander Exquemelin. This is episode number 6. Books, Part 2. Now in The Buccaneers of America, the author himself, Alexander Exquemelin, is the character as well. He's not just the narrator, he plays a role in what's happening in several parts, and he's there all throughout it. So we should look at Exquemelin himself as well. Now, as with nearly all of the figures we talk about, his original European origins are unknown. He was probably born in France, but it's also likely that he was Dutch or Flemish. We really don't know, and people from all of these regions argue about exactly where he came from. What we do know of the author, especially in his early life, before he became a household name, is what he told us himself. In the beginning of the book, he tells us that in the year 1666, he sailed as an indentured servant with the Dutch West India Company, which is why many people believe he was Dutch. The fleet he sailed with was large and multinational. There were somewhere around 30 ships and only a couple of warships. And he goes into some detail on the crossing. He talks about the possibility for meeting pirates in certain areas, how the warship went and chased after a known pirate ship that had been spotted just off the coast, capture them. And then he goes into quite a bit of detail about a couple of initiation rituals that he had to go through along with some of the passengers. He calls them baptisms. The way that they're performed does kind of mirror a baptism. The first of these baptisms takes place as they pass a place called the Race, which was a narrow and rocky passage that was, assumedly, somewhere that was dangerous for ships to pass. And if you were someone who had never gone through the race before, you had to undergo this little baptism. They had a man, the bosun, dress up in kind of a strange costume that mirrored a priest, maybe. He wore a long sackcloth robe, and he had a necklace on that was made out of all sorts of ship's tackle, and in one hand he had a bucket of tar, some of which he had slathered all over his face. On the other hand, he had a wooden sword. Now, each of the people who had not passed through the race before had to kneel before the book. When they did, he, with one of his fingers dipped in the tar, drew a cross on their forehead, and then hit them on the back of the neck with his sword. After this, the rest of the crew would dump water on the people who were being baptized. And then, with their sins washed away, they would get incredibly drunk. However, not on the ship's wine. The people who had never made this voyage before had to bring brandy and wine of their own that would be drunk up at this ceremony, and everybody had a grand old time on their wine. Now, there was another initiation that happened when you passed a tropical cancer that was a little bit more terrifying. You had to hang from one of the masts on the ship over the water and willfully drop yourself into the water. Now, you weren't required to do this, but if you refused to do so, you had to pay, depending on your station, either 1 or 2 pounds silver. Exquemelin says about these initiation rituals, quote, "Nobody from either nation can give the reasons for doing these. Apart, now continue our voyage." End quote. Now, all of the ships in this fleet were headed to different locations. A few of them were headed to Newfoundland, some of them were headed to Plymouth, some of them to Bermuda, most of them were headed to the Caribbean. The ship that Alexander Exquemelin was on was headed to a very particular little island called Tortuga. Now, the next 2 or 3 chapters of Exquemelin's book are dedicated almost entirely to describing the flora and fauna of a place like Tortuga and the coast of Hispaniola nearby. This might seem somewhat excessive to you, and it did to me reading it the first time, but I realized that this is something that the people in Europe would have no notion of. This would be like somebody traveling to Mars and writing about whatever they were seeing. This was somebody who made it to the New World, something that most of the people in Europe were never able to do. Report back to them, tell them all about the sights and sounds, and really set the stage that they were to find themselves in. You and I, we've all seen video or pictures of the Caribbean if we haven't been there ourselves, but for people in Europe, this was an entirely alien world, and Exquemelin really wanted to set the stage as much as possible. Now, this couple of chapters also discusses the locals on the island of Tortuga, the men who lived there for some time, those people who hunted boar or chopped timber, those people who used the old native cooking custom as the boucan, those people that would be known as buccaneers. Exquemelin goes into some detail about the conflict between Spain, France, England, and the Netherlands over this tiny little island of Tortuga. And that's actually one of the few things in the early part of his book that can be corroborated. See, there are records kept by the great powers in Europe of this conflict, so we know what exactly Exquemelin tells us that's true and what of it is not true. Many of the things we heard here were secondhand because this happened long before Exquemelin came to the Caribbean, even before he was born, but he gets the gist of it right. Some of the names, the dates aren't exactly correct, but he gets essentially what happened, at least on the road to being right. So that can give us indication that Exquemelin knows what he's talking about, even if he doesn't get all of the facts exactly correct. But that's something that's a major problem with the Buccaneers of America. Alexander Exquemelin speaks with the authority of somebody that was there, that has first-hand knowledge, but when there are sources of evidence that come from other places, usually the Spanish, who kept excellent records, they almost always contradict what Alexander Exquemelin told us. So we have to take everything he said with a grain of salt. Unfortunately, for so much of what we're going to be talking about, there are no other things about it. There are going to be pirates in this story that he's going to go into some detail talking about that don't appear anywhere else in any other narrative. There are no other records of these people, so they may be fabrications of his imagination. Now, they probably weren't. The things that we know he talked about turned out to be mostly true, but we have to assume that since we can't find any other proof, that they're not exactly historical facts. You see, part of the problem is that Alexander Exquemelin was working off of eyewitness accounts, or at least the tales told by some pirate he met in a tavern. See, he didn't have access to court records or the governor's mansion in any of these places. He merely had to talk to people who were there who hopefully knew what they were talking about, but we can't know any more than he did whether or not these people were telling accurate tales. To give a picture of these contradictions that we can't exactly know if they're true or not, I'll give an example. After Alexander Exquemelin is freed from his indentured servitude, and then after he goes on at some length about how indentured servitude is so much worse than slavery, he goes on to say, quote, "When I was free once more, I was like Adam when he was created. I had nothing at all, and therefore resolved to join the privateers or buccaneers, with whom I stayed until the year 1670, accompanying them on many various voyages, and taking part in many important raids, as I shall describe later on in this account." End quote. He then goes on to tell us of the first buccaneer on Tortuga, the first man who raided from the island. The man's name is, as Exquemelin records it, Pierre Legrand, and he tells us of Legrand's greatest success. Pierre was at sea in a small bark, little more than an open rowboat, and things weren't going well for him. His ship was in such poor repair that it was barely seaworthy, and all of the men with him were going hungry. They had no food and little water. They were just out there in the ocean, searching for prey, unable to find anything, and baking in the hot Caribbean sun. As his men scanned the horizon, finally, one day they saw a lone ship just sailed in the distance. Legrand sailed his small bark towards it. Clearly, it was a Spanish merchant vessel that had become separated from its convoy and didn't have any protection out on the high seas. So as night fell, Legrand ordered his men to board the. He told them that the Spanish aboard were unprepared for an attack and unlikely to repel them, although he did say that they have, at worst, a 50-50 chance. He had his men swear an oath of loyal endeavor, and then Legrand ordered the ship's carpenter to bore a hole in the ship's hull, allowing it to sink as they boarded the other vessel. This emboldened the men who were with him because they knew that they had to take this ship or they had nothing to do, nowhere to go. It was either take the ship or face prison or death. Each of his men, armed with a cutlass and, if they were lucky, a pistol with maybe one shot, they came up on the side of the vessel, climbed aboard her silently on their bare feet, and moved across the deck. They scanned the deck and saw that no guard had been posted. They were able to move around the deck freely. But as they moved below deck, they heard laughter and raucous conversation. Each of these pirates drew their sword and their pistol if they had one. Then pirates burst into the captain's cabin, where there were a number of men sitting around a table playing cards. The pirates moved so quickly that they didn't have a chance to react. Many of the men probably still holding their cards or their mugs of ale. Suddenly they had a cutlass to their throat, and the captain had a pistol clapped against his chest. Legrand ordered the captain to surrender his ship. The captain must have thought quickly, thinking if there was any hope of repelling the pirates when he heard a sudden report coming from the arms chamber. The smile on Legrand's face told him that the men in the arms chamber had been taken. The ship belonged to the pirates, and the captain had no choice but to surrender. The crew of the small vessel was led on board and clapped in iron. As they looked around, they saw surrounding the ship nothing but empty ocean. There was no way that these pirates could have boarded their vessel, unless, as the captain assumed, they were demons sent from the sky. He was said to have said, quote, "Jesus son demonios estos," quote. Apparently, his men, the captain's men, had warned the captain that those sails off in the very, very far distance might have been pirate sails, but the captain said that he didn't fear of such a small vessel, and he didn't order any special watch to go on deck. This, of course, sealed his fate. Now, after dropping off the crew on land as quickly as they could get to it, Legrand took his new boat and he sailed all the way to France, never to be seen on the high seas again. Now, that's the end of the account given by Exquemelin, but this raises some questions. How exactly would Exquemelin have any knowledge of an attack at sea that happened in the year 1602? This was some 40 years before Exquemelin himself was even born. Now, Exquemelin said that he got this story from the journal of a, quote, trustworthy man, but it's just as likely that this was something of creation, that the buccaneers on Tortuga told of how they began their raiding. One man, Legrand, Pierre the Great, who showed everybody on the island exactly how they could fight the Spanish and make a whole lot of money in the process. Now, Pierre Legrand is one of those pirates that there is no other account. This is the only a source on him at all. The only source anywhere else in the world that carries somebody around the right time that sort of matches his description comes from harbor records. A man named Pierre came into this harbor that apparently came from the same place that Legrand claimed to be from, although he didn't call himself Legrand there, he used his given name. But this didn't happen in France, which is what Exquemelin tells us. This happened up in Canada. So in the one place that potentially we can corroborate some part of this story, it's actually incorrect. So we have to take this story not exactly at face value. It might not be true at all. But since we have no evidence to disprove it, we just sort of have to accept that this is the story that the man who is the source for all of these pirates we're going to be talking about over the next few weeks, this is just a story that he decided to tell us. So we have to at least accept that it was something that the pirates at the time believed. Now, after talking about the origin of the Buccaneers on Tortuga, Quemelin goes on to talk about several of the other well-known Buccaneers of the time. He talks about a Dutchman, a couple of Englishmen. He goes on to talk at length about a French pirate who was very active in the area, who we will talk about later. But this all happened after Exquemelin arrived in the Caribbean in 1666. When we left our story off last time, Penn and Venables had just taken the island of Jamaica in the year 1655. Now, we mentioned a couple of times last time that on board that voyage, one of the soldiers in Oliver Cromwell's Western design was a young man named Henry Morgan, which of course is the prime subject of Alexander Exquemelin's work. He goes into a great deal about his time with Henry Morgan, but we're going to look at some of that. But if you try to look at it in a narrative flow, in the year 1655, when Morgan arrived in the Caribbean, the puzzle isn't exactly complete. Exquemelin writes in his introduction to Captain Morgan, quote, Henry Morgan was born in that part of Wales known as Welsh England. His father was a well-to-do farmer, but Morgan, having no liking for farm work, decided to go to sea. He reached a port where ships leave for Barbados and signed on for the voyage. On arrival, he was sold as an indentured servant in the English manner. Having served his time, he went to Jamaica, where he found several buccaneer ships ready to put to sea. He joined the expedition and soon learned their manner of life. After making 3 or 4 voyages with the buccaneers, he and his comrades had made enough money out of the loot and dicing to buy a ship of their own. Morgan was made captain, and they went marauding along the coast of Campeche, where they captured several ships. End quote. Now that short paragraph, that brief introduction to the man who would be known as Captain Morgan, is all that Exquemelin writes about the first 25 years of Henry Morgan's life, even the first 6 years of his time in the Caribbean, the time that made him Captain Morgan. So today I want to take a long, hard look at that paragraph to fill in some of the gaps and correct some of the inaccuracies. I'd like to do this by taking that paragraph sentence by sentence. Exquemelin begins, quote, Henry Morgan was born in that part of Wales known as Welsh England. End quote. That much is essentially true. Now, I had trouble finding out exactly what he meant by Welsh England. They were, at the time, united, so perhaps that's what he's talking about. But yes, Henry Morgan was born in Wales, probably in the county of Monmouth, although people in Wales argue divisively over where exactly he was from. Exquemelin continued. His father was a well-to-do farmer, but Morgan, having no liking for farm work, decided to go to sea. Now that is essentially correct in spirit, although there are a couple of pretty serious issues. Mostly the fact that it's incomplete. There's a lot more to that story. See, Henry Morgan was the son of a man named Robert Morgan. Now, Robert did own a farm, but neither he or his son actually got their hands dirty tilling the soil. They had many other men working for them to do that work. You see, the Morgan clan was an old and distinguished family. Robert sent his son off to school because he wanted him to become a lawyer. Henry would later say, quote, I left the schools too young and have been more used the pike than the book, end quote. Now, the people in the part of Wales that Henry came from were renowned across the British Isles for their military prowess, and very little else. The English had a lot of fun at the expense of the Welsh, but they didn't ever take them for granted when it came to their power on the battlefield. And Henry Morgan almost certainly would have learned quite a bit about the pipe. You see, he was a teenager during the Civil War. He probably would have been a little too young to actually serve, but men who were members of his family, both of his uncles, his father's brothers, were involved deeply in the Civil War on opposing sides, as it turns out. His uncle Thomas was actually somewhat well known. He was one of the top ranking officers in Cromwell's New Model Army. He was kind of the right hand man to the top general in that army, and Thomas Morgan himself was a decorated war hero and something of a mild celebrity. Now, his other uncle, Edward, would have had quite a bit more influence on the young Henry Morgan. Edward was a colonel in the Royalist side of the Civil War, the Cavaliers, and he was posted at a pretty key position there in Wales. Now, Henry Morgan, to say that he was more used to the pike, almost certainly had some experience with them, and this suggests to some historians that likely he served under his uncle, not as a soldier, but as something of a squire or an assistant, or somebody who was essentially just there to help him out and kind of learn the trade. So, Henry Morgan, growing up as a young teenager, would have learned things like siege warfare and artillery, and the rudiments of battlefield tactics and how to lead men in battle. Now, as he grew a little bit older, 16, 17 years old, there's a possibility that he even did fight. Probably not as a grunt soldier, but somebody who led a small battalion of men, somewhere probably around 10 men. There's no record of that, but it seems quite right. Now, Exquemelin says that part about how Henry Morgan went to sea. While that's true, he didn't go to make his fortune on the ocean. He went as part of a military expedition under Penn and Venable. Now, Exquemelin goes on, quote, he reached a port where the ship was correct. Then Exquemelin continues, quote, on arrival, he was sold as an indentured servant in the English manner, end quote. Now that, however, is not true. Now, there is a possibility that Henry Morgan told his men that tale to partially ingratiate himself with them, but that's pretty unlikely. Now, I should note that some historians take this line of Exquemelin's at his word and believe that Henry Morgan was at one point sold as an indentured servant. But then most historians argue that the evidence proves that this line is just factually inaccurate, and I tend to agree with that side of it. You see, Henry Morgan wasn't just some dockside ruffian. What we said last time about what Major Robert Sedgwick said, who is a character we're going to meet in just a little bit, but Major Sedgwick said about that expedition to the Caribbean that they were, quote, so unworthy, so slothful, and basely secure, end quote. And that really doesn't fit the Henry Morgan that comes down to us from history. He, from the Morgan clan, came from a proud tradition of military men, a family that was wealthy enough that Henry, as a young man, as a teenager, had his portrait painted. This portrait is the only painting that still exists of Henry Morgan, and it's the only description that's been given of him physically up until the time right around his death. So it's the only thing that we have to go on about what Henry Morgan probably looked like, and it shows a boy who's unlikely to have been sold into indentured servitude. The fact that he had a portrait itself is evidence, but he's wearing rich clothing, ruffles around his neck. He's got a curly, probably a wig, but it makes natural hair. He's got a mischievous smirk. He's dressed kind of like a dandy. You might imagine this kid running around chasing the maids around his father's home when his father wasn't looking. That doesn't sound like what somebody who would be sold into indentured servitude lived their life like. So most historians agree that that bit is totally incorrect. However, there is another possibility. It is possible that Henry Morgan was forced into military service by the government of Oliver Cromwell. You see, if Henry Morgan had served in the Civil War, he would have served on the Royalist side. However, he wouldn't have been the grunt soldier, he would have been an officer, somebody with a little bit of experience. So, if he had served, it's quite likely that he would have been pressed into service to go across the world, something that nobody from the New Model Army wanted to do, but they needed some experienced soldiers, keep these ruffians that were going to the Caribbean a little bit in line. Exquemelin, his passage goes on, quote, having served his time, he went to Jamaica, where he found several buccaneer ships ready to put to sea, end quote. Once again, no, that's not how it happened at all. See, assuming that we agree that he didn't serve his time as an indentured servant, that part just isn't true, and he had to go to Jamaica, but he didn't just arrive in Jamaica. He was one of the first Englishmen ever to set foot on the island in that invasion. So instead of finding some buccaneers to put to sea, all we would have found there are a couple dozen poorly defended Spanish plantations. Moving on. Quote, he joined the expedition and soon learned their manner of life. End quote. Now this is true. However, there's so much more to this story of how Henry Morgan learned the life of a buccaneer. Henry Morgan's first months in Jamaica, in fact, the lives of all of the men on that expedition, well, they were horrifying. You see, the English had taken that town, the capital of Jamaica, with no fighting at all. But there was far more to come. There was still going to be quite a bit of resistance over the island. So the men, these Englishmen, they had sleepless nights sleeping on the beach. You see, the Spanish soldiers that had been at the garrison there fled into the hills in Jamaica. And while there weren't many of these soldiers left, Jamaica was their home. These soldiers had lived there their entire lives, or at least for many years. These soldiers had never been there before. They didn't know the island at all. The soldiers, naturally, well, they feared attack from the Spanish, coming from an unsuspected direction. However, it wasn't just the Spanish they had to fear. The Spanish had freed their slaves who had gone to join up with the communities of Maroons deep in the wilderness that did not want the English there either. So the escaped slaves and their Maroon brethren were fighting against them. And then the Maroons and the Spanish were both allied with the local Taino people who knew the island even better than the Spanish did, knew all of its nooks and crannies. And these three groups, sort of loosely connected allies, led a very successful guerrilla operation against the English. But even when the soldiers were completely safe, they would be sleeping on or near the beach and they would hear thousands of crabs that were coming ashore. Then the scuttling of these crabs, as recorded, sounded almost exactly like the rattling of cartridges that would be carried on a Spaniard's belt. They spent all night hoping that it was just the crabs and not the Spanish, unable to sleep because the possibility of attack was so real. So as the men spent their sleepless nights and long, unpleasant days, their stores of food began to dwindle, and all of the men on the expedition started to go hungry. The Spanish had taken a lot of food with them, destroyed what food they could before they left, and so the Englishmen had almost nothing to eat. Now, Jamaica is, of course, a rich place with lots of wildlife, but hunting on the island, for the Englishmen at least, was a dicey proposition. You see, many times when people would go hunting for either boar or tortoise, well, if too many men went to go hunt those boar or tortoise, they would scare the animals away. However, if there were too few men going hunting, well, most of those hunting parties that only had a few men with them never returned. The only news the men back at base camp would have of that hunting party would be the vultures they would see circling in the sky deeper into the island. So the men were going hungry. The men spent their nights consumed by fear, and then, in August, a few months after they had taken the island, Admiral Pym and General Venables, with several hundred of the top officers in the group, they set sail and returned to England. It would turn out, as they kind of expected, that Pym and Venables would be thrown into the Tower of London for failing to take Hispaniola. However, that wasn't a concern for Henry Morgan and the other soldiers that were left in Jamaica. The men were all alone on a foreign island, halfway around the globe from their homes, and they were surrounded by hostile eyes from the tree line, from the Taino, the Maroons, and the Spanish. They were going hungry, they were growing desperate, and then, as things began to get worse and worse for them, the men began to get sick. The yellow fever and malaria that are still to this day notorious killers of people that are unused to the Caribbean, well, they began to take their toll on the men as they had on Hispaniola on a daily basis. Now, these months have very little record. There was essentially no authority on the island. However, it's likely, given his notoriety and popularity that would crop up almost immediately once records did start taking shape, that Henry Morgan was the leader among these, someone who rallied them and got them what food they could find and organized their defense as best as they could. But there were only about 2,000 men left. Then, even though there weren't that many Spanish soldiers, they didn't know how many natives or how many Maroons they were, so this seemed like a pathetically small force. But then, a few months later, after about 6 months on the island of people dying, going hungry, and living in fear, a ship from England finally arrived there in what was called Caguay Port. The men on the island must have rejoiced. The ship carried the island's new governor, that man we talked about earlier, Major Sedgwick, who, when the operation had left English shores, had said of the men that they, quote, desired rather to die than to live. He found when he got to Jamaica that if that was their wish, it had certainly been granted. The men were dying left and right, and he realized that the Jamaican expedition was in a dire situation. So he wrote back to Lord Cromwell, the Lord Protector in England. He told him, quote, you must in a manner begin the work over again, end quote. But Sedgwick did what he could to improve the island. He organized their defenses, and he gave them whatever form of health care he could find. Then he secured hunting and fishing grounds for the men. These were military operations that he used to secure certain tracts of land that had plenty of game on them for the men. And he gave command of what ships they had there in Jamaica to a man named William Goode. This made him the admiral of what was known and would go on to be known for centuries as Jamaica Station. Then, in January 1656, a ship called the Marston Moor sailed into harbor. And her captain, a man named Christopher Mings, was named sub-commander of the Jamaica Station. He would go on to be vice admiral of their fleet there. And then, after about 9 months, the island of Jamaica began to take on something resembling civilization. And something that kind of surprised me, but I found really interesting began to happen. The men who would call Jamaica their home would occasionally be captured by the Spanish. And the Spanish record over and over again that they use the same defense whenever they are being interrogated by their Spanish jailers. They would say that it wasn't them acting of their own volition, they were actually under orders from the Jews. You see, no one had heard about this before, but I always just kind of chalked it up to being a clever lie. I thought that since probably the only people that the Spanish hated more than the Protestant English were the Jewish people around Europe. Aside from, I guess they probably hated the Arab people in the Middle East more than any of them, but only slightly more than they hated the Jews. However, it turns out that many of these immigrants from Europe, these Jewish immigrants, played a major role in this era of Caribbean piracy. Now, if you recall, way back in the 1490s, after Ferdinand and Isabella took Spain back from the Caliphate of Cordoba, they called an inquisition aimed to cleanse their realms of any non-Catholics. Now, of course, they targeted thousands, maybe millions of Muslims that were still living on the Iberian Peninsula, but they didn't stop at the Muslims. For years, the Inquisition scoured the lands for any Jewish families that were living there. They whipped up mobs and violent pogroms that would execute or exile any Jews that they found. Now, as you might imagine, most of these exiled Jews, and certainly any that were still living there secretly, well, they fled the country as quickly as possible. Now, most of these people went to Portugal or Germany, many went to the Netherlands, some went to England. However, for a lot of Jewish families, that wasn't far enough. They decided they had to get out of Europe entirely. In fact, they had to get into a different country. However, they would have still found most of the New World in the early 1500s controlled by the Spanish. Naturally, places like Spain, which would be modern-day Mexico, or terra firma down south a little bit, were just completely out of the question. They were centers of power for the Spanish Empire. Some of the larger islands, places like Cuba or Hispaniola, were almost as solidly in the hands of the Spanish government and not the local planters. However, there was one island slightly to the southwest of those two that was smaller and had a tiny population, but that was rich and offered them something of an opportunity. That was Jamaica. Now, to be sure, Jamaica wasn't perfect. There was still a governor and a garrison there. They had a lot less interference from Europe and from the higher-ups in the Spanish government. So the Jews in Jamaica were able to keep their heads down. They took to calling the English took the island. That man Venables made mention in his journals of a surprisingly large number of Portuguese nationals that had not fled with the Spanish. But when Major Sedgwick came and became governor of the island, he found out the truth, and he was elated. These Jewish people who had stayed in town were local, people who had lived there their entire lives, sometimes for generations, but locals that he could trust. They weren't Catholics. They were people who hated the Spanish just as much as he did, so they were going to be powerful allies in this fight. He wrote back to Cromwell, and Cromwell made all of the Jewish people on Jamaica officially English citizens, and they were finally able to practice their faith out in the open, just as they were in England. Now, Sedgwick had plan to make use of these locals. They happily obliged. I mean, can you imagine it? Living in a place at the edge of the world, hiding in the ship's stern, the least of them not being the Spanish who were nearby and some of them still on the island. So this council began to formulate a plan. What it came up with was a two-pronged approach. You might call these two approaches forced trade and proactive defense. Now, the proactive defense side of that two-pronged attack was essentially sending out ships filled with buccaneers to sweep the oceans clean of any Spanish vessels, be they warships or merchant shipping that they could find. The second part of that two-pronged attack, that forced trade, after the seas were clear and the trade routes that had been controlled for centuries by the Spanish were in the hands of the English, well, they would fill that gap left. English merchant vessels would show up in many of these ports that were traditionally visited by their Spanish brethren and offer to buy all of the tobacco or coffee or sugar that they had stored up. They would tell them that their Spanish ships weren't coming to pick it up, and if they wanted to sell it, they were going to have to sell to the English. Now, if any of these patriotic Spaniards living in the colonies decided they didn't want to sell to the English, they might just let it know that some of those notorious pirates people heard about roving the high seas might just pay their little town a visit. Nearly all of them sold their goods to the English, who then made a huge profit selling them back in England. This dealt a blow not only to the Spanish, who they were at war with, but to the Dutch, who had a monopoly on trade in the Caribbean and who they had been at war with only about 2 years prior. However, they weren't able to begin this plan immediately. What they needed, they had some ships, not enough, but they didn't have nearly enough men to make this plan. So some of the locals suggested that this man Ming, and probably some of his top aides, almost certainly included Henry Morgan, set sail and go to a little island just to the northeast called Tortuga, where they could recruit as many of the buccaneers there as they needed. And it must have been a sweet offer when they got there. Tortuga was a dangerous place that was in the hands of usually the French at this period of time, which was fine by most of them, but it was still contested and Spanish waters. However, this island, Jamaica, it was previously Spanish, but now they had a fort, they had a good harbor, they had a government, an official English government that was going to do all they could to protect these pirates. A government that would make use of them to be sure, but that these pirates could rely on. At least they had one port and potentially a series of ports that would be a friendly empire. But before they could begin this plan in earnest, in May their governor, now General Sedgwick, passed away. His replacement, who showed up a few weeks later, passed away almost immediately. So, finally, they appointed a man named General Edward Doyle, who had been there since the 1655 invasion. He had been there the entire time. He was as local as any Englishman in Jamaica got. Now, the new governor's first order of business was to fight off an invasion from those Spanish guerrillas who were living up in the hills. There were two invasions. The first one was bolstered by about 300 Spanish soldiers from the island of Cuba. So there were in total somewhere around 400 Spaniards and around 100 native and African guerrillas. But they were fought off pretty easily. However, then another invasion occurred a few months later that was somewhat larger. That one involved some actual fighting, however, with very little loss of life. The English came out on top, and the Spanish guerrilla force fled back to Cuba. So, finally, Christopher Maine, along with almost certainly Henry Morgan and several of the other most notorious names to come, set out and began their practice of forced trade and proactive defense, which amounted to little more than piracy on the high seas and raiding any of the Spanish coastal towns that were within their reach. Most of the records about where they actually raided are kept by the Spanish around this time, but it looks like they raided Rio de la Hacha and Santa Marta, along with a few other old faiths. But it was during this time that what Exquemelin said about Captain Morgan learning the ways of the Buccaneers during this last few months, 1656 going into 1657, he would have truly learned what it took to be a buccaneer on the Caribbean Ocean. So let's move on with that passage from Alexander Exquemelin. He writes, quote, after making 3 or 4 voyages with the buccaneers, he and his comrades had made enough money out of loot and dicing to buy a ship of their own. End quote. This is correct, at least, in spirit. In the year 1659 or maybe 1660, Henry Morgan was finally, it is recorded, captain of his own ship. However, whether he bought it with his own money or took it from a Spanish captain is unclear. However, we do know that in 1660 he did take 3 ships, which he sold to 3 of his closest and most trusted friends. The Dolphin, the smallest of those vessels, he sold to his friend John Morris. Robert Sertle took the largest, which was an 8-gun, 80-tonner that was called the Cagway, and then his friend John Lawrence bought the Pearl. Oddly, however, we don't know the name of Captain Morgan's own ship at this time. But these 4 captains, this Captain Morgan, Captain Morris, Captain Searle, and Captain Lawrence, they become probably the most popular and maybe the most feared pirates operating in the Caribbean at this time, at least out of the port there on Jamaica. They were men who were a terror to the Spanish, but back in port they were extremely popular, lots of fun, and apparently spent their money for other men's pleasure. They ingratiated themselves very well with the local brethren of the coast who had moved in to the port of Jamaica. And in that passage, that one single paragraph written by Alexander Swimlin is concluded. It reads, quote, Morgan was made captain, and they went marauding along the coast of Campeche, where they captured several ships. End quote. This little sentence encompasses what is arguably the greatest raids that the Caribbean had seen since the time of Francis Drake, and what is most certainly the largest pirate fleet ever seen in the Caribbean, rivaling those of the Greek and Roman pirates and even the Barbary pirates. Now, sources do differ here on a few of the times of some of these raids, however. Reputable historians, people who are scholars on this period, disagree exactly on how many and when these raids occurred over the 18 months or so between late 1659 and early 1661. In truth, though, the Brethren of the Coast were so active from this port of Jamaica that it's almost impossible to expect them to have exact dates. You see, the Spanish kept their records, but the English only kept sparse records at best. So we know when they came back with huge amounts of money, but we don't know exactly how those correspond to what the Spanish were reporting. However, I did my best to synthesize all of these sources down to make a sensible narrative that actually makes sense. And it goes something like this. In late 1659, Captain Ming led a series of raids on the Spanish Main. These are likely those raids that Captain Morgan and his compatriots earned their ships on, or perhaps used those ships on. However, Captain Ming did quite well. Now, when he got back to Jamaica, he sent a boat ashore asking the governor for letters of marque to make all this official. He did this, of course, after the fact, which was common practice at the time. These Jamaican officials were unbelievable. Now, he got these letters of marque. However, when he came ashore, he had no money to send back to England. You see, Cromwell's protectorate operated much like Elizabeth's Admiralty had a few decades before. Men were welcome to pirate their way all across the 7 seas, but the only way that they were allowed to do so by the English government is if they paid their dues back to the Admiralty in London. Piracy was officially sanctioned as long as they didn't attack England or her allies and paid their share. But Captain Ming didn't do that. He blamed his men, the Brethren of the Coast, on why he didn't have any money, saying that they had taken all the money and divvied it up among themselves. But the governor there wasn't having any of it, so he was sent back to England to face trial. Oliver Cromwell certainly wasn't going to be happy about it. But instead of a stint there in the Tower, or perhaps the hangman's noose he must have feared he faced, something much better awaited Ming when he got back to England. Oliver Cromwell, the usurper, had passed away. King Charles II had been restored to the throne of England, and the House of Stuart was back firmly in control. Now, King Charles had promised to return Jamaica to the King of Spain. However, the testimony of this vice admiral of the Jamaica station really swayed him. He learned that this pirate, or what Charles might have considered this upstanding young gentleman, well, Jamaica was a profitable place, a place that King Charles would be wise to hold on to. It was something that was said to be a dagger pointed at the King of Spain's heart, as well as a really great moneymaker for the English throne. So, King Charles, instead of punishing Christopher Ming, sent him back to Jamaica. he sent him on a new flagship, 46-gunner called the Centurion, which arrived in the spring of 1661. However, Captain Ming here wasn't the only surprise on board the vessel. The new governor, a man named Lord Windsor, descended the gangplank. General D'Oyly, who was the former governor, was replaced effective immediately. The port of Cagway, where they had been for years now, was renamed Port Royal. Also, the name of the fort, which had been Fort Cromwell, was changed to Fort Charles. And Captain Ming himself was to take over that role of admiral of the Jamaica station from William Goodson. And Christopher Ming had a lot of work to do. Historian Stephen Talty writes, quote, on September 21st, 1661, Morgan and the other adventurers were given a hero's send-off, with wives, whores, and merchants lining the shore to cheer the boys away. It was the middle of hurricane season, which runs from June to November. The ships tacked to Negril in Jamaica and then headed north for Cuba at 3 knots. End quote. Their goal was the former capital of Cuba, Santiago, which was on the southeastern side of the island, probably the closest major Spanish port to their home in Jamaica. Now, Captain Ming sailed the Centurion, which was the flagship. There were a host of other brethren vessels with him, though, including Captain Morgan and his friends. Just off the coast of Cuba, they encountered a friendly vessel, captained by none other than Oliver Cromwell's no-good playboy nephew, Sir Thomas Whetstone. Back in England, he had been a man who liked to dice, chase after women, and spend as much money as he could get his hands on, but he had to run away from several of his creditors to the Caribbean to try and earn his fortune. So he was here with a ship full of natives and a few Africans, and only one or two other Englishmen on board, and the fleet of Christopher Mings was going to make use of him. You see, these natives and these Africans had quite a bit of intimate knowledge of the island of Cuba, so they had a council of war on board Ming's flagship, the Centurion. The harbor there at Santiago was guarded by an imposing castle, the Castillo de Moro, and her gun batteries were aimed squarely at the very small entrance into the harbor. So these buccaneers plotted. But while they discussed, they had even more vessels arrive, latecomers from Port Royal, and even several vessels that were coming from Tortuga, swelling their numbers. So they decided that the best place to land was about 2 miles down the coast, at a little village called Aguadores on the mouth of the San Juan River. The locals there were only a few people living there, fled as soon as the brethren marched into town. So for several hours, the brethren of the coast had their fill of all of the goods that they could have in town. And then they went ahead and burned the entire village down. Behind them, the village was burning, which kept them warm through the night as they slept a peaceful night. However, in the morning, they got up and marched towards Santiago. Now, the locals had run to Santiago and warned them that there were a large number of English, Dutch, French buccaneers who were coming for Santiago, so they had time to prepare, but it wasn't even nearly enough. You see, at the fort there in Santiago, the man who was in charge of the garrison was the same soldier who had been in charge of that guerrilla operation against the English in Jamaica. Now, exactly what happened here is unclear. Perhaps he worked out a deal with the English, or perhaps he just learned his lesson and didn't want to fight these buccaneers anymore, or perhaps he was terrified. He had been unable to defeat the English any time in the past. So this man, the Spanish commander, turned and fled. Many of the soldiers that were manning the walls fled with him. The governor did show up and managed to rally what soldiers were left, but it wasn't nearly enough to stop the English. Within only a couple of hours of musket fire, they had taken the fort. They spent a total of 5 days ransacking the town of Santiago. They had their run of the town, taking anything, any women, goods, any food, any drink that they cared to take for 5 whole days. Then, as they left one of the richest towns in the Caribbean, they found the gunpowder store in the fort, lit a fuse, and marched away. 700 barrels of gunpowder blew up the fort and burned down the town of Santiago, which they said didn't recover for a full 10 years. Back in Jamaica, they were heroes. You can imagine that these men who had stolen thousands of pieces of of age were suddenly very rich and making all of the merchantmen, tavern keepers, and whores back in Jamaica extremely wealthy as well. Now that must have made all of these local merchants very happy, but the Buccaneers and the Brethren of the Coast, as well as pirates all throughout history, are notoriously bad about keeping any money in their pockets. They spend it freely. But they also realize that they're going to need more very shortly, and their commanders know the same thing. Christopher Ming was to get back out there on the ocean. However, while they had been gone, their lord, Lord Windsor, had retired. The new lord, the new governor of Jamaica, was a lot less willing to sign these letters of marque that would allow them to attack the Spanish settlement. However, it was on Christmas Day, 1661, that the new governor finally relented. According to Alexander Exponent, quote, "The English celebrate Christmas with a great deal of eating and drinking, and at that season the masters let the slaves have whatever they ask for." End quote. It sounds to me quite a bit like the old pagan Roman tradition of Saturnalia. That's actually exactly what the Romans did, so perhaps that's how Captain Mings got the new governor to relent and sign the letters of marque that he needed to go attack the Spanish again. The day after Christmas, Ming began to assemble his fleet, made up of English vessels, Dutch marauders, some French Huguenot allies, and then the usual ragtag Brethren of the Coast from Tortuga. In all, more than 20 ships left Jamaica and were joined by several more en route. This was that fleet that was the largest pirate fleet ever seen in the Caribbean. Now, these weren't all massive warships, but they carried plenty of guns and were filled with men armed to the teeth and ready to do extreme violence. This was a fleet that would have made any Spanish city tremble. Even the great centers of power like Havana must have worried if they had gotten news. However, those islands had nothing to worry about. This fleet was headed to the west. It was actually the vice admiral of the fleet, a man named Edward Mansfield, who was captain of the Griffin, that saw their destination first. A place that we visited before, San Francisco de Campeche. That was the same place that Diego Lucifer attacked with a young man, and it's in fact even possible that Diego the Mulatto was here, captain of one of these ships from Tortuga, one of these brethren pirate vessels, here to attack Campeche. You see, the men on this voyage had some knowledge of this part of the Spanish coast, and they suggested to the admiral, Admiral Mings, that he wait until nightfall and attack under cover of darkness, which is exactly what Diego the Mulatto had done. However, that wasn't something that a man like Mings thought was honorable. And funny considering he's about to march into town and burn it to the ground, but he wanted to attack with his drums and his trumpets announcing their coming. Graham A. Thomas, in his book The Pirate King, gives a beautiful narrative. He says, quote, "Mings attacked the town, his men only armed with pikes, swords, and pistols against the cannon. The fighting was intense. For almost an entire day they fought. The buccaneers had to take the stone houses one by one while being shot by Spanish snipers and soldiers. Shot whizzed around, bouncing off cobblestone, embedded into stone walls, tearing through clothing, ripping into flesh and bone. Men shouted as they attacked. Spanish soldiers were impaled by pikes. In close combat, men were cut down by pistol shot and swords. Shards of wood, stone, and metal flew in all directions from pistol and cannon shot. Mings was wounded 3 times, but by the end of the day, the buccaneers were successful. In the harbor, they captured 14 vessels. Crews were chosen, taken back to Port Royal. The Spanish counted their losses at 150,000 pieces of 8. End quote. That's a low-end estimate. The highest I've read, translated into modern American dollars, is that the Buccaneers in Campeche stole $75 million worth. Now, Captain Mings had been injured, and the man who took over the operation was his vice admiral, that man Mansfield. Mings would go on to retire shortly thereafter, go back to England, and lead a prosperous life with all of the money he had made in the Caribbean, and Mansfield was to take over. Now, Alexander Swimlin has a little blurb about Mansfield that comes right after that passage we spent so much time looking at today. It reads, quote, "At this time there was in Jamaica an old buccaneer called Mansfield, who planned to get a fleet together and raid the mainland. Seeing that Morgan was a young man with plenty of courage, the old buccaneer invited him to join the expedition and made him vice admiral of his fleet." End quote. Now, if we were going to give that passage The same treatment that we gave the passage in this episode, it would take an entire episode to cover everything that was wrong. You see, it was a complete fabrication, and we know that because we know where Captain Morgan was. And in fact, that's exactly what we're going to do. Next time, we're going to take a long, hard look at exactly what Captain Morgan was doing on his 22-month-long first great raid against the Spanish. I'd like to thank everybody for listening, and I mean that. We hit a huge milestone this week. It snuck up on me. I didn't even see it coming, but I'd like to thank every single last one of you. We hit 100,000 downloads, and that's a huge number, way bigger than I expected to hit anytime. I'd also like to thank everybody that has been kind enough to support the show, either through Patreon or PayPal through the webpage. We wouldn't be here doing this without you guys. Anybody who has been kind enough to leave a rating or a review anywhere you listen to the show, you guys really help get the word out, and I appreciate everybody out there. You guys are really the best. They're 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 really the best. Under means felt and now Captain Morgan and his allies were about to embark on a voyage that would on from shore to Jamaica and Port Royal for a full 22 months. Now, 22 months is a long time to be gone from home, especially when you're going to be in hostile waters, deep in enemy territory. Now, Captain Morgan didn't intend to be gone for 22 months. There were some setbacks and unexpected surprises. However, he knew it was going to be a long voyage, and they prepared thoroughly for it. This week, I'd like to do something a little bit different. You see, this great raid could really be considered the dawn of the golden age of piracy. And I'd like to take a step back before we set sail with Captain Morgan and look at what they were doing while preparing for this voyage. I'd like to take a look at the ships that they were loading with all of their victuals and arms. I'd like to take a look at exactly what those supplies were, what kind of food and drink they had on board, as well as what kind of weapons they were using and loading on board. This will be a step back from our narrative history and a look at the technical side of the early days of buccaneering, privateering, and piracy. This is episode number 17, Guns, Rum, Ships, and Sea. The reason that I chose this time period to look at the tools that the buccaneers were using, well, it's because things have changed drastically from the times of Francis Drake. Not only the political and religious landscape, but the tools these men were using. You see, European powers were in something of an arms race. The most important factor in that arms race were the ships that they would be on board, but everything from the guns they were using to the supplies that the men on board had were highly important to see who would control the new. And here in the 1660s, we're seeing the first fruition of that arms race. We're seeing things change to what they will be in the golden age of piracy. Now, there will be some pretty stark differences between the 1660s and the early 1700s, but some of the things we're going to be talking about today can be applied not only to Captain Morgan, but to men like Blackbeard and Charles Vane. One of the primary differences, though, is exactly how these men saw themselves. If you're reading the histories about Captain Morgan and his brethren of the coast, the word privateer pops up a lot. But really, the word privateer wasn't coined until about the mid-18th century. So men like Francis Drake and Henry Morgan, who very much were privateers, would never even heard that word, not thought of themselves as such. But it's still the best description that we have of what they were. Now, Francis Drake obviously worked directly for the Queen and her council. He was a royal man, but by the time of Captain Morgan, things were a bit less well-defined. In their early days, operating out of Tortuga, the Brethren of the Coast were outright pirates. They had no screen of legitimacy to hide behind. That was part of what made Jamaica so attractive to the Brethren of the Coast. They were safer than they were in Tortuga because there was less threat from Spanish ships, and while they had to sail under orders from the admiral of the Jamaica station, they essentially operated just as they had They also had, through the governor of Jamaica, a certain amount of royal authority. Now, that probably wouldn't have held up too well in a Spanish courtroom, but it allowed them to be much more bold than they ever had before and claim a lot better prizes. But to be clear, Jamaica and Port Royal weren't exactly high society. This was the farthest flung corner of the empire, and they operated essentially without any interference from London. There were supply requests and letters to the crown in London that wouldn't be answered and wouldn't even be found until sometimes decades later. The message to these men, these brethren of the coast, was clear. Their mission was to survive by any means necessary. Now, of course, the most important tool to, well, really anybody living in the Caribbean at the time, but especially the brethren of the coast, were their ships. It's important to take a look at exactly what ships they were on. They have changed so much over the past few decades. For many, many years, the most powerful ship sailing the high seas was the Spanish galleon. The Spanish galleon was an impeccably engineered ship, perfect for the Spanish Empire and the New World. It was very well rounded. It was made for speed and durability. It had room for guns as well as large holds for hauling gold and other treasure across the Atlantic. And while it had all of these aspects, you knew what naval warfare was going to be in the century to come. All of the naval powers of Europe, but especially the Dutch and the English, began developing what could really be called warships. While the galleon was a powerful vessel, it wasn't specialized enough to be a warship. The English warship was called the man of war, colloquially. It was a ship that was larger and slower than any of the Spanish galleons, but it had much more room for guns by sacrificing the cargo hold. These ships were huge and imposing, really what could be described as a floating fortress, and they terrified anybody who had never seen one before. But as the ships began to evolve, so did the tactics of naval warfare. You see, really since the dawn of naval warfare, ships focused mostly on speed and maneuverability. The goal was to ram another vessel as fast as possible and then board that vessel, killing anybody aboard and taking the ship for your own. That was how the Greeks and the Romans did it, and really, that was how the Spanish and the English did it up until about the time of the Armada. But now that that time had passed, we were seeing things like durability and firepower come to the fore. The European powers were moving towards something that they called the line of battle. This was a deeply complex naval military maneuver in which two fleets would come into contact on the high seas and then form up in these big, long, straight lines and then shoot at each other. And that's basically it. The reality is that the focus became more and more on hitting the other ship with cannons. However, it's really, really hard to hit a moving ship on the sea, so these admirals and captains just sort of sailed about 100 or so ships and shot cannonballs at the other side's ships until one side sunk more than the other. Now, of course, eventually, naval tacticians would come up with much more advanced stuff, like what's called crossing the T. That's where a captain attempted to sail his ship in a perpendicular fashion to another ship, kind of like the top of a capital T. If he were the top of the capital T, all of the guns on his broadside would be facing the other ship, who had maybe a couple of guns at her fore. So they would be able to catch that ship in a hail of cannon fire, with her being able to respond with hardly anything at all. It was a devastating tactic, but it didn't come around until some time later. Around the time of the 30 Years' War back in Europe, the line of battle was really the height of naval tactics, and there really wasn't much to it. You see, it was these broadsides that are the big difference. Ships had always, of course, had guns on them, but now they were packing more and more guns, as much firepower as possible on board their vessels. They called these ships, due to the line of battle, ships of the line, and broke their ships of the line down into different classifications. A first-class ship of the line would have been a terrifying sight to any enemy navy. These ships had 3 or 4 decks on them that were devoted entirely to cannon. When these ships fired a full volley, the air would be so filled with smoke that the ship would become almost invisible to their enemies, and consequently, their enemy ships would become invisible to them. Now, these decks would not have been pleasant. This is a cramped space. They were trying to fit as many decks and as many guns on these ships as they could. There would have been very little light, virtually no sunlight. The only access to the outside was the gun ports, and the air inside would have been filled with gunpowder and the sound of explosions. These decks were so small that men couldn't even stand upright in them, and sometimes they would have 10 or 15 guns on both sides, and then the center of that deck would be filled with gunpowder and shot, things that they would need to light their cannon. I can think of few places that sound more terrifying to me than one of these gun decks. Very little light, probably unable to hear from the frequent sound of explosions, not only from your deck on both sides, but from the deck above you as well. The air so filled with smoke that it's almost impossible to breathe, and really no way to see anything but the room around you. The only time that changes is when the other side scores a hit on your vessel and holes open up into your ship, showing you the outside world. Now that might almost for a second seem like a gift because some of the smoke begins to roll out and you're able to see some of the light from the outside world until you realize that those holes are getting your ship closer and closer into sinking into the depths of Davy Jones' locker. And it would have been almost impossible to escape from these ships. If your ship begins to go down, there's going to be a scramble to climb up to the deck above you, where there's going to be another scramble and the chaos of men dying and bleeding and screaming. You're not going to be able to make it to the top deck to swim away, and then when you are, hopefully you are close enough to shore to be able to swim. Working the gun decks of any of these large battleships for many of the great European powers seems like one of the most terrifying jobs in human history. That's why most of the men who were on board were not volunteers. These men were forced into service. These men were victims of the press game back in Europe. The lucky ones hoped to win their battle and head home. The unlucky ones hoped to win their battle and see land ever again. That land would have been halfway around the globe from home, but it would have been safer than on the back of a ship owned by the king. Now these ships, these first-class ships of the line, carried sometimes as many of 100 or more cannons. They were massively expensive. Not just expensive to build, but to sail and maintain as well. Any nation, though, that wanted to play at empire needed to build as many of these ships as possible. Whoever had the most and the best would rule the waves. But there were, of course, smaller ships as well. There were the second and third rate ships of the line that held slightly fewer guns. However, they were virtually the same ships, just with perhaps one less gun deck and a few less guns on board. But then there were still smaller ships. Ships that were less imposing. But using the right tactics, these vessels could be just as successful against the larger warships and the empires of old Europe. The most common and most prominent warship in the Caribbean was the frigate. Now, exactly what the name frigate implies is a little bit difficult to ascertain. According to Samuel Pepys, who was an English admiral that would, a few years after these events, categorize the English Navy into different subcategories, a frigate was a warship that was directly below the first, second, third, and fourth class ships of the line. In practice, according to the English, that meant that it was a three-masted vessel, ship-rigged, that carried one above-board gun deck. It was fast, it was maneuverable, but it still had quite a lot of firepower. Now, the French and the Dutch had their own variations on the frigate, and the Spanish fragata had its own. But essentially, what a frigate was a single-deck warship that was built low and long. These were very long, maneuverable vessels that could cut through the water, unlike any other warship of their time. The frigate was the bread and butter of the men who lived in the Caribbean. At Port Royal, Jamaica, the best warships they had would likely have been the frigates. Admirals Mings and Mansfield, and certainly Morgan, had frigates. These were their vessels. Later on, the greatest pirate ships we know of were frigates. For example, Blackbeard's Queen Anne's Revenge was a frigate. One of these ships, under the command of one of the buccaneers, privateers, or pirates, made him a superstar that was able to take on the local navy. However, it was a difficult ship to come by. You had to be very lucky or highly skilled to get one of these out of the hands of the Spanish, English, Dutch, or French. Most pirates were unable to do so. They usually traveled in convoys, so there would be several frigates there, so a single pirate ship or even a group of pirate ships would be unlikely. A more common pirate vessel that was a bit smaller than the frigate was the brig. A brig is a slightly smaller vessel that instead of having a ship's three masts only has two that are square rigged. So it's quite quick and very light and carries a fair number of guns, but not nearly as many as a frigate and nowhere near as many as one of the larger ships of the line. But a brig, well, it started off as a modified brigantine. The brigantine was a vessel local to the Mediterranean that had two masts as well as oar power to help it move. The brig had no oar power, but still kept only those two masts and the sail thereon. They were useful ships to the pirates, but not that common in the Caribbean during the golden age of piracy, so only a few notable pirates actually sailed on a brig. The most common type of vessel employed by most of the pirates in the Caribbean was the sloop. A sloop was a small and sleek vessel. It didn't have a ship's rigging either. It had fewer sails that were rigged to catch the wind. They would be able to go where larger vessels wouldn't be able to follow, up an inlet or river, or perhaps across one of the many Bahamian sandbanks where any larger ship would run aground. And these were vessels for pirates who preferred to take what they could and run, while a pirate who had a frigate had the ability to stand their ground and frighten away any potential hunters that didn't have a larger vessel or a fleet. The sloop was the quintessential pirate vessel. It carried enough guns to frighten merchant ships, smaller vessels, and anybody that it could not defeat run away at the fastest pace possible. It had a small amount of cargo space, but not enough to carry cotton or sugar or tobacco, or at least not enough to make any money. It did have enough room, however, for the necessary rum and guns and gold. Now, Captain Morgan himself most likely sailed a frigate. He was, at this time, second in line to the admiral of the Jamaica station, so he would have sailed a ship that was a little bit more worthwhile. However, the other three men in his fleet, those friends that he had sold his vessels to, were sailing either a brig for one of them or the other two really should have been classified as a sloop. Now, the sloops would have been carrying just enough to sustain the men on board, but the larger vessels, the frigate and the brig, would have had cargo space allotted for, well, anything that they managed to take from the Spanish, as well as all of their necessary goods, most notably the rum. Now, alcohol on board a sailing vessel was a tradition that was really a tradition that dated back to time immemorial. Now, until the year 1655 and the English invasion of Jamaica, the English usually carried on board French brandy. Brandy was really the first distilled alcohol, the first hard liquor in the world. You see, French wine manufacturers were shipping a lot of their wine to and from the New World. However, this wine takes up a lot of space. Wine barrels are huge and heavy and aren't exactly economic to ship across the Atlantic Ocean, so they were looking for a way to more economically ship their wine. They decided the best way to go about this was to dehydrate some of the water that was in the wine and ship it across the ocean where it could be reconstituted back into its good wine self. However, that's not exactly how it worked out. I like to imagine one French sailor, late at night, singing on deck, found by his comrades with a huge stupid grin on his face and an open cask of concentrated wine next to him, inviting his friends to come and share a drink with him. Brandy, which was the name for this concentrated and distilled wine, caught on like wildfire in the New World. At first, it caught on primarily among sailors, who thought it was just a fantastic drink that really took all their woes away. But these sailors brought it into port, and then many of the people in these New World colonies found it just as fantastic. They also discovered that the longer it aged in the oak wine barrels, the better and better it tasted. And sometimes they would let casks of brandy sit for as long as they could stand before trying it, and that was the best brandy of all. Rum was probably the very next type of hard alcohol made. Its base ingredient was discovered by Jamaican slaves on sugar plantations. You see, the process of refining sugar creates a byproduct called molasses that the plantation owners had no use for. Now, the process of refining sugar is an extremely dangerous and often painful, if not deadly, occupation for the slaves, so the slaves needed something to take their woes away. They took this molasses, which the slave owners didn't need, and fermented it. created a thick and highly alcoholic. But the Europeans decided to take it a step further. They took the process of distillation, which they used for brandy, and applied that to this molasses-based alcohol. This was the basis of modern rum. The island of Jamaica was rich in sugar plantations and also had several rum distilleries. The Englishmen, upon seizing Jamaica, found themselves swimming in stuff. They had not only all the raw materials needed, but all of the infrastructure to produce as much rum as they could drink. So in effect, the English colony at Jamaica became the center for Caribbean rum production in the 17th century. Now, obviously, they shipped and sold this rum all over the world, but the Royal Navy put it to good use there in Jamaica. Under their Jamaican pirate admirals, they began a policy of serving a ration of rum called a tot or a toddy to their sailors every day. This traditional ration was probably not given to them initially to give them something to drink, but to keep them from drinking too much. Now, years later, George Washington, during the American Revolution, would order a tot of rum given to his soldiers, and the English Navy would actually continue this practice of giving rum to their sailors until the year 1970. Now, while the Jamaican pirate admirals put this into full effect, the tradition actually dated back to the time of Francis Drake. If you recall in one of our previous episodes, Drake actually discovered a drink that the natives used when his men were coming down with scurvy. It combined a medicinal tree bark tea that the natives employed and lime juice, which Drake then decided to mix with a small amount of rum. This was really the world's first cocktail. It was called, as the son of the famous John Hawkins, made it official naval policy to have all of the ingredients for making the El Drake on board to cure men who might come down with one of the terrible diseases. This was a precursor not only of the El Drake, but of a drink that wouldn't actually be invented for about a century. A drink that would become ubiquitous on board naval vessels. That would be grog. Now, grog would come after the time of the Golden Age of piracy, but essentially what it was a drink that took rum and lime juice, very similar to the El Drake, and mixed that instead of with medicinal tea bark with a light beer, so that it would hydrate, protect against scurvy, and keep the men nice and drunk so that they could do their work free of pain. This sounds like a spectacular drink. To be sure, the hard-drinking buccaneers with Henry Morgan were loading all of the ingredients for the El Drake on board their vessel. They didn't know exactly what might happen to them at sea, and these were necessary and highly available on the island of Jamaica. Now, in addition to rum, they would have had jugs of fresh water that they would try to stretch as long as possible. However, fresh water at sea isn't going to last very long, no matter how you try to store it. So, to keep themselves hydrated, they would have had jugs of alcoholic beverages that were very low in alcoholic content. This would have been something similar to about 2% beer, just enough to keep any bacteria from growing and souring the water. Now, this beer would have been not exactly like a bottle of PBR. They probably wouldn't have used any of the ingredients that we're used to in beer today. There would have been no hops in it, first of all, but it also likely wasn't even made with traditional grain. They would have used local ingredients to make as much of it as possible. It's entirely possible that they had beer made out of the molasses, similar to what the slaves drank on the plantations, but much more likely, because they were the brethren of the coast, they drank some of their traditional beverages. First of all, they would have probably had a sweet potato beer, or a yam beer. You see, sweet potatoes were a staple food in the Caribbean at the time, and it wasn't only eaten, it was also made into a hearty and slightly alcoholic drink. Now, this is different from the sweet potato beer you can get today, and I fully intend to make some and try it out before too long. The other drink they probably would have had that I also very much want to try would have been a palm wine made from local palm trees that sounds thick and creamy and almost thickly sweet, but much more alcoholic than the yam beer. Now, they probably wouldn't have mixed that with the water because it sounds like they both would have soured. But these are all of the alcoholic drinks they would have had on board. The rum, they would have kept drinking that to a minimum unless they were celebrating something because really they had to be on their toes. They never knew when they were going to run across a patrol that they had to run from at top speed. Then, after that, they would have loaded on board all of their food. Most importantly, for any ship going to sea, they would have loaded on board hardtack, which was a biscuit made out of flour and water, and sometimes salt, that was baked 4 times until it was an unbelievably dense cracker. A cracker that would never go bad and was extremely nutrient dense. Now, this food has a lot of nicknames that sailors gave it throughout the years, and most of them are some variation of tooth cracker or jawbreaker. It appears that the only way to actually make this food edible is if you soaked it in a small amount of salt water or more commonly coffee on board. Now, in addition to the hardtack, they'd also have loaded quite a bit of salted meat on board. This would have been almost certainly pork because there was probably no beef on the island of Jamaica at the time, and there were quite a few pigs that the Brethren of the Coast were adept at shooting from their time on Tortuga. So they would have had a fair amount of what amounted to very hard pork jerky. But these two types of food, well, they would have been well known to all of the sailors in Captain Morgan's fleet, were not what they were likely going to be eating. These were really nothing more than a last resort. These were foods to be eaten if the ships were calmed or lost at sea, and they had no other way of getting food. You see, the buccaneers would have put on board enough fresh food to last them a few days, perhaps a week, however long the food would stay fresh. And then after that, they were mostly going to subsist on tortoise, fresh tortoise, which they could catch almost anywhere in the Caribbean or the New World. These tortoise were so common that nearly every visitor to the Caribbean, in their writings afterward, would make a mention of them. Columbus did, saying that the bays he stopped in were so filled with tortoise that they made a racket that kept the men from sleeping as they banged against the hull of the ship. Exquimulans said they were, quote, very good to eat, end quote, and another visitor said, quote, the choice of all for fine eating is the turtle or sea tortoise. The flesh looks and eats very much like choice veal, but the fat is of a green color, very luscious and sweet. The liver is likewise green, very wholesome, searching, and purging, end quote. So their diet would have consisted primarily of rum, stale water, fermented yam juice, hard crackers, pig jerky, and fresh turtle meat. Yum! A pirate's life for me. However, I do have a plan, in fact, to put out a video where I make, try, and review some of these pirate victuals. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to eat any turtle meat, but I am going to try some pork jerky, some hardtack, several of these pirate beverages, and several other pirate-themed drinks I can get my hands on, as well as a selection of rum. Me and a few friends are going to try these out, make a video of it, and put the results on YouTube, because why not? But most of what we've talked about so far, sloops and frigates, hardtack, and fresh tortoise meat, these were par for the course for really any sailor in the Caribbean at the time. So what is it that sets the Buccaneers apart? Well, most notably, is how they modified their ships. Historian Stephen Talty writes, quote, the first order of business was to rip out the wooden bulkheads in the hulls, which were used in merchant ships to keep barrels and trunks from sliding. Cabins, first class and steerage, were gutted, creating an open space below decks, for reasons both piratical, to accommodate large numbers of men these ships often carried, and philosophical. Pirates were democrats and decreed that no man should have better quarters than the next. Carpenters would reinforce the deck to support extra cannon and cut slots in the hold for guns, or mount them fore and aft as chasers, cannon that could be fired on anyone trying to pursue or escape. Above board, the forecastle and any superstructure behind, in Stephen's terms, abaft, the mainsail was removed, as were the cabins, roundhouses, and the stern, creating a clear deck ideal for boarding vessels or stashing excess numbers of privateers, captives, or booty. Finally, the rig of the converted vessel could be altered by stepping the mainmast aft for increased power in the wind. Pirates adored speed. An extra knot could mean the difference between riches and hanging. Like grease monkeys cackling as they dropped a supercharged V-12 into their father's vintage old, the brethren took a stock mercantile vessel and made it into a thing built to fly. End quote. Now, the thing that truly set these ships apart is partly what Stephen Talty was talking about there, the rigging. The rigging is called today Jamaica rigging, which was, at the time, the fastest rigging in the world. That rigging, in addition to the fact that these ships were built not out of heavy English oak, but out of much lighter Caribbean cedar, made these ships the fastest ships anywhere known. Some years later, but still during the Age of Sail and even in the Golden Age of piracy, that Jamaica rigging would be slightly modified into something called the Bermuda rigging, which is still today used by sailors in sailing races across the world. These ships were so fast that they would be used throughout the Age of piracy, into the American Revolution as blockade runners, and even up until the American Civil War and the Spanish American War. These are ships so fast that they are even used well into the age of steam power because they can outrun the fastest steamships out there. Now there was something else. One other thing that differentiates the Brethren of the Coast from common mariners, and it also puts them in kind of a stark contrast to the pirates of the Golden Age of piracy. Their weapons. A typical merchant vessel in the region would have been armed, but poorly. A Spanish vessel, for example, would have made for a ripe target for the Brethren. On board, that merchant vessel would have had no cannon. They would have only had a few really useless firearms. You see, the Spanish government strictly regulated firearms in their colonies, at least for the colonials. They didn't want anybody there getting ideas of rebellion and jeopardizing their trade in gold and silver. The Navy, however, was a bit better supplied, but it was so weak by the year 1660 that they couldn't defend Spanish interests at all. The captains of these merchant vessels would have carried a sword, but for most of them, it's unlikely that their crew would have been armed with anything past a knife to prevent the possibility of a mutiny. Now, their firearms, which they did have, were the arquebus, which was a design dating back to the pre-Elizabethan age. It dates back in parts of Asia even earlier, to the High Middle Ages. The arquebus we discussed before, but it was a long-barreled gun with a hook to help stabilize it, and it had what amounted to little more than an open reservoir for the gunpowder. It was essentially a very small caliber cannon that worked to repel boating parties in Francis Drake's day, but now it was very outdated. Unlike the Spanish, the Dutch, and the French and the English didn't have the same restrictions on firearms. The Dutch and French were making some of the best firearms in the world. The 30 Years' War, as well as the English Civil War, saw the rise of a class of soldiers called the musketeers. They used much, much better firearms than the arquebus. They used, naturally, the musket, which was a long-barreled firearm that had a flared muzzle, which made it much easier to load, and it was made to be carried by hand, unlike the arquebus, and also made to be fired quickly. The first major advance to the musket was the matchlock design. This was essentially a trigger attached to a lit wick that would be dropped onto the powder reservoir, which would light it on fire. It made it a lot easier to fire and kept you from having an entire other step in the firing process. But it still wasn't perfect. A burning match would give away your position, especially at night. It wasn't a stealth firearm. So the next step was the wheel lock, which improved upon that design, but that paled in comparison to the flintlock musket. If you, in your mind's eye, right now, picture a pirate gun, a pistol, or a musket, it's a flintlock design. This was the cutting edge of firearm technology. It was reliable, it was fast, and it was accurate. Well, it was relatively accurate. It was accurate for the time. You see, the musketeers, that class of soldiers, well, they weren't sharpshooters. In battle, they were trained to load quickly, to point their guns in a general direction, and fire. Rinse, reload, repeat. The buccaneers of Tortuga, however, were some of the best shots in the world. You see, on Tortuga, before the Brethren of the Coast became buccaneers, they were hunters by trade. Alexander Swimmerman writes, quote, "Hunters go off in groups of 7 or 8, one man carrying all the guns and another leading the hounds. One of the party stays on his own at the Yukon to look after the goods, smoke the flesh, grind salt, and do the cooking against the return of the rest of the party. They kill great numbers of animals, sometimes even 100 wild swine in a morning, only 7 or 8 of them, because in general they prefer to have sow." End quote. That's perhaps 6 or 7 men, hunting and killing perhaps 100 boar in a morning, using probably matchlock but perhaps flintlock muskets from the 17th century. If any of that's true, these men are amazing shots. Now, you might be thinking that these were just a bunch of guys exaggerating their hunting tale. Kind of like that time that I caught 100-pound catfish by myself, bare-handed. And yeah, there's probably some of that in it. But then again, the victims of the Buccaneers mentioned time and again their prowess and accuracy of shooting their muskets. So there must have been something to how good they were using their guns. They were reported to, on command, shoot down a Spaniard in the rigging of the other vessel while at sea, reload, and then fire again quickly. That's a feat that none of the musketeers back in Europe would have been able to do. But if that separates the buccaneers from the more typical merchants and seamen of the era, what separates the buccaneers from the later Golden Age? Well, first of all, it's their choice to use muskets over pistols primarily. Now, certainly they all had both the musket and the pistol with them, but the later pirates were well known for carrying multiple pistols, perhaps a stash with as many as 4 to 6 pistols on it, and perhaps a musket or two among them if they could spare the space. The buccaneers, on the other hand, all had a musket with them, and only the captain or some of the better shots might have a musket to shoot again below decks if necessary. Something that I think most of us would notice almost immediately, though, would be the difference in their scope. Now, on board a ship, nearly every man from Europe carried a cutlass, but the cutlass carried by the buccaneers under Captain Morgan and the one carried by, say, Calico Jack Rackham would have been very different animals. They were both one-sided blades, slightly curved and had something of a hand guard. This was typical of every naval blade. However, the cutlass being used by Blackbeard or Jack Sparrow is an elegant weapon from a more civilized age. The cutlass used by Captain Morgan would have been something that looked to our eyes a lot more like a common machete with a small handguard on it, which is because more frequently than being used as a weapon on board a ship, it would have actually been used as a machete. Now, certainly, on board a ship, if they had run out of shot and powder, they would have pulled their cutlass and used it on any man that dared to oppose them, but more often than not, the cutlass was used to cut underbrush. They were only used in violence if truly absolutely necessary. You see, that highlights really the key difference between the Buccaneers and the Golden Age pirates. The Buccaneers of America engaged in piracy and took unbelievable amounts of loot at sea, but their primary occupation, more than pirates, especially under Captain Morgan, was soldiering. The most stark difference in the armaments between the Buccaneers and the later pirates was the fact that all of these Buccaneers carried with them pikes, long, steel-tipped spears, very similar to all of those used in the English Civil War, a conflict in which Henry Morgan probably learned how to lead men on the battlefield, which is where he would be leading these men primarily. They would fight at sea if necessary and take vessels if they needed wine, water, or lumber. But really, what Captain Morgan was leading these men into was not a fight at sea, but he was leading them to the Spanish Main to carry their pikes and their cutlasses and their muskets and bring them to bear on unsuspecting Spanish settlements. And they would prove to be very, very good at it. I hope this gives you an idea of what the Buccaneers under Henry Morgan of the early 1660s were loading onto their vessels. They certainly prepared well, because the raid that was coming would go down in history as a raid that rivaled or even surpassed the greatest raids of Francis I. Next week, we'll set sail with Captain Morgan on his voyage to Via Hermosa and the Spanish Main. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank especially everybody that has supported the show, either through the PayPal button on our website or becoming a patron on Patreon. I'd like to go ahead and give a shout out to those of you who have. That's Andrew, Garrett, Talon, Brandon, Brad, Philip, Strauss, Adam, Barton, Mark, Anders, Patrick, Keith, Preston, Dave, Levi, and Emma, Rasmus, Bill, Heather, and Linda. All of you guys on Patreon really help keep this show afloat, and we appreciate all of you. There was a hiccup in the first major reward planned for those of you on Patreon. However, we are back on track. We've got an artist working on that map of the Caribbean, which is looking spectacular. In the next few days, I'm going to post pictures of it to Patreon and to Twitter and to Facebook. And then I'm going to go ahead and send everybody who has pledged their support on Patreon thus far a copy of that. If you'd like to support the show, there are many other ways to do it. We really appreciate everybody out there who has left a review or a rating on iTunes, Podbean, Stitcher, or any of the other places people listen to the podcast. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you're enjoying that music, I suggest you go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, why not go on over and check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can check us out at Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or SoundCloud. Most importantly, to everybody out there, thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In the spring of 1664, the future of Jamaica sailed across the Caribbean. That future was embodied in Sir Thomas Modifor. The ever-changing world of European politics had shifted drastically in the 9 years of English occupation of Jamaica. Lord Protector Cromwell had died, the Stuart monarchy had been restored under King Charles II, and the Anglo-Spanish War that had seen Jamaica seized from Spain was over. The two nations were finally at peace. That peace, however, stood on an uncertain foundation. King Charles had been backed by many prominent Catholics in Europe in his bid for the throne, most notably the King of Spain. He secured that support largely with a promise to return Jamaica to the Spanish Empire. However, he didn't. He changed his mind, and there was little that Spain could do about it. You see, in England, with the Stuart monarchy so recently returned, the entire institution of monarchy was in question. The other European monarchs were hesitant to act against King Charles for fear of a return to that democratic Puritan parliamentary system. But that hesitation was very nearly overcome in 1661 and 1662 when Captain Nemo sailed against the Spanish cities of Santiago and San Francisco de Campeche. The Spanish king and his ambassador in England flew into a rage over these attacks. You see, these raids had been the captains of all of the vessels had been carrying a royal commission and letters of marque. King Charles II saw clearly just how dangerous the situation was to England and to him personally. Very possibly facing a serious war if he didn't address the situation, he wrote personally to the acting governor of Jamaica, Sir Charles Littleton. He told the governor that the law was clear. These raids on Spanish territory were illegal at a time of peace, and in the eyes of God and the English court, they amounted to more than piracy. The Stuart kings, all the way back to Charles I, had always been clear on exactly what a pirate was. They drew their definition from Marcus Tullius Cicero, the Roman orator from the time of Julius Caesar. Cicero called pirates, quote, hostis humanae generi, or in English, enemies of the human race. Now that's what pirates were, but exactly who were pirates was a lot more fluid question. Douglas R. Burgess Jr. writes in his history, The Pirates' Pact, quote, kings may have employed the term piracy loosely, applying it ad hoc for political purposes, not unlike our present government's fungible definition of terrorism. End quote. That allegory between pirates and terrorists is fantastic. If you were to look at, for example, the Taliban, or certain Islamist rebel factions in the Syrian civil war, well, these groups were once allies of the United States until the political landscape changed. Now, these groups were terrorists, or hostis humanae genera, enemies of the human race. King Charles saw things much the same way. He was happy to employ the buccaneers of Tortuga in defense of Jamaica until the politics in Europe forced his hand away from that. His letter to Littleton ordered the cessation of all piratical acts against the Spanish, an expulsion of the Brethren of the Coast from Jamaica, and greater circumspection in the issuing of letters. Littleton replied in a letter that I imagine Charles' counselors hesitated to show the king. Littleton refused to rein in the buccaneers. He would not recall Mings or Mansvelt, and he would not cease issuing letters of marque. His reasons were both personal and piratical. The buccaneer raids on Spanish shipping were making Littleton a wealthy man, to be sure, but they were also good for Jamaica. They brought gold and goods, things that the island desperately needed. But they brought also the most important factor to Jamaica's survival. They brought Jamaica a navy. The Jamaica station had only 2 or 3 Royal Naval frigates at any time, but Port Royal, well, it had such a glorious harbor. It had merchants that were willing to deal in pirated goods and more taverns per block than any other city in the world. This attracted pirates and buccaneers like flies to honey. At any time, that glorious harbor was filled with upwards of 500 vessels, anything from small barks and brigs carrying hundreds of guns and thousands of violent men. All of these men were well armed, battle hardened, and hostile to the Spanish, willing to defend their home in Port Royal. In his reply to the king, Littleton argued that the buccaneers were essential to the survival of the colony. King Charles, however, didn't see it that way, and he wrote another letter. This letter, however, wasn't to Littleton. It was to another governor, the most powerful and influential man on Barbados, Sir Thomas Modiford. Modiford was a rich planter. He had worked his way up the political ladder of Barbados, finally becoming the governor, and he was a factor for a group known as the Royal Adventurers, which was an English corporation that had a monopoly on slavery in the Caribbean. Charles gave the governor a new commission. He handed him the governorship of Jamaica. Modiford was tasked with developing Port Royal into a proper English colony, complete with all of the trappings of Caribbean life, including hundreds of new plantations. In order to accomplish this, Modiford sailed with his lieutenant governor, a man named Edward Morgan, who, as it happens, was Henry Morgan's uncle. He also had at least 700 planters and the thousands of African slaves and indentured servants that came with them. Modiford was bringing not just men, but the entire slave-based plantation system with him. His first action upon arriving in Port Royal was to stop any further piratical raids from leaving the harbor. However, it was already too late. Only a few months prior, a fleet of buccaneer vessels under Captain Henry Morgan had sailed. Nobody knew exactly where they were going, but everybody knew that they were going to go ransack, plunder, and terrorize Spanish colonies somewhere in the Caribbean. This is episode number 18, Grenade. In December 1663, 5 vessels left Port Royal, carrying Captains Henry Morgan, William Jackman, John Morris, and David Martin, along with somewhere in the realm of 200 men. They sailed due west, along the same route that they had taken the previous spring, when they were returning from Ming's raid on Campeche. San Francisco de Campeche was a favorite target for buccaneers from the time of Diego Lucy. It was the right prize on the west coast of the Yucatan Peninsula. But that wasn't the pirates' destination this time. Their first stop was in Cuba. They hoped to collect some wood and water and hopefully buy some supplies, but the small fleet was turned away. From Cuba, they sailed directly west to the Yucatan, and as soon as they reached land, they collected their wood and water. They rounded the peninsula and started heading south, where they entered the Bay of Campeche. The Bay of Campeche was a shallow stretch of sea that was filled with reefs and constantly shifting sandbanks that threatened to run any ship aground that wasn't wary. So the ships in Captain Morgan's fleet dropped sounding lines to test the depths, and they continued southwest along the coast. Occasionally, the buccaneers stopped at any village that was large enough to support a tavern. Now, these weren't exactly raids per se. However, I don't imagine that a huge number of rough English buccaneers crowding into your tavern, eating up all of your stores, drinking up all of your wine, and fondling all of your serving girls were exactly pressed when it came time to collect the bill. There was a skirmish or two with Spanish patrols that they ran into, but the Spaniards retreated almost immediately, and the English continued due south. However, as they headed further south, they stopped going ashore and stayed further and further away from the coast. They had easily outrun any alarm that would have come from the northern Yucatan, but now as they neared their destination, they required surprise and they set watch for a telltale brown stripe in the crystal blue waters, made by silt from inland rivers that would be meeting the sea. They were looking for the second such stripe, and when they found it, Morgan ordered the fleet to make for the coast, where they anchored their ships and then rowed ashore. 107 men made to the mouth of the Grijalva River, which led directly to their destination, Villahermosa. Villahermosa was, and still is today, the capital of the province of Tabasco. It was at the time a rich city that hadn't seen privateers, pirates, or really any foreign sails for a generation. But Villahermosa wasn't intended to be Morgan's first stop. 3 miles upriver, they found the village of Frontera. Frontera was an ancient enclave. It was a small trading town that predated the Spanish by centuries. The inhabitants there were natives, the descendants, or maybe the remnants, of the Maya. Now, when you picture Frontera, don't picture the great stone pyramids of the Maya that the Yucatan is so famous for. You don't picture the temples, or sacrificial altars, or monoliths. The Mayans hadn't built structures like that for at least 600 years before the Spanish arrived in the New World. When Hernan Cortez, the conquistador, finished up with the Aztec Empire up to the north, he marched south to the land of the Maya. But he didn't find the legendary empire. He found a fractured group of warring and feuding city-states that he conquered really with ease. It was actually near Frontera that he found an altar covered in blood, deep in the jungle for human sacrifice. He had that altar destroyed. By the time Henry Morgan arrived in Frontera, the Maya were a defeated people. The Spanish routinely took their strongest boys and their most beautiful girls from them. The boy slaves worked at the most dangerous jobs that were deemed too deadly for valuable property. These were jobs like pearl diving that you could only do for so long before your body gave out on you. See, nobody would employ African slaves to do something that was definitely going to kill them, but you didn't have to pay for Indian slaves. The girls, if they were lucky and exceptionally beautiful, might be taken as a personal mistress for some local dignitary or another, but most of them, the unlucky ones, were sold into a sexual human trafficking ring that's on an unparalleled level. So, as you can imagine, when a group of strangely dressed natives in the region, but Henry Morgan took a gamble, and that gamble paid off. The Mayans there told the captains that taking the river directly to Villahermosa was out of the question. The river was lined by some settlements and many guard posts that would leave them the element of surprise. Now, in most cases, they would just go a mile or two inland and follow the river, but that was out of the question as well. The land for some 20 miles or more on either side of the river was impassable swamps filled with deadly snakes, matting caimans, and mosquitoes carrying malaria and other deadly. But these Mayans were happy to provide guides to the buccaneers that would see them safely around the swamps and take them far from Spanish eye. The trip wound up being more than 300 miles. The company marched through the jungle of the Yucatan. They were taking a wide berth around the Spanish to avoid any possible settlements or Spanish patrols. Their trek mirrored and really collapsed that of Francis Drake across the Isthmus of Panama some 91 years before. At the end, they neared Villahermosa completely undetected. Stephen Talty writes, quote, Villahermosa was many hundreds of miles away from the pirate haunts of Port Royal and its citizens believed that the distance ensured their safety. Towns might see 10 or 20 years of peace before a horde of buccaneers suddenly appeared on the horizon one day. Guards slept at their posts, the round shot, small cannonballs, for the cannons rusted in the soft night air until they no longer fit into the mouths of the guns. Keys, chests full of gunpowder hadn't been seen in a decade. Vigilance under the hot sun was a challenge few commanders could meet. So when Morgan's men burst into the town square, the Spanish defense collapsed. Morgan reported that he quickly took and plundered the village. Pirates searched the houses for plate and jewels, gathered a few hundred prisoners, and headed back to their ship. End quote. This was not a battle for the ages. But really, that's how Morgan and, honestly, pirates in any era wanted it. A sudden, frightful appearance followed by a quick surrender was. This is really, though, a testament to Henry Morgan as a military commander. Sun Tzu wrote in The Art of War, quote, rapidity is the essence of war. take advantage of the enemy's unreadiness, make your way by unexpected routes, and attack unguarded spots. End quote. This is how many of the greatest commanders strategize. This is Genghis Khan marching through the Gobi Desert, or George Washington crossing the Delaware. Henry Morgan went well out of his way to prize Via Hermosa, and he was rewarded with chests full of gold and silver and but Morgan, his luck wouldn't hold, and he wasn't prepared for every eventuality. They commandeered several river vessels to carry the men and their chests full of treasure back to their ship. However, when they got there, they found their ship waiting, but in the hands of more than 300 Spanish troops. Now, here we finally get the fight that was missing in Villa Hermosa, but even still, it was one-sided. The Spanish were carrying those outdated and antique firearms, while the Buccaneers were carrying some of the best muskets in the world. The Buccaneers were crack shots who had been trained in raids on the Spanish, while the Spanish themselves had possibly never seen a pirate or any real enemy before. The Buccaneers faced imprisonment or death if they failed in this battle behind enemy lines. However, the Spanish, they were in possession of 5 newly acquired pirate ships they could use to escape should they fail, which is exactly what happened. After a few volleys, the Spanish troops retreated back to the ships they had just taken from the English and sailed away on them. So the 4 captains found themselves deep in enemy territory. They had no food or drink, but they were carrying chests of treasure, and they had only a few small river craft, not even remotely suitable for getting them home. These were little more than open canoes that may have had a single sail on it. And here, once again, Henry Morgan shows his quality as a commander. He was hardly the only men of the Brethren of Tortuga and the Buccaneers of Port Royal that were sailing around attacking Spanish cities. However, usually when these groups were faced with similar setbacks, most of these companies dissolved or were captured. But Captain Morgan allowed neither. He kept fear from taking command of his men. He ordered food and water gathered, and then the men rowed their tiny boats along the shore. They soon came upon 2 small barks, which were tiny vessels but large enough to carry the loot and a few of the men. So this tiny fleet of 2 small barks and maybe as many as 4 canoes rowed hard against a current of 1 knot, which would have added about 24 leagues a day to their voyage. They rowed day and night until they had gone back around the peninsula. Now, these ships couldn't have carried them home, but as long as they hugged the coast, they would be sure to find food and water, and along the way, perhaps a trinket or 2 that they could add to their chest. In a letter written by Governor Moody Ford of Jamaica, dated 1666, he wrote of the expedition, quote, "They then fitted up 2 barks and 4 canoes, took Rio Garto with 30 men, and stormed a breastwork there, killing 15 and taking the rest prisoners. Crossed the Bay of Honduras, watering at the Isle of Raton, took the town of Trujillo and a vessel in the road, and came to Mosquito, where the Indians were hostile to the Spaniards, and 9 of them willingly. They then anchored in Monkey Bay, near Nicaragua River, which they went up in canoes, passing 3 falls for a distance of 37 leagues, where began the entrance to a fair laguna or lake, judged to be 50 leagues by 30 of sweet water, filled with excellent fish, with its banks full of brave pastures, and savannas covered in horses and cattle, where they had as good beef and mutton as any. Riding by day under keys and islands, and rowing all night, on the 5th night, under the advice of their Indian guide, they landed near the city of Grand Grenada." End of quote. That's a brief and very British description of something that my modern mind can hardly imagine. That's 107 men on 2 barks and 4 canoes rowing around the Yucatan Peninsula and down south along the coast of modern-day Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, and into the Gulf of Honduras. They hunted and fished, and they drank stolen Spanish wine, and all the while they continued to row. By this point in the expedition, the men had been gone from home for more than a year, but, well, to me, they were living fantasy. They were sailing the entire Caribbean coast of Central America, sleeping under the stars every night with a belly full of sweet Spanish reds and roasted venison, turkey, or fish, or tortoise. When they wanted some company, they found a town that couldn't refuse them in a brothel that wouldn't refuse their custom. When they happened upon a city, such as the city of Trujillo, they would enter the city and take whatever loot they could find. In Trujillo, as at that same town that they had taken the breastwork, the buccaneers stormed the fort, they ransacked the town, and they stole everything of value. And in Trujillo, they stole something they desperately needed, a proper Spanish galleon. So the buccaneers sailed east along the coast of Honduras and then turned south along the Mosquito Coast, which is modern-day Nicaragua, until finally they came to Monkey Bay. At Monkey Bay, they found another native enclave, who once again were glad to help in aiding these Englishmen against their Spanish overlords. Now, the guides that the natives lent them led the Englishmen downriver to Lake Nicaragua, which is a massive freshwater lake in the west of Nicaragua. Look at any map and you can clearly see it down there in Central America. It's not as large as the Great Lakes in North America, but it's still a very, very large body of water, so big you can't even dream from one side to the other. So the buccaneers rode around the lakeshore, hunting and feasting and preparing for battle. Now, when they finally went ashore, it was on the far side of the lake, near the town Gran Granada. Granada was a large, old city and very wealthy. It was at least 2 times larger than Fort Smith in England and home to at least 3 colleges, 7 stone churches, as well as hospitals and monasteries and mansions. And most importantly for the Buccaneers, it had at least 7 companies of cavalry and on-foot militia. Grenada was the best defended town in the region, and the natives told them that it was nigh impregnable. However, Captain Morgan, Jackman, Morris, and Martine aimed to prove them wrong. In that letter of Governor Modi Ford, he continued, quote, hiding by day under keys and islands and rowing all night. On the 5th night, by the advice of their Indian guide, they landed near the city of Gran Granada, marched undiscovered into the center of the city, fired a volley, overturned 18 great guns in the Prada Palace, took the sergeant major's house, wherein were all the arms and ammunition, secured in the great church 300 of the best men prisoners, abundance of which were churchmen, plundered for 16 hours, discharged the prisoners, sunk all the boats, and came away. This town is twice bigger than Portsmouth, with 7 churches and a very fair cathedral, besides diverse colleges and monasteries, all built of freestone, as also are their houses. They have 6 companies of horse and foot, besides Indians and slaves in abundance. End quote. Now, something that he doesn't mention here is who exactly was marching into Gran Granada. Now, we know that there were 107, perhaps a few less by this time, members of the Buccaneers. However, their Indian guides did not come alone. As they grew closer and closer to the city, they collected more and more of their brethren. As they snuck into the city, the natives began to free and collect any native men, any African slaves, and any disenfranchised people they could, until there was an army of over 1,000 men marching through the cities who had very good reason to despise their Spanish masters. After those 300 best men, mostly churchmen, had been gathered up in the cathedral there, a group of the natives and Africans drew knives and prepared to kill every last one of them. However, Captain Morgan reminded them that the English weren't going to be ruling there in Gran Granada. They were going to leave the city, and when they left, the Spanish would still be there, controlling the entire region, and if they killed these 300 important churchmen and civil leaders, then the Spanish authorities in the region would certainly send out parties and militias to destroy the natives there. So, the men who had drawn their knives saved them. So these Africans and Mayans left the city of Gran Granada to make a life in the mountains of Nicaragua. Now these men, these slaves, took all of the guns and spears and swords that they could carry to defend themselves. However, Captain Morgan took all of the cannon, put those guns on board a ship found there in the harbor, along with their chests of plunder. They added to those chests as they searched Gran Granada for gold doubloons and silver plate, indigo, silk, and fancy clothes, comfortable shoes. Basically, they took anything that they took a fancy to that was nailed down. They sunk all of the boats that were there to keep anybody from following them or leaving too quickly to raise the alarm. And then they took this small ship back upriver and returned to the Caribbean. In that letter, Governor Modi Ford continued, quote, "At the end of the lagoon, they took a vessel of 100 tons and an island as large as Barbados called Leda, with a fine, neat town which they plundered. The air there is very cool and wholesome, producing, as the inhabitants told, all sorts of European grains, herbs, and fruits in great plenty. That 5 leagues from the head of the lagoon is a port town on the South Sea called Raito, where the King of Spain has ships built for trading between Panama and Peru, and there is a better passage to the lake by Blue River to the northeast, and another to the southeast, through Costa Rica, almost to Portobello, a country inhabited by Creolians, mulattoes, and Indians, whom the Spanish do not trust with arms." End quote. That is to say that Morgan and the Buccaneer crew took the northernmost river from Lake Nicaragua to the Caribbean, where they set sail north by northwest for Jamaica. By the time they were sailing that stolen Spanish vessel out into the open ocean, they had been gone from home for 21 months. They had had quite a grand adventure. They were different men than when they had left. However, they were returning to a very different place. Next week, we'll look at that very different place, at the Port Royal that Henry Morgan found, and the next steps of Governor Modi Ford, Admiral Mansvelt, and the pirates of Port Royal. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd also like to thank our new Patreon supporters, Homer Dan and Skip, as well as those of you who have been kind enough to donate through the website using our PayPal. Our theme music was, as always, Old Captain, a fantastic band. If you enjoy it, you should definitely go over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, why not go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com or check us out on Facebook or Twitter. If you're enjoying the show, we really appreciate anybody that leaves us a review or a rating at iTunes, Podbean, Stitcher, or any of the places.
I share kind of wonder that running. So what is it about the boundary way I'm running that way? So in my group, my team made a grid. I haven't now attracted neighborhood or chemical cell. Cell was pulse on and off. And we actually get we that structure that chemistry effect. There's fragments or what's happening is that you get on off. Takes fear. Non-deterministic is a dynamic. I was wondering, that gives me representation of the where they talk next round. Like the paper there's like the famous of life. It's also scientific question of whether some kind of randomness uh, have a construct effect on what it is. I mean, whether it's random, deterministic, that's not deterministic. I'm trying to think of coding space. Coding space have nine. There are 49 cells, 49 bits, all connected to each other like an analog spread out. The big then reaction to chemical. What happens to the cell is it goes from red and Russian. Now with it, nonsense. I think the first proposed and then there's your breaks a second more. That was it. Just break a second. And like a lot of sure actually because there's some other there a lot mining slash all probably covered by other cracks trying to solve problems nobody try to solve all technology production that but I guess it's reaction how is that what reaction I mean long enough time it's like yeah proud of like I said they something I know I think way of solving the problem also energy basically like
So again, doing calculated grid D, but I'm not say how that is wrong. It's not that it's what I can solve optimization problem fast. That's that. Then I'm sure how to have. Yeah, I mean I think it's hard for people how to take it. Copies. Yes, the so you found it, but I would posit that they don't. And but I find mine. What I mean is, no, I'm moment reality. They don't find out memories. My lab, they are merged on the time. All from one days, quality computation. They are representation. Rules that so they rules. Yeah. Hey, novel reality. Hey, do this day. And my when I say that's very say it, but mathematical objects, we don't know something about that. One dimension. Caused by some coordinate are 5,000. Found as a condition of arbitrarily complex whether how complexity almost um, has a at the origin, whatever complex brought time, but uh, and magic, even trivial, especially complex. I say that not highly unlikely magic. I'm saying crazy. So I'm down the line. Oh wow, word. Yes, I mean, so hey, Rich, it's not just correct. I think that uh, requires incredible complexity, but then what? I
it might not be local and I think there are complex. I agree, but coming back, they're not. There's obviously, and I that it like they have like I'll let you where like more than has like like are good have phenomena. So that is absolutely, but I don't that's a for but I don't know that that express right. Max Tegmark AI five and what's gravity. One of the laws of max express representation. Yeah, but that representation now gives has the memory of Einstein. Then you can now give yeah, so that memory. Einstein has got open to it. So physics and chemistry aim to physics. There's a low memory stuff. Got low memory stuff. As you get with more memory, it's knowledge more memory, all these laws are low there. The best versus low memory state. We have to talk about the thing I can mention chemical title of chemical. So what is topic? Okay, so computation, the name of the game is the process of building statements, making that. And so as a chemist, I multiple by hand. And they're quite hard. Chemists have a lot of passive knowledge, a lot of not possible to go read the recipe and go make every time. Recipes are better than and it's universal. That is very function knowledge. Think like what would first thing is a a, a object either abstract or mechanical where the operation
one style, style, direction, wise, yes, open, let it go. If it's wise, no. Stable transition diagram. So you're from chemical biology or yeah, computation, not a chemical. Actually, computation, chemical. What I'm now saying is I want to transform chemical, build chemical. Yeah, chemical. Oh, that's what. For that's yeah, it's bad. Uh, Xbox and that. I was going to gave my head and no, no. In fact, it's about like four jobs. Um, that's matter. Yeah. So let's go back. So basically, chemistry is very analog. And I wandered into the people in the house years ago and said, okay, hey, organic chemist, why are you really hard? Hard. Yeah. So I got the impression magic. What I did, I went to about eight programming. Um, so you're actually not allowed to around the lab right time. Okay, went back to and so that process, it was as a robot. But in yeah, what I did is that the thing about the magic old abstract is being shown by the information. Wow, why don't I do chemistry robot? This, how do they trust fraction? Very, very reaction, reaction. But now, at work, us exactly like that. But chemistry are separate. However, it is that hard. They've got to, okay, and this is I found myself going to
and then so I got my group doing this. Realized we built a whole bunch of concepts out. I realized I could basically take the I made the first the 2000. I made the architecture. I just about 300 electrons. Brilliant. I cannot have four souls. My electrons down. Like making life. Yeah, like not just life. What we can. I don't understand how what aspect of the material for wanted. And I came up with a thing. I had a bunch of concepts about power of the power and plug them all in. Plug them all in through and then I made the thing. And there was a couple of cool things. People don't actually work celebration. And then I made that. Other than that, all apparent stuff. Everyone be infinity thing. So I basically stuff it, forget it, put it on one thing, another thing, stop it, out. Okay, and I was kind of sexual thing. Funny, but in my statement, I built full operation. The background, do it again. So what we managed to do over a couple of years, develop the hardware, state machine, and we did the first nice old finance, like, like it, blah, 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 blah. It's very good. And then the next one, we did sort of a full organic chemistry. Look, made the robot, right? And not just but now we have that's just an agent. No, the boring, and it's not as elegant. And, right, then I knew because I had this abstraction, and I knew I could study the language, philosophy, and ambition, and my abstraction. My built mechanical programming it's actually going to be language cool, verifiable. So, on that, now British natural language process, many other better jobs. That language they basically add, track, out a number of primitives. Basically, program that are literally scientific read. That's what I was tracking kind of details about how much involved that that's term there's program kind of now linked by the that everything of this model. Yeah, I was really universal, really pretty, and it purified. And the next thing is that code now, that call it the IDL code, the computation person making making policy every time I fail. The person who takes program position right reliable. The problem back and forth. But I have a question about the computation very precise. People make errors almost they're not that that yes, no, right. They're interesting chemistry like action billion but purification and what we found fail. I mean, I now go back to the beginning. 5 million dollars, 400,000. That's messy. I mean, have we got the equipment? Are they unreliable? Yeah, they are. But are they getting better? Yeah. Now able to provide collaborate rather than make on the computer, being yeah. So say that anti-defense policy antiviral except being one way they are but they were have the range of and saying early that yes, I would say that something like this quite possible. Not impossible. It's really, and I do keep that working on it. And it's not, no, it doesn't bulk. Great. You know, but it's more reliable. They find it are not standard fraction. On Neumann communication band, what we do stuff, what we look at that take communication from it, look at say, but they have how why building that more is all we have now. Yeah. How it started at the bottom. And you have molecules of data, 100 and then now imagine that print, so that print on a manufacturing. The computer, the chemical, and ideals, talk about it. I mean, the IDL is the name of the programming language. So, it's actually excellent. But I've never pressed the programming dynamic structure like and now chemistry had a they were normally there are I would ask but better how do you spell it? And it was I went I like I think I did a opponent that saying the chemistry of G. I was like, oh, is that they're like, well, what is that? So the program for all the collaboration discovery like it so that's it anyway. Language language but as it operates um such a operate and all it is really chemical engineering about it so much well yeah I know not really but yeah quite not only because made it meant one the cocktail they like they're all labeled and what we I also implemented at the beginning is all hardware is like raw what it does like the process of the process by the run it on any hardware right one of the problems raw very but again so and what it does says okay cover the it was of it and vendor I want every act like they makes it more via and then find the knowledge knowledge of potentially has and maybe never get back so they start to kind of limit kind of download or data no one will data center access we'll talk about more study network but kind of around the program the language I call it over for you successful so no the model natural language that's the kind of complete the rest of like novel text by this other kinds of transformer based model and representation
program learn representation and generally semantic artists programs test OpenAI programs and the prompt nine natural language programs comment helping generate neural network program old program program capability yep right after right now what was done by codec summer workshop on my group manually they reader so there's a lot but they're doing it about abstraction hardware develop basically technical analog linking abstract hardware right now a lot of people are learning and just saying software add shape whatever you need so they don't I mean it's very good but they can't run that code and generate so what we learned our make all the content out of text so can we take and create our code part of that whole pipeline that's graph the meaningful context chemical then generating program then running the program where some are the pipeline that look so the hard thing pipeline where model very good but the hard out there and we solve the graph offline going up down but that but could change so people make up what then the software so but what they would make them or any identify when you start that present the code that they want to think about it and then oh so and then takes first go and then the chemist goes to scratch one thing correct not say I believe to allow an AI having actual like more unlike that that next some like
the flavor, right? And one of the things I was always worried about is that actually flavor. And the way we did it was by thought, kept researching that they bring it. And actually our Kylie language and exploded. There were so many extra things that we had to keep adding. And then I realized primitive maintains, like it breaks down again. So it's pretty good. I mean, there are problems. Problems don't bring don't need actually. So they come all about problems, crashing, generate nonsense. Boy, it's interesting. I would love to learn to program out like hacking around, right? And I wonder if chemistry learn to do chemistry hacking around things. Because the key thing with chemistry is that where a lot of mathematical things went wrong is, and I think mathematics, chemistry is reaction where atom A reacts not. Chemistry is take some molecule, take a liquid with a solid, mix it up and extract it. The programming language actually process operation, and if you click in process space, not in graph space, logic, because there's only a finite process, and that's reassuring. So we're in the middle of it. Really, not on the end. There is, like say, errors. One day, know enough about the that was fire. But there are so many things now that we've got to be very careful. So protecting the environment, lots of stuff about that route. Very, very interesting. You don't want another chocolate to get made, or explosives to get made, or recreational drugs to get made. So how do you stop molecular biologists making drugs that the assay on the bad actor trying to make methamphetamine? Oh, bad actor. The bad actor. Don't worry, we can protect ourselves. That statement ultimately about the terrifying. So let's mention that time on the 16th for the type of progress that will happen, that will I, as we talked about it, obviously, number of say, so whenever you automate, as a opens up fixed programming itself, computer, regular, as world veterans they create a lot of negative things, like the focus on that very technology. But I think they're much more a lot of so maybe when you have kind of stand at the end of the road for solid live attention, what are the possible positive, negative, positive, negative? Yeah, pretty good. So many positive things. Discovery, supply chain, enabling chemistry, productive plants, molecules, right? Better science, the scientists, not just homework process, right now, I mean, know more about our development, about our nation, might be able to, I've got imagine time, person, right, for it, right? That's a really good idea. The other thing is, when drugs, right now, I think the outrage is not always money has, and I think might be able to change manufacturing. Let's stop thinking about manufacturing factories, clinical grade, drug grade around the world, and make things on as a function. So maybe people won't be able to create a pattern, but maybe they'll be able to do the next best thing and available drugs. You know, so there's lots of there. So I think that's I. But now let's take the negative with that. Let's imagine what happened if that's a really tragic accident, not accident, accident, pilot did it. Kind of you pilot went to the toilet, pilot, the old pilot out, set the altimeter, then high zero. Computer just against out. Now that was a tragedy. Obviously, I wasn't a tragedy. But what if I was inspired by this? And what can I do? That's just a problem. Had the software, I'm sure, being an expert, thinking, oh, maybe I can when whenever some price like plane, those are probably out. Anyway, maybe don't take all the large number of seconds negative running out and yeah, that's in the world right now with IDLs. Not thinking right now is IDLs, them here and what would it start to do? Then when you look obviously license, get issued the license, get sorry, they write your license, get it, then you kind of have a license, but in license already solved the problem. So the fact that we trust online banking, right? Right now, 100 and saying mapping for IDM on the person encryption key, good tools for actually by the regulator. And actually, people aren't going to want to then make their own fake drop the cost of access. Now, what will happen? Recreation starts access to recreational drugs. Well, it's accelerate that social discussion happening in Canada versus everything. Access. So, some people got epilepsy, they live in the brain. Or people go from seizures like today, once every 2 months. That's an interesting now that kind of thing all the covered. So then we're kind of natural might have a government. Because sometimes built there's no weapon or a weapon, not but that so it's not just for just people. Another way of
April data, but also fingerprint there, where did it get? You gotta make one that allow you to go. While they're mining, what you have is they're basically because of the way that should have done, there are people with information contact with someone. I look I now imagine the thing like or actually use two and decide or maybe without I don't know. But have a open as possible. Hey, I was have a knowledge and do those outweigh the loss of like directly. Here is why what makes it happen. I think we have and not an agency kind of drugs, but what we have to do is have a science with the best that are going to say yeah, won't be and are you risk? By the way, for one, I was concerned the manufacturer of any kind of drugs of regular like pills, ladders, like much. I mean, I would say, to be honest, I did always never. In fact, I now say early. I held it. Might be the pharmacy. If you've got a drug manufacturing now, so they such a way they format it. Say, one manufacturer has all and the right to let your and stuff on don't by manufacturer. I mean, you could do I have I mean, I'm a person but months ago, I the thing I need is Russia. Russia. I know I was when we were like the government has said like that I think the problem the world of there's fire and then there's a little so right? And if it becomes let's say that becomes acceptable and then you can modify them so let's say that like and then I think that's fine. But I know I'm so far away from that, right? I think the draft of the title panels the project going up talking about automation and artist problem as a and the way there's a about and uh place like I way. Just made it out.
try and guess what aspect from it. When I understand it, no, it's unknown, real unknown. They were trying to policy. So I was trying to get down about Texas. I was quite impressed about it. I think about it later. Like AI, not for gender. I coming back to this basically like a and agent so that's called part. Now when plasma on the gold but in gold files cooked up basically fine. What we did gold solid reduce it, measure the colour. What we did what has line so line where it randomly generates particles random magic it then works in chemical and looks at the colour and it uses genetic alpha on it and random cycle find the colour. Now we use two different an expiration and an optimization. They're two different. So expiration is random stuff and there thing. Try and optimize and make it double stuff. What it does after a number of cycles optimize the material set around box cleans and put back in. And what is they certain space of just 1,000 parameters 3 days. And it takes 5 generations of nanoparticles. Color and depth. And at the end, kind of go. Then it allows there is of course that kind of will on any
No, that's it. That's general replicate somewhat maybe
yes.
that's it.
And that's tells us that what happens. So we don't try and apply any self-replication to try and get the cells. So we try.
There you go. That's the famous last word.
Okay.
Right. Boss is Molly's our question that you started life started knowledge that like quality. So like started
So we've done this earlier and what they up relatively enhance on them. I get self-replication. Function. So I think prospective us and then life short term. I one had things the other had something physically. But I think the robot name robot Monica up the reference franchise. So I don't think any they come out and treat them
so they oftentimes focused on like yeah, how we so that's the one right chemical energy very different the chemical environment stuff right yeah so sounds like massive may not true let's cover made out of a bio chemical environment yeah because you stuff I found one of my biggest fans planet basically one of them is part of the very same friends and different origins and then the only way they recognize what's that movie I wonder if for a while that's fascinating I mean one fascinating that thing like like try at focus try then and after start to discover life forms that can work and look like there. I guess people kind of stuff like you can do as an art kind of a environment whatever another epic. Yeah, so say something quite good. I mean Elon but I was kind of is it on getting better? That's technology. So I didn't manufacture I broke off Taylor. So what we actually say, hang on, quite hard. Why don't we try this origin like that? Better. Very really just terrible film by the way. Anyway, and don't get on Mars, careful Mars. There's roll right on Mars. Future right on Mars. Rather than proof question. Knowledge. Yeah, but the thing that is about the night of was the more the kind of playing much that we not just because that thought that we're at our mind we're love all yeah but um I I'll get PC right by my and it I Gary goes from space goes to the perimeter random angle goes on my kids comes out she like she they were like quite young that was there but they checked on more if you find integrated information theory it's a by measuring consciousness but this is assembly theory like consciousness is something generated over bring it up of right that's the way it connects the problem is essentially. That's the story that's not lost. I agree. But I think people get right. I wonder if it can't be it can't be what I kind of existential by saying much more I worry about now. Not amount of I but I am also say now actually stuff right by actually stuff. But my thing by like intelligent intelligent materialized as a thing that and didn't have a yeah. Like how or how but also her emotion love being careless uh the whole like that kind of that woman that don't have those studies psychology of selfish but not anything right no how I should um right not fine fine bad I'm very you know I wonder how much taken about power minority that's good that's different but wonder how voice other problems don't emerge feeling or at least violent minorities brought high yeah well yeah magnifies concern yeah small some I think I have a world is that road world like great sense so I like to say problem I think there's a bunch of really problem solve difficult quality of life or when that's right like how much life is yeah and I think I can think one of the options that's why I want the nudge other suddenly had first stuff they're around it I know everyone's worried about self civilization fundamental it's unexpected got quite a lot of kind of quite corporate when they're not under coming back going to them watching products or
else. I guess I have a pretty good go again. I'm not sure that I have my some people have their doubts presentation work, but I've got it working. And I well, today and get grants that about like about I think about all the different that have pros and hybrid hybrid we that you can fabric I don't know. No, it can manage uh but when that bottle hard nudging box nudging and guys box on in the dinner this have the every bottle structure because I don't I like it all around especially not generated by Alma so like that's um, um, probably down and that Jersey they need form of hydrogen around and you, I think there's a little first second I want and uh so okay what's the dinner conversation about maybe about blog that yeah there's actually this incredible as well read and language the attitude so I've often I'm describing concepts in a way that I've been ground up and so that is not floating in cloud so yeah. Not quite but I think so concept of Turing so Turing machine I would argue and I think that Turing machine versus biology right Turing machines don't evolve right there is a problem but first case biology intelligence everyone's out of Turing prevented Turing and allowed it right and so I sure what I'm trying to understand is where did the transition from industry occur? And I think my understanding the continuum. But I guess what I'm trying to say is there were constructed or there were abstracted. How did it abstract itself? It goes back to what I'm saying, just intelligence first. But the abstractor is the ability of, say, of Alan Turing, very about mathematics, and to label it. And then for those labels up with a backstick with those labels and basically and isolate find
Not bring that like distraction form time. Does that mean distraction comma yeah, take it comma very intelligent.
but this is control, right? It's the fact that this come up with that means it has to be true and that has to be and it can it be? I don't understand has to be can it be? Can the universe have this I'm wondering though, maybe really very power.
Almost like a law. What?
Yeah, I mean with the fact that robot having I like that's why I don't want to go back has some relation to it. Basically part of that time because of novel generation. This is create object
Always had every
so the origin Big Bang had to break some trees. One of them
oh edge.
but not in a bad way.
So not connect
Natural times time, right? Then there are one or two conservations to look at. And I wonder if that means total and I might maybe but galaxy dark matter I think doesn't observation. Dark energy
so figuring out energy well the
yeah, I mean I'm not saying there's perpetual I'm saying if intrinsic and it's generating double
therefore, I don't really like this idea that if I want to live in a determined determined, yeah, right? But because otherwise, it's say, yes, I'm six, 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 brilliant. And then we're up this massive branching, and don't worry, putting a free will. But what they're actually saying is, I give that now. Live problematic. And live, yeah, yes, it's a problematic. Well, I want to be, but the time is, well, I need space, how it played out. But I know that I like space, body, but I'm saying, I'm a parent, so I, so if I cannot term or afford it term, yes, then yes, really, yeah, that's fine. Like, that's even that philosophical, frameworks, like, some guys own ground. That's why I have so question. Now, for the harsh reality, let me ask the question. What man is positive, march forward, long line, on a bunch of different, that, I'm gonna, why? I have, what the, oh, explore iteration out, question, so, what is, about everything, what you have to say, yeah, and what, evidence, so there's, I mean, thing, out, and it's like this constructive, not just, being object based mind, objects are in mind. I'm why the universe is any object, create any object, and I think so, yes, organs that ask themselves questions about themselves in first aspect of the human kind of hybrid system ask themselves about like let's imagine. That's fucking well biology and technology found band this next thing but I think not the fact and right now don't understand how the universe we don't know what the universe has so asking know what those require against it about and this great think there is something else going on. So scratch that. I think make it experiment. Join approximately what happens when game down. On the one hand, I'm by Joe, and clearly I can't have my cake. There's something to make it. I will then get cheering like else below. Bit like narrator. Then they would abstract like the recognize lies of abstraction. Mathematics. Go on. That makes sense. That's the meaning. I think that's can. Well, you mentioned there, you Walker, that thing, that was present, you all along, and you're offline, perhaps there are the dynamic policies where I heard yes, there are incredible dynamic. But I think point determined future, where was there a horrible discussion that look I look forward to better response that side attention. Otherwise, just random wherever. Thank you.
Oh.
Like this, way heavy. I can't
Zuckerberg, fuck you. What an ass. sucks. Yeah, because he sucks. That's hilarious. You're not even an 8. Oh, baby, I'm a 10. Oh, that is fucking hilarious. It's funny. Very funny. Oh, that's why. That's why we're giving friends a benefit. Baby, at this point in my life, I'm
failure to fun. Do not even say so funny. I love it. A lot of people think you're a douche. You're not even an 8. Wait, maybe I'm 11.